Welcome to this Editor X Masterclass. In this course, we're going to take a more powerful approach to building websites. It's going to be more powerful than traditional tutorials that show you step-by-step how to use features. In this case, I'm going to show you how to actually build a full-fledged agency website, how you can build these for your clients, and elevate your value. If you're coming from a background of a designer, you can build these websites instead of handing it off to a developer and having them do it. We'll also cover how to use responsive design features that enable you to customize your designs for different screen sizes, such as mobile, tablet, or desktop. My name is Caleb Kingston. I run an award-winning design agency, Brainspin, and I also have a website, App Design Tips, where I've taught over 50,000 students how to elevate their design career in Adobe XD and Figma. In this course, we'll cover design concepts that you'll learn along the way as we build these engaging web pages. And in the end, you'll have the same website that we use at Brainspin for our agency. We're going to take a learn by doing approach, so feel free to work right alongside with me building this website. And really, in the end, the goal is to help you 3 times your value as a designer to offer the design and the creation of a website in one package. This course is targeted at designers who already know how to design in a tool like Adobe XD and Figma and want to go a lot further creating their designs into a full-fledged working website. If you know any of these design tools and already have experience as a designer, this course is going to go a long way for you. But if you've never touched any of these tools, you'll still gain a lot of knowledge on how to build websites, and it still will be very valuable if you're coming at this from scratch. Thank you for trusting in me and helping take you through your design journey, so let's get started. As you follow along with me in this course on designing a website, I highly encourage you to work right alongside with me building this website. This learn by doing approach is going to be the best way to have a hands-on experience in these things that I'm teaching. And we do have some exercise files that you can access. So in these exercise files here, we're going to have a little ribbon that displays which file that I'm using or uploading to the website. So you can find that at the bottom left of the screen. So for example, we have this XD design file. This is what the ribbon's going to look like. And if we ever drill into a folder, we're going to see that folder name and also the file that we're using here. So that's the best way to access the exercise files. And also, if you have any questions, we have a Facebook community. You can visit that Facebook group here and be sure to ask any questions in this, because I'm sure if you have those questions, other students are going to have these questions, and this is going to be the most effective way for me to jump in there and answer those questions in a way that can help everybody out. So with that, let's jump into Editor X. Let's talk about what Editor X is and who it's for. Editor X is a complete website builder targeted towards web designers who want complete control over their design, pixels, and fonts without having to rely on a developer to build all this for them. As a web designer using Editor X, you can really increase your value and unlock the ability to create precise and engaging websites. You have access to some really intuitive, responsive layout features so that you can design precisely for desktop, tablet, and mobile. Editor X also has many time-saving benefits like customizable templates, site styles, compositions, and you can unlock the power of modern CSS that enables you to build what you've designed and add awesome animations in a fraction of the time it would take you to code. Sure, you can work with a developer to accomplish all this, but doing so can be costly. The end result can take months rather than days or weeks, and there's often a communication barrier between how a design is intended to function and how the developer implements it, and all this can eat into valuable time and cost for your project. By learning Editor X and taking control over creating and publishing your website designs, you can really increase your value, and that's what this course is going to help you do. Rather than walk you step by step through each feature in Editor X, we're going to take a hands-on approach as we build a website together, and I'll show you these features along the way. It's a really great way to apply these features into this real-world scenario, but if you are brand new to Editor X, it is okay to follow along, but you can visit Academy X for more of those step-by-step tutorials. While we are going to dive into creating a website, I did want to show this video introducing the interface just to show you and get you familiar with some of the tools and where we're going to be working. So with any project that you open up, this is going to be our screen and some of the interface that we're going to be getting used to. So we have a menu bar at top, and this is where we can publish our site and have control over some site settings. So if we jump into site, for example, we can publish or invite other people to collaborate. That's what we're going to find here. And at any time we can preview our website here or publish it. Now right underneath that we have the top bar, and this is where we're going to spend the most of our time. This is where we open up some panels and have access to more of the interface. So first thing I'm going to do here is just resize the web page to 1400 pixels, just so I can show you more clearly some of these other tools. So the first panel here we have in the top bar is Add Elements, and this is where we can quickly add some basic elements to our design or have access to full compositions and things like that. So we'll talk more about how we can add these, but just at the basic level, we can simply drag and drop anything that we'd like into our design and it's going to exist there. Right next to that we have the Layers panel, and this is where we can access all the layers on a web page, so we can see the sections, the containers, and as we click on different layers here, it'll scroll to that area and highlight what we have selected. So this is the Layers panel, and it's very handy. So if we have a section here that we have selected, and we have a section right above that, we can simply swap the order of those here, and it'll also swap those orders on the page themselves. Now to the right of the Layers panel, we have the Masters panel, and this is where we can create or use masters like our header, our footer, or a chat interface. So anything that we create on our web page that we want to reuse on multiple pages, we can turn that into a master, and this is where we can access them here. And right to the right of that we have our pages. This is going to include all of our static pages for our website. We have things like our light boxes, and when we get into a CMS program, if we're creating blogs or things like that, we'll be able to access all of the dynamic pages here as well. So this is all of the pages of the site we'll have access to. Now next to that we have our site styles, and this gives us a really great head start when we're designing our website. We can include any types of styles that we want for colors, for character styles. We can access all of them here. So for example, if we want a universal heading 1, we can click on Edit Typography and change the font, the size, the weight, and things like that directly in this interface. We can also apply different colors that we're going to be using throughout our site, and also whether we want page transitions or not. So that's site styles. This is something that we're going to be drilling into at the very start when we build our site. And next to that we have the app market, and this is where we can expand the capabilities of our website very vastly. It's the same app market that Wix uses, so it's very robust. A lot of third-party extensions for just about anything that you want. If you want to include a social media stream, for example, there's access to that. That's the app market, and this is going to be after we build out our site and we think about different functionality, we can start to include those things. Now right next to that we have the Content Manager, and we haven't added a blog or dynamic pages yet. We'll walk into how to do this, but basically in this Content Manager, this is where we're going to have access to all of the pages and content that's going to populate the pages we design. All of that's going to be accessed here in the Content Manager. Now at the very center of the top bar, this is where we get some responsive controls. Because EditorX is a responsive designer, we can design at the desktop level first, and as we want to introduce any breakpoints, we can narrow it down to the iPad view, the iPhone view, and we can change the design based on these different sizes. So the general rule is design desktop first, and then as we drill down to tablet view, any design that we create on the desktop is going to ripple through the iPad and the smaller views, and so we want to select these smaller views or these breakpoints and adapt our design to make sure that it fits. So if we need to adapt something from 2 columns to 1 column, we would do that here. And if we break this down, we can add custom breakpoints here as we expand into the advanced menu. To the right of that, we have some simple controls for undo, redo, or zooming in and out. And we also, if we have some apps or extensions, like let's say an e-commerce store or a commenting feature, we're going to get notifications for our website of any orders that need to be fulfilled or anything pertaining to the site. Those notifications are going to exist here as we build that out. Next to that, we have the comments feature, and because this is a collaborative tool, you can invite many designers into this, which is really nice. As you invite them, you'll be able to select different elements here, add the comments here in this quick bar, and you'll be able to communicate back and forth the design or content or anything that you want on the site. Really beneficial to have that. Now, the real meat and potatoes panel is going to be the inspector panel. This is where we're going to be able to change any properties, the sizing and position and how things respond in this inspector panel. And it's contextual too, so if I don't have anything selected here, it's just the background of the page that we'll be able to set. But as I select, for example, a container, I'll be able to change things like the container sizing, the position, how it docks to the page, all of the properties that we would need here. And there's 3 tabs too. So we have the layout properties, the design properties, which is more of the colors or the drop shadows, and then we have interaction properties if we want to add hover interactions or things like that. All of that can be found in this inspector. Very great to have on hand. Now, as we select different elements here, we do have access to the inspector for widths and positions and things like that, but there's some other controls that are more specific to text, for example, and we're going to find those in the quick bar. So if we want to edit this text, we can click edit, and we'll see all of the font properties here that we can access for something like a button. Again, we can change the text here on the button itself, or we can change the layout or design directly here. If we want something to be left aligned, center aligned, or right aligned, we can change those here and add link properties. So this is going to be the quick bar, and it's going to be contextual depending on what you have selected. Now, the last piece of the interface I want to share is the canvas itself and your web pages. So while we're on the website here, everything is very much drag and drop, where we can take advantage of just resizing things directly on the canvas. Very nice. We can reposition and dock things with these alignment features. And we have some drag handles here to the right and left of the page where we can expand or narrow the size of the website to see how things adapt based on these different breakpoints. So very nice to have these on-screen, on-canvas controls as we're drilling into our design. We can access things like this group of text here. If we want to, we can access things like this text element here. If we hover over the breadcrumb trail here, we can see the parents of each of these containers. So we have the text that we have selected. I can quickly select the stack, and I can jump into the container or the section level. So very nice to be able to drill down using this breadcrumb as well. All right, so that was just a brief introduction to the interface. Don't worry if you're not too familiar with some of the things that I've shown, because we are going to be diving in hands-on and building the website, and I'll explain these more specifically as we use them along the way. When starting on a course like this and working through a big project, I find that it's really helpful to look at the end result of what we'll be creating. It'll give you some excitement in showing what we're capable of and what we can do, and also just give you some context into when we're building the pages, what the end result is going to be. So this is our agency demo site here. I'm going to first start out at the home page. We have featured work here. We can take advantage of the hover effect here, where it shows the name of the company and the services that we deliver. Really nice here. And we can come down here, show our awesome, amazing companies we work with, the clients say, and then have a project, let's talk. So that's the home page here. The other pages we're going to have is our design and development and digital marketing services. We have a portfolio page, some blog pages. So let's go to design and development here and show how this is going to look. We can take advantage of some nice parallax scrolling here. Just really helps elevate the engagement and the excitement of viewing a website like this. So it's not just a static page with content, everything's floating in really subtly. It's not too dramatic, but we can look at this. It's going to be really nice. Let's jump into now our digital marketing. With digital marketing, we'll learn how to use a table of contents. So right here we can create hover effects here that'll showcase the featured images for each piece of this content, and then if we want to scroll to something like search engine marketing, we can scroll down there and see exactly how that looks. So really the idea here is we have so much content to help our visitors learn about us. When we're building the website, we can use that and marry that with some animation and some pleasing graphics, so it'll keep them on the page longer, keep them reading and more informed of what you do. And that's the whole goal of what we're going to do on this website. So now with our work, we can scroll down and we can show the different clients that we've worked with and the types of work that we've done here. Really great. And if you want to show what that portfolio page is going to look like, for example, on the sweet spot. And then for our portfolio page, we can show the name of the company, what services we deliver. We have nice parallax scrolling here for the featured image. We have a catched line and summary of what our client's all about. And then we have a nice project gallery that we can create our portfolio items here. We'll talk about the challenge. So what challenge did the sweet spot have that we could help solve? And then the solution, and we come down here and we have a solutions gallery of some of the solutions that we've helped with. And then we can go to next item or previous item. So this is really nice. It all lives in a content management system where your clients can easily add future projects, and they'll all be designed as beautifully as this, just being placed in here. That's what we're going to give our client. And we'll also implement a blog very easy. Probably within about 5 minutes we can have a blog set up like this, where we can have an article, we can create a blog like this to offer some resources to visitors. Another thing we'll be taking a look at is how we can design for mobile and tablet view. So this responsive design, we can use breakpoints to make sure the layout is perfect for that size. So for example, we have a mobile view right here, and a hamburger menu is better. So we'll show how to incorporate a hamburger menu, how we can drill down and show our services. So we can showcase something like design and development, see what that looks like. And we can see how the text is now smaller for mobile. We still have those nice animations as we go through here. Looks really good, but everything's broken down into this one column. And there's still some creative parallax that we can use even in this one column. So we're going to be taking a look at that and showcasing how we can make the best experience in every single screen size. Now, if I click Edit Site, I want to show you what the layers are going to look like in the end result. So I'll just jump to tablet view here. But if we open up the Pages panel, these are the pages that we're going to have: Home, Design Development, Digital Marketing, About, Contact. And then we'll also have a search results page that will be created so that your users can search for content within your site. And we're going to build a blog and also a content management system for your portfolio. So these are the pages that we will have included. We'll be talking about site styles and how you can incorporate these for easy, quick access to your branding here. And also how you can create masters. These are sections that are going to live in multiple pages where you can edit them once. For example, testimonials you may want to have on your About page and your Home page and Contact. So these are going to be very handy. And if we go into our Add Elements here, another thing that we'll have access to is assets that we create ourselves. So that's a brief overview of the website, what we're doing and how that looks in Editor X. Can't wait to jump in with you. In this lesson, I want to talk about a website design brief, and why it's useful is you jump into your first meeting with your potential customer. The website design brief serves as a template that you can use as you take notes and ask the right questions that'll help you build the best website for them. So this is to get information about their company, what their products or services are, what their goals are and their values, and things about their style guide, and what matters to them. So I want to take you through the real-world example of how we would fill this out for Brainspin, since we are redesigning Brainspin's website. So this is a website design brief template, and in the exercise files you will have one that's blank, but let's go over how we would answer this for Brainspin. So we can see this is in Google Docs, and we have an outline of some of the information that we're going to get. Information about the company, the project objectives, some style guidelines, design requirements, what the schedule's going to be, what type of budget they have, and also deliverables and additional services they might want after this scope. So let's drill into this in more detail one by one. So we're going to first get the company information, who's the contact name, what's their position, and some of that information there. And as we scroll down, we want to get some information about the company. So about the company, we're going to ask what products or services you sell. And I want to pause right here to explain how important it is that we actually ask the customers these questions ourselves and don't just hand them this document and say, please fill this out. The reason why is if we were to email this document to them and ask them for it, it may take a long time for them to sit down, focus, and think about this, but also they're not going to explain everything in the way that'll make the most sense for you. So by asking these questions to them directly and you taking notes and using this as your template, you can ask them follow-up questions and things that'll help you deliver the most value for them. And that's what this course is all about, building a website that delivers the most value. So, for example, if you were to ask what products or services that you sell, if they were to fill this out themselves, they might say website design and marketing. That doesn't tell the whole story, and so you would expand on that. And so for BrainSpin, we actually sell software design and development services. So we design and build custom websites and applications, everything from internal company apps to e-commerce and portfolio-facing websites. So that's going to tell a little bit more of the story by asking them some of those follow-up questions. We also offer digital marketing, so that's everything from search engine optimization to pay-per-click ad management services. And our goal is to help increase the reach of customers and deliver the best ROI for advertising. Now, the next question that we're going to ask is, what are your values? So we have empathy, quality, and adaptability as our values, and this is what drives us. So thinking outside of the box. When we have a customer tell us what they want, we take a look at the existing platforms that they're already using, but we're also platform agnostic. If there's a goal that they want to meet that doesn't fit in their existing platform, we'll propose something that's going to work for them rather than stick ourselves in a box of an existing platform that they're using. So that's some of our values here. And how do we deliver on these values? Every project starts by understanding the goal and building a strategy that is platform agnostic. We let the perfect strategy drive what tools we use to build it rather than looking for existing tools. And as far as our mission, we want to create the best experiences, we want to find the best customers, and we want to tell the best stories. This is going to drive the best results. Now, our vision at BrainSpin is to help businesses achieve maximum results and grow their success. Now, as far as additional information, you can ask them any other follow-up questions that you want. So, for example, our primary services are software development and marketing, which can help optimize internal operations to cut costs, but also we bring target customers to maximize earnings. Some of our projects are very data-driven, which also includes building automation and process implementation with existing services. So these answers can be as short or as long as you need them to be, but the goal is for you to understand what it is they want and their goals so that you can help them. If we scroll down now, we're going to look at the project objectives. So now we're going to work on a new website. So it's going to ask, what's the project category? Is it an app? Is it a website? Is it just a simple redesign of a few pages? Explain that here. And then what are the objectives or the goals of this new website? So instead of saying the goals are to build a work page and services page, the goal needs to be a little bit more meaningful as far as what do you want this website to do. So we want to build a new website that showcases our software development and marketing services and showcases lighthouse projects that reflect the types of clients we want to work with. So we work with hundreds of different clients, but we want to showcase the ones that we want to work with the most in the different industries or the way that we feel I can help them the most. So that's important to illustrate here. And we want to enable simple options to reach out and describe project opportunities. Now, who is our target audience? Medium to large size businesses with existing products or services that want to optimize their offerings to amplify their results. So the target audience is really important to understand because this is going to drive the keywords and the copy that you're going to add onto the website. So make sure you understand this. And in the next section, we want to ask about the goals. So the goals for BrainSpin is more high-end, low-maintenance clients. So the ones that have the budget that'll meet their goals that we can work with to give them the most results. Now, one problem that we don't want to run into is having someone that has giant goals and a small budget, because we can't work within some budgets to meet that goal, and we want to be very clear and conscious of who we can help and how we can help them, and that there's the right budget to do that. We want to showcase our best work, help clients understand how our services can benefit them, drive clients to learn results we have given similar industries, and build trust to engage with us on new project opportunities. Now, in the next section, we're going to ask who our competitors are, and this is actually really important to ask them. You can Google certain competitors and you can find those, but most importantly, when you're talking to your customer, your prospective customer, they're going to know who the competitors are, and you can do some analysis and gain some insight into some things that can make this customer unique in the field. So, for example, here we have ZibTech. And it's a more a la carte developer service. So one thing about ZibTech is you can hire certain developer skill sets or design skill sets, but it takes you as a project manager being able to work with them. And that works great for some people, but it's not the way we work. We're more of an end-to-end solution. Our customers talk to us about the goals, and we have a complete team that builds that out for them. So that's part of our unique advantage compared to this competitor. We also have Kahoa. It's a full stack strategy and development. Some of our industries bleed through, like e-commerce and education, but they don't have marketing services. And that's really important for Brainspin too. As soon as we're done developing a website or an app, we have the marketing arm to deliver the results that they want. We can come back down and see a few other ones like Jellyfish Technologies and Boostability, and we can explain that here. And then again, any additional information you can add below. If we come down, we're going to talk about style guidelines. Now, depending on the company that you're working with, they may have a really established style guide that you can find on their website, their business cards and brochures, or they might not have anything. They're just kind of winging it as they go. So here we want to ask, what is the brand and the tone and the voice? So I just have for brand colors, visit existing site Brainspin. But we also want to ask, what's the tone, what's the message? So you can be a lot more playful with your website. You can say, hey guys, check this out. Or you can say, feel free to check out our website. It's just a little bit different tone. And you want to explain what that tone is going to be in this section and what that voice is going to be in your style. And so I also have colors here. I just dragged and dropped some graphics that we've used before. It's just a simple black and red style guide here. So I added a hex color here. It's just basically anything this customer gives you, any business cards or brochures. You can take pictures and drag and drop them into here. If they have any digital files they can share with you, that's what you want to ask. Is there a starting design style guide, and what do I have to work with? Sometimes before you create the website, you might have to just create a very small style guide of character styles, colors, and things like that, and bring it together so they can sign off on using those core elements or that style across the design. Now, you can also ask, what are some example designs that can fit your style guide or what you're going for? So we want the new site to have more modern responsive design and eye-catching animations that entice customers to continue scrolling. Design should be more immersive with full screen sections and be content first. And so I also, as the customer, show some great ideas. So you want to ask what websites they like, and just go ahead and add some links here that you can, in the discovery section, you can take a look at. Now, as far as keywords, you're going to ask them, what keywords do you want to be found for on Google? And this is another part that can help amplify your services and your results that you can drive. After creating a website, you can do some quick on-page optimization to make sure that these keywords are in the relevant pages, and you can also offer continued SEO services in the future if you're managing this website. And so there's things like simple keywords that might be a lot more competitive, like digital marketing, software design, software development. They're very broad, and this is going to be very competitive in Google if you want to rank #1 for some of these things. So you want to ask them some of these simple keywords, but again, understand these are going to be hard to rank for, so you want to get more specific or targeted. We call these long tail keywords. What are these keywords that are going to be a little bit easier to rank for, that might not have as much traffic, but will be more approachable? And so maybe social advertising for e-commerce. So you're talking about a specific industry. Might be a little bit easier. Blog management services or local SEO Salt Lake City. Now we have that targeted for the region, which now you cut all the other competitors that are national, and now you're competing with a smaller subgroup of regional marketers. So think about that as you're asking them what keywords they want for their products or services, which ones have a high audience and high competition, and which ones have maybe a lower audience but are very easier to approach. Now, next we can ask for existing materials. So do you have any digital assets that I can take, or an existing brand style guide? So get access to business card logo files and start the style guide. So make sure that you have that here. Moving down, we have some design requirements. So I start to explain what is it that you want in this website? What are some of the things that we're going to include in the scope? So we can talk about, and sometimes your client's not going to know exactly, so you can do a little bit of research with the competitors. Even just learning their name, you can come to the table in this meeting and offer some suggestions. But for example, for our website, I know we want a homepage, we want a work to showcase our work, we want our services broken down by web development and marketing, we want an About Us page, a contact, and a blog. So that's just a rough scope of what we're going to do. But we are going to offer a web flow that'll structure this, that they'll be able to sign off on later, and that'll be later in the course. But as we move down, we can showcase different categories of work with a filter to choose between projects, which projects to browse. And then we want on-page SEO optimization as a part of the scope, perform keyword and research for each page. We want to showcase partners that we've worked with and offer testimonials. So anything that they're talking about that they want here, you just go ahead and throw that here in the template to make sure that you can do some discovery and strategy, and you can propose it in the right way that meets all their design requirements. Moving down, we can have just a brief timeline and schedule. So this is where it's going to be more informal. As they're talking, we can talk about, well, this is about what the timeline is going to be. But again, after this, we're going to use this to put together a proposal and agreement that's more formal. So we can talk about this, and as we start to learn the scope, we can say, well, the discovery and research to learn what to do to create the website flow and things like that, let's give it a week to 10 days. And after that, we're going to go into the strategy creation and presentation, so we can come up with a style guide, things like that, and give us another week for that. And from there, we want to deliver a wireframe and design. So maybe give us 2 to 3 weeks, and this is where we can come up with a low fidelity wireframe that we can start to put the content together and what the website's going to say. And then after that, we can do a full-fledged design. After that, we're going to be a little over a month, and this is going to be the days that we have for development, testing, publishing, and training. So just break down your services a little bit like this. And one thing that I like to do is not break the services down into pages. So to say the home page is going to take this time, the About Us page is going to take this time. What happens when you do that is your customers might look at that a la carte type of scenario where they say, okay, the budget, you're telling me it's going to be this much. What if we cut this and this and this out? So the way that I phase things out is to say, these are the phases of the same project, and this is the timing of the phase, because they can't really say, well, let's skip the strategy creation, the presentation, let's jump right into the wireframe. It's just not applicable, and it's not going to do anybody any good. And so they can't slice and dice the scope in their own way. You kind of give it to them and say, to work with us, we want to deliver the best quality. Here's the strategy that we're going to use, and here's the scope. So let's move down now, and let's talk about the budget here. So again, we can talk about discovery, strategy, and design. So we say designing for is going to be $9,900. And again, you just want to estimate your own time. What time is it going to take, and how much per hour do I need? So let's say it's $120 an hour. For example, if this first phase is $99.60 and I'm working at $120 an hour, it's going to take me approximately 83 hours. And so that's what I have. I don't break down the hours. We can always tell them my rate's 120, but I don't like to put it right on the canvas. I want to make it a little bit more abstract for them to help them realize the value is what we deliver, not the time that we spend. It's really important to help them understand that. So here, we're going to have a $99.60, and then we say, now the development, testing, and publishing is going to be $2,300. And again, this is going to be given to them more formally in the proposal, but if they ask, you can do some quick math and say the budget's going to be around this much. So make sure when we go into the proposal section, I'll show you how to break these things down more clearly for them and how to offer that proposal. But this, again, is just for your own notes. So we can say the budget's going to be around $30,000 for this. And this is the whole idea of this course. Instead of just being a designer at under $10,000, you can double or triple your value by offering website design and maintenance, and even talking about continued maintenance to have a monthly retainer, something that you can charge monthly to maintain things based on the scopes that they need for SEO marketing. It just opens the doors for a lot more opportunity from that same customer to continue giving them value. Moving down, what are the deliverables? We're going to give you a website style guide that you can use across any other design assets. We're going to give you a website flow diagram in Adobe XD. We're going to give you a website wireframe in Adobe XD or Figma or Sketch, whatever tool that you're using. Just help them understand how they're going to get it delivered. If it's a PDF, if it's a Sketch link or Figma link, XD, just something that it can be clear to understand. Now, as far as the deliverable, full website design and prototyping in Adobe XD, and then a fully developed website in Editor X. And the last deliverable is a training video to help understand how to maintain this website after, and any additional information that you want to offer. Now, when we talk about additional services here, we can talk about things like hosting and maintenance. So just explain, the website will be hosted and managed by Editor X. And so I'm going to put by Editor X platform. We will be available within 14 days after publishing for website maintenance as part of the scope, and continued maintenance and updates will be an hourly rate. Optional monthly SEO services, so we can explain that as well. And so we can talk to them about that. And now that we've gone over everything in this website design brief, you can really understand, to get the information at this level, you can really start to build a proposal that'll be valuable to them. And once you jump into the project, you can continue referring to this as you're building out the copy and getting the content to make something that's going to be the best for them and the results that they want. In this lesson, I want to share the proposal template that I use for our projects at Brainspin, and also what important elements you should include to help your proposal stand out no matter what template that you use. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this template. And we do have this template in Pages, we also have it in Microsoft Word, and we have a PDF. And one reason why I'm not using Google Docs like I did in the creative brief is the creative brief is more of a scratch pad and notes for us, so it doesn't have to be that styled. And Google Docs is a little bit limited on the style that you have, but when you're creating a proposal, you do want to make sure that it's branded and that it has some styling and presence, because this is something that you're going to deliver to the customer that's going to show the starting of what value you can deliver. And so, for example, in this template, the first thing you want to do is add your logo. So if we're using Pages, for example, we can select this image, go into Format, Image, and replace this image. And if you're using Microsoft Word, you can replace that logo there as well. And then you can go ahead and give this a name. So let's say that I was proposing a website for myself for the Brainspin website. I'll show you how I would change this proposal. So first off, I'm just going to change the name right here. So I might just say Brainspin website design proposal. So this is your logo, but this is their name. So Brainspin website design proposal, make sure that the date's correct. And then in this cover sheet, we want to make sure that we say who this is presented to and who this is presented by. So you want to just change this information and any contact information that you have. And as we scroll down, it's nice to offer a letter of appreciation showing what we can do for them and appreciate the opportunity to work together. So you can add this. And in this template, I have brackets where we can replace different information. So instead of just replacing this, you can use a find and replace feature. So I know if I do Command F or Control F, I can go ahead and select this name right here and just find this. And then if I'm the client Brainspin, I can go ahead and search for Brainspin. We notice that it's found in 2 places, so it's going to be replaced twice, and I can click Replace All very easily. Now you want to also replace their company name. So in this case, I am the client and the contractor. So here the name would be the same, but in your case, this is where your client name would go. So again, I'm going to go ahead and find this. And then we can say Brainspin as well. And we'll click Replace All, and now we've replaced 3 places. So this is a lot nicer than going one by one, trying to find out where those are. So thank you so much for this opportunity to work with you in Brainspin. We look forward to improving your company presence. And then you want to just, in a brief sentence, tell them the value that you're going to provide for them. So really look forward to building you a new website that showcases your services and amplifies your visibility for search engines. So really about the goal right here. Let me know if you have any questions. So something that's just warm and inviting here, saying thank you for this opportunity. And then the important elements in any proposal that you want to include is a little bit of information about your company, what your processes are, your project scope, the cost and timeline, some terms and conditions, and then a proposal acceptance form, a funding source, and also a few case studies so you can show off how you've created success for other clients similar to theirs. So we'll walk through these in detail. So let's start with the company profile. We can jump down here, and another thing that you want to do right here is just swap this logo out for your logo. And we can come down here, we have the company profile, and this is where again you want to add your company name. So I should have made that the same as the other one, but we're just going to trade that in here, replace that with Brainspin. Hi there, we are Brainspin. And then you can have state-of-the-art development and digital marketing agency. So again, just kind of explain your strengths and how it would appeal to them. And every client's different. So if you have a variety of clients and work that you've done, listen to what your client wants and what other services that you've provided before that match that closely. And just have something that can really be appealing, always thinking about your client and what's going to help them see your value right here. And another thing is just add some experience here. So 12 years of accumulated experience in product and web design, helped many startups like Zapmodo and Favor Eats, over 2 million paid advertising budget managed. So just some brief outlines like that. And if you are just getting started and you don't have anything, make sure you, for yourself, just list down your clients and your projects and what you've done and really think about this. But if you don't have anything as far as experience to deliver right now, you can go ahead and remove this part of it. So you just want to make sure that you're really honest in what you're offering and what you're doing, but also stand out in the best way, word things that can help them see your value. Alright, so our process. To create a pleasant and highly engaging website for Brainspin, we will take a phased approach to make sure content and strategy goals are met. So now we'll talk about, here's our discovery. So the discovery is going to include brand research, customer research, so you can break things out like what's included in your discovery session. If it's a little bit different, go ahead and add that here so you can add and mix that up. You might have competitor analysis, for example, that you want to offer, so you can do that. And again, it's something that when they look at this, they might not even think that something like this would be required, but as soon as they see that, it builds their perceived value of you. So go ahead and list things out that way. And let's come back up here. We will start by discussing what pages, images, content, and features you'll want for the website. We're going to move down. We'll talk about the strategy. So once we do the discovery, we're going to strategize and create wire flows. And once we've completed the discovery, our team will start to develop a strategy that closely ties the experience with your company and customer goals. This will include compiling information like page hierarchy, how navigation and call to actions work, visual style, funnels, and more. We will then present the strategy to you for review, iteration, and approval. Then we're going to go down to wireframing. Once the strategy is approved, we'll begin to create a wireframe of your new website that shows you the layout, the flow, and the experience. And you can go ahead and sign off and approve those things. Now we jump into the design and we talk about the design and the prototyping. And again, each of these phases have to be signed off, because if you don't have the wireframe signed off and you jump into the design, you're going to be recreating a lot of work for yourself. So make sure that you help guide the customer to stick to sign-offs and agreements through these phases. But as we now go into the design phase, for example, the content here is already approved. So if it ever does change in the design phase, you can say that's the hourly rate that we were talking about for out-of-scope changes. So they approve some copy, they come in and ask to change an image or text or things like that, you can upcharge for that time. So make sure that you're cognizant of that. We're going to jump into the design. This is where we're going to do all of the prototyping and design, and we're going to get sign off before we develop any pages. And again, having this signed off to say, I like each one of these, every single pages, the text, the images, and all of the media, the way that it's laid out, you get that signed off. Now you can really dive deep into the development and really build each page out without them having to stop and say, I think I want this to look this way or this way. Things are signed off and they've acknowledged that, so even past that phase, they're not going to think about what other changes. They're less likely to think about that. They just want to see that it's published and working. So the development is going to be a lot smoother as you get the design signed off. Now there are going to be some changes. One thing that I like to keep in mind is when I do design something, when I go into the development environment and everything's responsive, you can make changes if you feel like there's a better idea. You're jumping into Editor X and maybe there's a feature in there you didn't think of. Feel free to deviate from that if you feel like it adds value, but make sure you present that to the customer to get that piece signed off. Otherwise, you want to stick to your design. So after the design, we jump into the development, and this phase is pretty straightforward. After the design is approved, website will meet current SEO standards to ensure you have the most visibility. So we talk about that, and then we say as soon as this is approved, we're going to get sign off, we're going to publish it, and we're going to give you training on how you can continue maintaining or adding blog items, or if it's an e-commerce, adding products for sale. So you want to give them a little bit of training of how they can maintain that. And I like to record this too, so as I'm talking to them, if it's a Zoom meeting or Microsoft Teams meeting, or if it's a meeting in person, just go ahead and record your screen while you're talking to them, and then you can deliver that so they don't keep on calling you and asking to repeat yourself for some of the things that you've showed them. Now, that's the services. This is why you're valuable and what you deliver to make a successful result. Now let's talk about the scope. We're going to jump into the project scope here, and this is more outlining. I'm going to give you a proposal or a cost and timeline for some things, and based on my understanding, this is what I'm going to deliver for you. So this is really important, showing them this, because if later they ask for other pages, we want to have these landing pages and an e-commerce and this, that's where you can say, I'm going to estimate that out and have an amendment. So if that's going to take an additional 10 hours, you can go ahead and charge 120 hours times 10, $1,200 extra for some of those things. So make sure you're very clear in this scope. So in this scope right here, I know that they want a homepage. I just outlined some of the things that they're going to have in the homepage. So we're going to have the services you offer, featured work, your partners or clients, testimonials, and a section of to request a quote. So go ahead and be as detailed as you need to be to help things stay in scope. And then we're going to have our services page, our work, about us, blog, and contact. Every website's different. So if you have an e-commerce store, for example, where they have 30 different products, what I would do is say we'd have a product category page that features all the subcategories of products, and then we would have a product detail page that showcases the items in the products. And so part of that scope too is I would offer to develop and publish maybe one category page or one product, and I would build out the categories, but mention to them that it is up to them to add the products afterwards. Or if they have a product database that you can sync in, you want to just learn about that, what they have, and add that to your scope. So to import products, if they have 1,000 products, that might be 4 or 5 hours of your time, depending on where it is and how you want to connect those things to import. So just learn some of those things from your clients and make sure that you understand what that scope is going to be so you don't lose your shirt on proposing something like this. Now, scrolling down here, this is where we talk about the cost and timeline, and it's really important that we talk about the cost and timeline after we've shown our services and the scope and different things like that. So if you say, we're going to do a website for you and it's going to be $30,000, that's going to be a really hard thing for a customer to swallow if they don't know exactly where you're delivering that value. So you want to make sure that you spend that time selling yourself. And another thing, as I stop right here, I want you to think about how you would deliver this proposal. So one thing that I've really learned is you don't want to just send a proposal in an email and say, get back to me when you have a chance. you want to help coach them through that value and help answer some questions on the spot while they're there. So one thing that I like to do with some of my clients, or all of my clients, is say, hey Amy, I have this proposal ready for review. When can you meet? That's how I send the email. And I offer an invitation for them to access my calendar, or you can just propose some times. But if they say, well, just send the proposal over, one thing that I could say is, well, I just have a few outstanding questions first, or just want to clarify some things to make sure that the proposal is what you want it to be. So when can you meet? Again, it's going to be far more valuable meeting with them as you show off this proposal, whether it's a Zoom session or in person, so that when they have those questions, they might say something like, are the goals and discovery, is it really going to take that long? And you can really help amplify the value and help them perceive and understand what that value is. It's going to really help for them to close that deal. And so here, as we talk about the cost and timeline, just very quick, we just show professional fees for the services are estimated to total $32,760 for the project approach outlined in this proposal. Half will be due upon signing, and the remaining half will be due before it's published. So before it's published is really important too. Everybody has really good intent. They want things to work successfully. So you really want to make sure that you're covering a lot of bases, and when you do this, you're going to have a very happy customer. They're going to love you, and you're going to be happy to work for them because you've gotten paid. So if they do say, we want you to publish this, you just say, well, I'm just waiting for confirmation of final payment. And even with their best of intentions and a really good heart, if you publish this and they haven't paid yet, there's going to be other things that come up that might have more priority for them. So best case, it might take an extra week or a month for them to get around to paying for this. So just make sure that you have that conversation with them up front. Just say it's due when the project is complete and before it's pushed live. And you do want to have that final handoff when you finally have processed that final payment. Services will be billed on a flat project fee basis and based on the objectives, scope of work, activities, deliverables. Remember, any changes of the scope of service or deliverables will ultimately affect the fees and timeline outlined in this proposal. So again, just be proactive in helping them understand that. And we can jump right in now to some of these phases. Now, again, the way that I deliver my proposal, I want to break things down in a phased approach. I don't want to say the home page is going to cost you $900, the services page is going to cost this, because they're going to try to look at that and say, well, maybe I don't need a services page, maybe I can do this, and they're going to try to fit it and flex it in a way that really doesn't meet that goal that you want. And don't be afraid if they say, well, this is just not within the budget that I want, to say, this is something that I feel really confident can meet your goals, and I wouldn't be confident if we took anything else out that we could do that. So if this is within your budget, I'd love to work with you. I realize this is an investment, but if not, there may be some other opportunities to have something like a landing page or other things out there that another company might be able to help you with. But I just want to make sure that what I'm working on meets your goals and that you're happy in the end. So this is my price. So ways to word those things will help them see the value. And this is the real value here in being a designer, but being able to develop your own website on a platform like EditorX. So we have the goals and discovery, the strategy, the wireframe and design. So if you were just in the design services here, you might have a budget of something like $8,000 or $9,000 that you can get for this client. But this client still has to have a budget for this development services. So for you to learn EditorX in this course and to go through this, that can be 2 or 3 times more, an extra $22,000 that you can charge for this. And again, when you help your clients understand the value, they're going to see this, and you can say you can get a website done for $10,000, but they're going to ask you, what images do you want, what text do you want, what pages do you want, but they're not going to ask you what goals you want and how we can plan a strategy to create success. It's just going to be more of, tell me what you want as a client and I'll build this. We're going to help build success. We're going to integrate SEO and on-page optimization, and this is going to be the best chance to work for you. So now let's come down to the terms and conditions. And in this section, I don't want to offer any legal advice. The legal advice that you need, you should consult with an attorney to make sure that you have the terms in your proposal that's going to cover you. It's different in every state and every country. So I'm going to show you what I use, but again, don't just resort to using this. Talk to an attorney and make sure that there are things that cover you. Now, the first thing you want to do, I like to keep things pretty simple, but again, let's just go ahead and replace this with the client's name. So I can copy this, and you'll notice it says client's company name here and after referred to as client. So that's a way that if you do have a find and replace, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that, but I'm going to just hit Command F or Control F, and I'll go ahead and replace that. So let's try that here, replace all. And so brain spin here and after referred to as client is engaging brain spin. So again, I'm proposing to myself. I'm pretty sure I'm going to say yes. So for your case, you're going to have your client and then you as the contractor. In my case, it's the same. So I am going to do a website for BrainSpin. Now when we jump into the work, it's going to talk about the client request web design services. So you explain that and say anything out of scope will be billed separately, and you add your rate here. Now as far as the billing dispute shall be brought to BrainSpin's attention before the invoice is paid. So that's one thing that you want to help them understand is as soon as you pay this invoice, you've agreed that you've signed off, and you want to have these phases of sign off so there's no disputes after that. So explain some of those things there. Add some cancellation terms. So what do you want to include as far as how they can cancel or if they can and what happens for cancellation. So for example, if you're 80% done and they cancel, what I say is we bill for 80% of the work. So we go ahead and prorate our time and say, here's the time that we've invested, so you owe us basically 80% of the cost of the overall cost, and then you can deliver those things. You can talk about content. There's content that your client's going to give you, so you're basically saying you're going to hold us harmless for that content that we're using, that you have legal rights to that or to use that. So things like that are really important. Some of the icons or company names that you have permission to use those things. And then representative, to say client agrees to provide a single point of contact to coordinate the communication from client to BrainSpin. So there's some terms there that are really helpful. And then we talk about copyright law, and again, understand this in your region where you're from. So while under development, BrainSpin owns all rights, and after it's paid for and delivered, you own the rights. And then there's things as far as custom development to say if we develop something for you, we still have rights to use this for other clients that we're using. So for example, payment gateways or e-commerce solutions, you might be building something that you can use throughout. So you want to make sure that that's understood what that agreement is. And then we have non-solicitation. So don't poach our employees if we're working for you. Client agrees not to hire or solicit the employment of BrainSpin employees, something like that. And then billing terms, governing law. And as we move down here now, here's the proposal acceptance. And you want to make sure, again, while you're there, just say, do these terms sound good to you? Is this something that we can help you with? If they do have words of concern or they show signs of not quite being ready, you can ask them some questions to help guide them on what would you need to be ready, what are some of the things that you're concerned with, and asking those questions and you can help them see where those values are and help them out a lot better, and maybe motivate them to sign while they're meeting with you. So here we have the proposal acceptance. As we scroll down now, we have the funding source, and this funding source is really important. One thing that I found is when we ask, can we get credit card information to process that first half payment, it's a lot easier to get that payment. They can offer a check too if you want. So this is something that I found a lot of success because I use QuickBooks for our payment gateway just to be able to process their credit card. Even though there is a 3% fee, to be able to have this easy and to make sure that they have that right away and that you're paid earlier, I find that value is very good to do that. But if you are concerned with the 3% fee, you can waive this section and just ask them to send you a check. So after that, we can move down, and I like to finish off with case studies. Again, If you don't have any case studies, you can delete these pages, that's fine. If you do have them, make sure that you describe it and help it stand out in a way that closely matches with their goals to say, here's the success we've created for these past clients, this is similar to what we can do for you. So for example, Dysgenics was a very fun company I worked with, and they have a really powerful pharmaceutical drug that really helps a lot of their patients. And so I explained the company and what we've done. So with a groundbreaking new therapy for chronic pain, we helped Dysgenics build a brand to secure funding, enter the market, and enroll patients in their new FDA-approved study. So you want to have a picture that kind of highlights or showcases what you've done. We've designed their website, we've designed their whole branding, their boxes and packages, and their credit card, and we've also done marketing campaigns to help with their clinical trials to bring people into the trials. And so that kind of showcases what you can do for them, and then just quickly highlight the services and impact. One thing that I found is even if your branding might be vanilla or boring, doesn't stand out that much, but you show that you've helped secure over $70 million in funding, that you've enrolled patients across 14 centers in 12 states, that's what's going to stand out to a business owner or representative a lot more than necessarily the pixels that you're going to showcase. So remember, if you meet a goal, whether something super flashy or engaging, you want to look at what meets the goal the best way. And different targets and different markets are going to want different styles. Sometimes boring is better, sometimes flashy and really exciting is better. So make sure that you showcase yourself in the image and how you explain it, and then offer services. So the services here were brand strategy and architecture, positioning, website development, 3D animation and video production, product design, marketing campaigns. What was the impact or the result of these services that I've offered? Helped secure over $70 million in funding, enrolled patients in 14 centers in 12 states. So something like that. Now we can move down to something like Real Anatomy. This was actually something that I helped develop for a book publisher. And so we can talk about building a virtual cadaver dissection lab and how we created this as a web application that we can use in mobile interfaces. And so we did product strategy and architecture, app design and development, testing, and the impact here. We offered access for thousands of students to elevate their understanding of anatomy. We offered exam and assessment features built into study for upcoming exams. So that's the impact. The last one here is a startup company. Again, what did you provide? What was the impact? And this is going to be something, again, that'll help them feel a lot more comfortable in engaging with you. All right, there was a lot that was covered in this course. The proposal is very important because this is your gateway into engaging with your services and this client to make sure that you can offer the design and the web development services in the best way. So it doesn't necessarily have to look like this or the layout or things like that, but if you can use the elements that I've shown here, no matter how you design your proposal, again, you look at it and say you want to make sure all of these elements are in here, your process, your scope, the cost, the terms, the proposal acceptance, everything that's a recipe for a successful proposal that they can look at and say, this team or this freelancer, this designer knows what he's doing and I have to engage with him to get this value. Otherwise, I'm going to find somebody that's just going to ask me, what do you want? What pages do you want? What images do you want? And I'll work with you on an hourly rate to get there. You're not going to find much success there, and they're going to be a lot better off with engaging for you if you understand this process. In this video, I want to showcase the website design in Adobe XD, and I want to walk through the process that I use when designing a website, from the wire flow to the low fidelity designs, right on up to the finished designs with the prototyping. So in this file, the best way that I like to start is first gathering the branding. And remember, we did this in the project brief to try to establish some branding. And this can be some simple branding here just to get started. But what are the brown colors? Get some logos. And then have an idea of the headings and the body type that you'd like to use, the fonts, the weights, and all of that. And this is going to help us have a great start in designing. The next step that I like to do is create a website flowchart, and you can actually do this using an Adobe XD plugin called a Whiteboard. There's some templates in there that already has wire flows that you can start with. So for example here, I like to lay out the core pages and then some of the elements that are going to exist in those pages, and this can serve as a checklist as we're designing and creating that content. So for example, the homepage, I know that I want to showcase the services, our featured work, featured clients, testimonials, and so we can just come in here and create new content. So for example, we'll do a contact CTA. And then for our work in the portfolio pages, we want to show the project highlights, the featured image, the services, project summary, gallery, the challenge, the solution, and the results. So this kind of is a great checklist for me as I'm working through the design. And it's also a great way to get sign off from the clients as you're going through the strategy session and you present this to them. It's very quick for them to say, I want to change this or I don't want this, without you spending too much time in the design that they may not want. So as soon as you're done with this phase of it, you want to get sign off, make sure that this is going to be the scope. And as soon as you have this signed off, then I work towards a low fidelity design. And this design, it's not an accurate layout, but it's the structure and the hierarchy of where we want our content. So for example, this is our home page, and I know I want to showcase what we do. And you'll notice in looking at parts of the design, it's not exactly the same as far as the spacing or the size or different things, but it just shows you sort of where things are going to live. And we can go into the featured work where we showcase our featured work. We work with amazing companies. And in this part of the design, I don't like to use the exact font or the colors or the images, because if you do, your clients are going to give you feedback on those things before you're ready, and it's going to slow down the overall progress. So I want in this phase for them to nail down the type of content that we're going to use in the structure. So for example, we have some lorem ipsum text right here. This is some text that it doesn't mean anything, it's just a placeholder, and the clients know that when they see that. And so in this phase, you can work with the clients or their copy team. We need the copy for these areas, and in this phase we can get that and add those to this low fidelity design. Let's move on over here to show our work. We can come over and show what the portfolio page would look like. So I do have Acme right here, client title and mission statement. It's just really nice to, at this point, make these changes before we jump into the actual layout, so we know the contents and elements that we're designing for. So moving on here, we have our development pages, we have the marketing pages. And now if you're looking for a great plugin to use to have low fidelity compositions like this, you can use a plugin called Quick Mockup. This plugin is really great because it gives you these sections and the text and these elements to just slap on and just focus on the content before you drill into the design. Now, as soon as you have sign off on the structure and the content itself, now's the time to add some dazzle to your pixels. If we move right along down here, we can go to the higher fidelity design. And when you design now, you'll notice in the low fidelity, I didn't design for any mobile. And that's because, like I said, the design doesn't necessarily matter. Right here is where the design is going to matter, the fonts, the colors, and everything. And so every time I design a desktop website first, I'm going to place a mobile web page directly to the side of it, and I'll design this side by side. So we can scroll down here, we can see what we do, our featured work, and we can see the colors and the character styles and the components that we're using to really elevate our design. And this is something that's really going to delight your clients. So you can actually send them a link to this prototype to review it, to make sure the colors are good. And at this point, when they come through and want to change the content here, you can tell them that's an increase in scope because we did get sign off there. So if we're going to change anything now, and you really have to be careful because you want to balance being respectful and making sure that you have a good relationship with your client, but also them not having too much scope creep to say, can you change this, and this. And so I would say if you're starting to see that they'll have a habit of something like that, you can just let them know. We did get content sign off, so anything that we change from this point, we're going to have to bill hourly for. So if you're okay with that, I would love to do that. But right here, you can see we have a breakdown of what things look like. For example, 6 columns here for our clients for desktop, and then 2 columns for mobile, just to make it better and responsive that way. So let's go through, and we can also see what this looks like in a prototype. So if we click on the artboard here and then we click play, we can preview what everything looks like. We can scroll through that. We can click on digital marketing, see what that looks like. And it's really great way, like I said, just to preview everything and send your client this high fidelity design. Alright, so in this video we talked about a few elements, how to create a flowchart to show your hierarchy of your pages and what elements are going to exist in each page, and then moving on to the low fidelity design so that you can get your content in there, and then right on off to the high fidelity design. And through this phase, if you do it this way, it's going to make your relationship between you and your client a lot better. And this is where, once they sign this entire thing off, you can really hit the ground running in Editor X, building your website, knowing that they've signed off on this design. And also in Editor X, one thing that I find is we can still change bits of the design if you find opportunity to make it better based on what Editor X has to offer. And sometimes I still do that. It's nice being the designer and the developer building this to make those design choices and then ask your client, would you like this new change that I've suggested? So remember those phases, and then remember design desktop first and then mobile, and then we'll jump into Editor X and we'll create all of this where it comes to life. Okay, we're going to get started setting up our account and creating our first website in Editor X. So to get started, we want to visit editorx.com, and we'll find a big blue Start Now button on the top right. So if you already have an account, go ahead and log in here, or if you want to sign up, click this sign up button right here and just add your information. And I already have an account, but I'm going to go ahead and sign up and create a brand new one just so I can follow along with you for those of you who are just starting. So we're going to get a little pop-up here asking how we discovered Wix. I'll go ahead and click Other. And in the next step, we'll go ahead and describe what we do and where we work. And we'll go ahead and click Started. This will just give us some better suggestions for templates. And now we're presented with the Start screen, and this is where we're going to be starting our website with the blank canvas. But I encourage you to explore these other templates because it might give you some design inspiration and show you how some features work within Editor X that we may want to use within our own website. So to do that, we can scroll down to any template that we like. For example, this gaming startup template. And we can click View, which will open up a new browser tab. This is where we can scroll around, just see how parallax scrolling works, how we can embed videos and graphics. And so this just opens up our eyes to what's possible with Editor X. And if you ever want to reverse engineer how some of these features work, or even copy and paste it from this template to your website, you can always click Edit Template here, which will jump into those properties that you can see how those things work. Now, as soon as you're done exploring, let's go ahead and close this tab here in our browser, and we'll jump right back into the Start screen. And like I said, we're going to start from scratch, so we'll click this Edit button right here. And we're presented with our blank website starting. And I want to actually change the width of this website here for the desktop. I'm going to change that to 1300. It just gives me a little bit better view of the edges of my design as I open up things like the inspector panel or the add elements. It's not going to change the overall design because we do have 3 breakpoints: desktop, tablet, and mobile. It just kind of narrows the desktop view for me to make that better to manage these other panels. So I encourage you to do the same thing. And also, if you are working with other team members you'd like to collaborate with, we can invite them in the menu bar by clicking this invite link right here and add their email addresses. This is where you can work on the same website in real time with each other and even offer feedback and comments back and forth as you're working together. So go ahead and do that if you have other team members. If not, we'll go ahead and close out of this. And the last step that we want is just to add some basic website information. So we can do that by going to our menu bar. We can click Site, go down clear to the bottom, we'll click Manage Site and General Info. Now we can apply settings like our business information, our website settings, and things like that. So in the General Info section, we'll click on Website Settings, and this is where we want to give our site a name, and in my case it's going to be Brainspin. And if we scroll down, we have a site address URL. And don't worry if you don't have a custom primary domain like brainspin.com yet. You can build this with a temporary domain, and I encourage you to do that so you can share with other colleagues and get some feedback on how it works. And then you can plug in your custom domain later, which we'll talk about later on as we finish our website. So in this case, we want to have just this temporary website here, and I'll just add brain spin to the end path here. Now if we scroll down later on, we can add a favicon and some other things there. So we'll go ahead and click save, and we've just started our first website. We can jump back into the website by clicking home, and then at the top right we can click edit site, and we're ready to get started applying our styles. In this video we're going to apply our site styles, so this will be our color and typography and page transitions, and this will be nice as we start to add elements. It'll already adopt some of these styles for us. So we can go into the top bar here and open up the Site Styles panel. This is where we have our typography, our colors, and page transition. But for right now, I like to start off with the colors. We have some basic background and text colors, some action colors, and additional colors that we can access as we're adding our elements. So to start things off the right way, let's open up our previous design that we have in our XD template. And this is something that we basically want to convert all of this information into Editor X to use. So for the colors, for example, we have our hex values here. So when we copy these, I'm only going to copy the number and not the hashtag at the very beginning. And then we can jump right back into Editor X. And if I want to change my action color, so this will be our primary action color, we can go in here and just paste that in here. And now we have different ranges that we can use, so that's very handy to have. Let's go ahead and click apply, and let's jump back and see if there are more colors that we want to use. For example, this one here. These colors are more of the background and foreground and text colors, so this isn't quite black, it's just a little bit darker shade of gray. So I'll go ahead and copy this code here. We can come back in here, and we can either edit the color range here and click apply, or we can go in and edit each color to match exactly what we want. So in this case, I want to make sure it's exactly 252525, which it is, so that's really great, and I'll click apply here. Same thing here, so I want the very beginning to be pure white, because we're going to use mainly a white and a darker background here. And then maybe this shade of gray right here, if we come back, we can find this ED shade. So we'll copy that, we'll bring that in here and just make sure that that's the exact shade that we want. So just go in here and change all of the colors based on what you're going to be using in your design. And as we move on with our website, we can also change additional colors. If we have some different shades of blue or other shades we want to use for secondary colors, we can do that later. Now let's jump into the typography. So let's talk about the typography for a little bit. We want to start with a basic style for each of these headings. So heading 1 is always going to be the most important text on the page, and then we have heading 2 and 3 and 4 for some of the other sub-content and how we break out the sections. But whatever we choose here, we don't have to stick with in our design. So this is more of a base level of what that heading 1 looks like. A heading 1 could actually be smaller than a heading 2 or larger than most heading 1s, but it can still be displayed for SEO purposes as the most important text. So keep that in mind as we apply these styles. We are going to start with the largest text and work our way down, but sometimes we may shrink this text for different design purposes, but it may still have the most important weight in your design. So in this case here, let's go ahead and click edit on the first heading. And if we jump into our XD document here, we can access the font information here by just clicking on our first heading 1. We can see it's Montserrat 84 extra bold, and we have some other properties here that we can use, and we notice that it's all caps as well. So let's jump back into Editor X, and let's just change this now. So we'll change this to Montserrat, and then we can reduce this to 84, and we can make it bold. Now the last thing to do here is click apply, and we're going to do the same thing in all these headings. And lastly, we have different paragraphs and paragraph sizing. So in this case, we can select paragraph 1, and we can make this, if we jump into XD, we can see the main paragraph here is 24, so we can change that to 24 here. And this is also going to be Montserrat, so we can change that. We're not going to have it bold this time. And I'm actually going to set the paragraph 2 at 20 for the font size. We'll change this to Montserrat. And click apply, and the last one here is paragraph 3, which we'll do 16. We'll change that to Montserrat. And now we're done creating all of our typography and colors for the style guide. And the main reason we want to do that again is if we close this panel and we start to add elements now, as we go to our compositions or our layout tools, it's going to use that text in all of the headings exactly how we styled them. So now I can click and drag different elements here, and we're going to see when we click on this header, for example, and go into the edit text, we see that it is in fact Montserrat. It's the heading 2. It has a little asterisk here, so it's saying that it's adopting that heading standard, but again, it's going to have scalable text, so it might not be exactly that font size. It's going to be a range of these two. So you can override those things based on where you're applying those things, and that's really important to consider. But this gives you a really great head start to be off on the right foot. Now, as far as the colors go as well, I can again add elements here, and you'll see the different compositions here, this start button, different elements here. It's going to adopt those styles. So really you could get started with just applying site styles and using these components right out of the box to build your website in a matter of hours instead of weeks. Now, these aren't elements that we're going to be using in our design, so I'm going to click on this section here. We'll just go ahead and click delete. We'll do the same thing for this section, click delete. And the last thing as far as applying styles is we do want to upload our own logo here into the header. So we can just select this container that's vector art, and in the quick action menu we can click on change vector art, and you'll find the Brainspin logo in our exercise files. So we can go ahead and click upload media and upload from computer. Now in this case we're going to have a darker navigation, so we want our light logo here that has white text, so it's invisible right now on a white background, but we want to import this one to use in our navigation, so we'll click open. And now to apply this one, we're going to select this here in our media window, and we'll click add to page. Now we have our Brainspin logo, and just so we can see it a little bit more clearly, I'm going to click on the header. We're going to jump into our design, and let's just change the background here to be darker. Now it is darker, but we have to change the opacity to 100%, and that's exactly how I want it to look. Let's change the size here of this vector art, so we can go into the layout properties, and we'll set this to have a width of 160, and this is exactly how I want our navigation to start looking. So that's applying the site styles to your website. Alright, so in the previous video then we established our styles, and we can find those in the styles drawer here, and this is going to make it a lot easier to design each page. And so now we're going to start off designing the web pages, and we're going to do that. If we open up the pages drawer here, we're going to do that starting with the home page. And the first thing we want to do in the home page is to design our header and our footer. So you'll notice that we have a default header and a default footer, and if I hover over the header or footer, you'll see that it's highlighting green, and that's showing me that it's a master of the website. So you can see this little icon right here showing me this is a master, which means if I change it once, I can apply it on all the web pages on my site, and if I ever make one change, I can change it one place and it's going to reflect everywhere. So to see where the masters live, if I click on this masters drawer right here, I can see that we do have by default the header and the footer, and we can actually add more sections to be masters if we're going to use them in multiple pages. But for right now, let's just jump into the header. So to edit the header, all we have to do is treat it like any other section. As we click inside of this section, let's just open up the layers panel just so we can see what we're working with here. And we have a few different elements. So we're going to change up the logo, we're going to change the style of the header, and also the menu. So what we can do here first of all is, since we have our properties panel open, we can go into the design tab and just change this color to be black. And this is not quite black here, so I'm just going to choose black color right here, and then we can change the logo. So to change the logo, all we have to do is click change vector art right here, and we can choose any media that we have, or you can find the Brainspin logo from your exercise files. And once you have that, there's a white on black or a color on black version and a color on light version. So this is going to be the Brainspin logo light SVG. So I can take this one, and if you want to upload a logo, you can just choose upload media right here. But if you do have it here in your site files, we can click add to page. So that's added to the page. Obviously we can change, resize that, but I'm just going to hit undo. I think I like the way that that looks right now. Then the last thing here is we do have a menu, and if we click plus right here, we have a few other menu options. So we can go under menu and search, and we can get started with an already styled black version. This one might look good, but there might be some things as far as drop downs that might be styled differently, and just to save me time not having to change that up, I can delete this here. First of all, I just want to check to see that this is 45%, 45 pixels high, and it's docked 60 pixels. So I can delete that, and I can drag this one inside. And as I do that, I can dock this the same 60 pixels. And there we go. Now, as far as the menu goes, I want to click on the Design tab once more and just make sure that the background here is actually black. And I don't mind if the submenu is just a little bit off black, so that's going to be great here. We'll just start with this. There's a few other design changes that we can make right here, but this is a good start. Now you'll see that I only have home, so if I click Manage Menu right here, the only menu that I have, if I click Add New Item, I can add a link, but if I click Side Pages here, we don't have any other site pages. So the first thing we can do is just hit Cancel, and let's jump into our Pages panel, and we can just start to add some blank pages. So for now, we'll just click the Add New Page, and we're just going to use some of the static pages here. So we'll talk about dynamic pages later. As soon as I click Add here, I can just change the name of this page. I'll have one for work. I'll create another one for design and development, and one for digital marketing. We're going to create an About Us, so we'll do About. And the last two is going to be blog and contact. And some of this is going to be a content management system, so it might look different as we go along this course, but for right now, I'm just going to add some static pages, and we can swap them out as needed. So the last one, I'm going to do contact. So after we have all of these pages, we can go back into our menu here, click Manage Menu, and click Add New Item. This is where we're going to see our site pages now, and we can click and add every single one that we want. And notice here, there's design and development and digital marketing that needs to be in the services menu. So when I click apply here, they're all going to show up here, but I can add a new item that's just a sub-menu title. So this is where I can add services. And here I'm going to drag services right up here. And we can just nudge this over here to the right. And so now we have, it shows more right here, but if I just go like this, we're going to see everything that we need to. So it's really nice that they can have that more menu there just in case it's contracted too much. But then we can go into the layout itself, go into the width, and we can set some widths this way, so percentage or viewport width or things like that. So as far as the width goes here, I might want to keep this fixed, and let's just move this over until everything shows. And I think that looks pretty good. So the last thing I want to do is make this all caps, and so I do need to go in here and just change all this to be caps. So I'll do that. And then just stretch this to still fit everything while it's in caps. So that looks good right there. So now that this looks good on the desktop, we want to see what this looks like on the tablet. So we can switch to the tablet view, and you can see that maybe it doesn't fit everything, but you can also see we do have a hamburger menu here on tablet. So if we open up our layers panel, the way that this works right here is if we right click inside of here, we can choose don't display or display. So for example, on the desktop, we have this hamburger menu and it's set to not display. So we can toggle this menu not to display and swap that out. So we're gonna go into tablet here. We can click on this menu here, and let's just right click and don't display. And then we do have this hamburger menu that's handy. So let's go ahead and click on this menu. And I like this to be just white, like so. And at any point we can click this preview button. And let's just go ahead and preview what that looks like. So that looks really good. We have the services that drop down for design and development and digital marketing. So that's all looking really good here. And if we go back to edit site, we can continue where we left off. Let's just go to the mobile now, and you notice how that menu is also not in mobile. Whatever you design is going to design from the desktop down or the tablet down. So if you design anything in the tablet, you won't find it on the desktop. You'll find it on the tablet in any smaller sizes. So that's really nice to design for the desktop first and then go down to set some responsive design for the others. And we'll talk more about that later, but I like to set this 1200 pixel width as we're designing here just to see how everything looks. Okay, and next we want to design our footer. So we can click on the footer. Let's just start by giving it this blue background here, and we can remove this text or use it for something else. So if we used it for something else, I'm just going to jump into the text itself. And let's make that white. And then we can use that for something else. So in this section now, when we click on the section, we can click Apply Grid here in the quick menu. And this is where we can set different layouts. I could do a 1x2, but I want it to be a little bit more than that. So if we chose Other right here, we can say we just want 1 column and 3 rows. All right, that's looking good. And then we can click Change Grid Layout, and we can go into Advanced mode. This is where we can change some of the sizes. So let's say that I want the min size here to be 120 pixels here at the bottom. That looks looking good. This one here in the middle, I want to be, let's say, 80 pixels. And then this top one, let's do the same 120 pixels here. And max, I like max content, so if the content ever makes it grow, that should be fine. So we'll go ahead and click Done here. I want to drag this text down here towards the bottom. And all this is going to say is copyright 2022, and then by Brainspin. Now we can remove created by Editor X right here, and let's just go ahead and resize this now. Now another thing we may want to do is just add a logo, so maybe copyright 2022 and then just add the Brainspin logo. So if we wanted to do that, again, we can just click plus. We can add these elements here. So if I choose Quick Add and Shape, because it's an SVG, we can change this shape into the site files. We can grab our Brainspin logo and add that to the page. And let's just bring this down here and just resize that, just like that. So we can take this now, and let's just go ahead and just double click in this text and just do copyright 2022 this way. And we're gonna go ahead and resize this. We're gonna bring this about right here. And we can place both of these in a container. So if we have both of them selected, we can click Place in Container. So that container, we can come in here and say, we want this to be a fixed static width right here and just be centered vertically and horizontally. And then let's go ahead and stretch and see that all looks good so far. Let's go back to 1200 pixels. And now we want to add some lines here at the top and the bottom right here of these grids. And we can go over here into the Add Elements. We can add a new line in here. And if we bring this down into this section, we can just bring that right above this dashed line so it sits in this row. And I can set this just to be 100%. And then let's dock this to the very bottom of that row right here. And let's just change some of the styling. So here I like that it's solid. I'm going to give it just 1 pixel here. And I can just make it white. And if I made it white, let's just change the opacity to maybe be 15%. And if I click away, I think that's good. Now notice that it's hitting the edges of the page, and we want to give this the same margin, the same space here as the navigation. So what we can do, we can change that in the elements themselves, or if we select the section, we can go over here into the Layout tab, and as we come down here, we can change this padding to say nothing's going to extend more than 60 pixels here and 60 pixels here. So now even though that's 100%, it's 100% of this container with those paddings factored in. Now, just a simple copy and paste shortcut, and let's bring this down to the very last row right here and pin it to the top, and we have everything looking really sharp. we want another menu style down here. So we can again go into plus and menu, and we can start with one of these. So if I drag this in, for example, let's just bring it here, and then let's just style that the way that we want. So it has this black background. We can come in here and we can just remove the background altogether and it'll just bleed in and show the background here. So that's okay too. And then let's go ahead and just add so that this shows everything here. And that looks really good. And if we go into the layout menu, make sure that it's fixed, and we can do 640, a nice even 640. And it is docked here to the left. And let's just make sure that it's centered here vertically. And if we want to preview everything, just always feel free to hit preview. We can preview everything as far as we see that the services still needs to be all caps, so we can change that. So we can see that that's looking really good. Let's go back to edit site, make that quick fix. And the reason I missed that is because it's not here in the main pages. I'd actually have to go into here to manage menu, and we can see that here. So I'll just double click on that, call this services, and everything's looking really good. Now, if we want a privacy policy in terms of use, we can set another menu that has that, but for simple text, I'm just gonna come over here and we can just quick add a title right here. And we don't actually want it to be a title, so if we click edit text right here, let's just make it a simple paragraph 3, so a little bit smaller, and we'll change that text to, instead of being white, we can have it be more of a light gray. It's just a secondary menu here. And then we can call this privacy policy. And let's set that here. Go ahead and copy and paste. I'm just going to bring that over here and we'll call this terms of use. Okay, and then lastly, I wouldn't mind this even being smaller, so I'm just going to bump this down to 12 pixels here. Let's go ahead and do that so it takes second stage to the other menu items. And then again, if you want things to belong together and kind of respond together, we're going to hold down Shift and select both of these and place them in a container. And I don't mind right now here just having fixed sizing. And then we can make this 200, for example. And then let's just make sure it's centered vertically and that it's docked here to the left. So the last thing we need to do in our footer is just have follow us and then some social links here. So let's go ahead and try to do that. First thing is I can borrow some text here. So I'm just going to copy this text, go back into the footer and just paste it here. And I can borrow this. So I'll just have this say follow us. And that can be fixed here, and let's dock this to the right. All right, and then we want to add some social icons here. So this is something that you can export these SVGs from XD, from your design, and then just go into add element and quick add a shape. So this is where we can change the basic shape, and we can go into upload media and just find this on our computer. So here in the exercise files, I have these 3 icons here, so I can click open. We'll add those all into our media. And let's go ahead and add these one by one. So add to page. And before we duplicate this, we're just going to bring this inside of here and shape it the way that we want to shape it. So this needs to be 30 pixels. So we'll go into fixed size right here. We'll change this to 30 pixels. And we'll change this to 30 pixels as well. So that's going to fit beautifully. We'll bring this over here and we'll do a copy and paste shortcut. Bring this right next to it. We'll change that to be LinkedIn. And we'll do one more copy and paste and we'll change this vector art to be Twitter. Now, how do we add these links? We'll talk more in detail about that later, but we can just click this link option right here and add whether it's links to an internal page, a web address, or things like that. So we will be linking things up later. You can do it right now. I like to just throw the design and then get to linking everything a little bit later on. So now the next thing I want to do is just hold down Shift, And we'll select all 4 of these items here to place them all in a container. And this container itself, I want this to stay docked right to the right to be centered. So that looks really good. And then I just want to make sure that these are displayed evenly here. So again, I can hold down Shift and select just these 3 elements right here, place these in a container. And then as I do that, toggle this on to fixed and go in here and actually distribute these evenly. So I'll just set that even distribution, and then this follow us right here. Maybe I want this to be docked to the right. And we'll do something like that. So that's looking really good. I think we've gotten pretty close to how we want things. And then just again, let's just try this out a little bit so we can see that something is a little bit broken down here. So that's why we like to stretch things, just to see what happens. So if I go back into the container here, we can see the first thing is it is set to fluid. So I'll set that back to fixed right here, and that's going to solve our problem. Everything looks really good. And the beauty of designing in a tool like this, being the designer and the developer, is you can make changes. For example, maybe I want this to be centered right here. That might look better just to have it centered like that. So I can change my mind at any point. Everything looks good. And then again, let's jump to the tablet view. Even in the tablet view, I think this looks really good here. Go ahead and click on mobile here. And for this menu itself, we can right click and don't display. We don't want that to display on mobile because we're going to have the hamburger menu up here that can drop things down. And then we're going to take the social container here. And I like to leave the layers panel open just to show this folder that we selected the right folder. And let's go ahead and move this. We can click on the top row just to move that over to the top row and center this. So that looks really good. And then the privacy policy in terms of use, we can select that and center that. Let's go back to tablet, make sure everything looks good here, everything looks good on the desktop. That's looking really good, and that's how you would add that mobile footer, desktop footer, and also the navigation or the header for the desktop and mobile. Okay, now that we've designed our header and footer, it's time to design the rest of the home page. And we can see here that we already have a blank section if we hover over this section here. And we can get started adding elements. So if we click Add Element, it's the same as opening up the Add Elements drawer. And we can actually drag and drop full compositions that we can control any way that we want. And this is really nice to get a head start into our design using something like this. But for the sake of the tutorial, I'm going to go into Quick Add, and we'll add just these individual elements to show you how you can make use of stacking and padding and things like that. But for right now, actually, before I add elements, if you select the section itself, we can open up the inspector and go into the Design tab, and this is where we can start to add different colors and media. So for example here, I want to just add a nice office team setting here. So if I click Add Image or Video, we can take advantage of free media from Wix. So I can search right here, Office Team, which I've already done, and just find a good image. One thing that I like to do as I'm starting to develop these is, even if I have client images that will be given to me, I like to use these as placeholders before I get the images, just to use as placeholders so you can kind of see how everything's going to work, and you can easily swap those out with custom images later. But for right now, I'm just going to use this office scene setting right here. We'll click Change Background. And in this case here, we can set a focal point. So sometimes there's parallax scrolling or things like that. So you say, I for sure want this to stay in the center right here. So you can set that focal point here. And then also a color. So this color, I want to be just black. And we can see that it's 100% opacity. Now the opacity of this image, we can turn this down to 50%. And that'll just make it a little bit darker to give better contrast for the text that we're going to add over this. And then as far as fitting options, I think scale to fill is going to be good. So we have that all going for us. We can close our inspector if we don't need it right now. And now let's just start to add a few elements. So I'm going to just drag in a title here. And first thing I want to do is style this title. So I might want this to be a heading 1. And that looks like a good size. And I want this to be center aligned. And let's start off making this white. And so I want this to be in all caps. I'm going to say development and marketing. Now, and marketing, I want to highlight this and actually make the color of this red color. And now I want to just resize all this text. So I'm going to go into the inspector right here. It says 38% right now. I'll try 60% and maybe even 70%, something like that. I'll center this for now. So I'm going to center it vertically and horizontally. And then I can just hit copy and paste because I'm going to use this text somewhere else. And I want to edit the text, and in this case, it's going to say the development team you've been looking for. So here I want this to be 24 pixels, something like that, and we'll just do THE. We'll position this right here, and then another copy and paste. We're going to bring this here, and we're just going to say you've been looking for. Now that we have this all together, you'll notice that this text is pinned to the top, this is pinned to the center, and this is pinned to the bottom. Really great for static websites, but when we do something like that, it's going to look broken. So there's a magic trick that we can take advantage of. I'm going to go back to 1200 pixels, and if you select the development and you've been looking for all this at once, we have a new button here called stacking, and that stacking is going to, in the layout panel, is going to give us some spacing options here. So if I say I want everything to be spaced 24 pixels, for example, now I can pin this whole element to the center, just like that. Maybe here we'll make this 80%, and that way, as I scale this down, it looks good until we hit that mobile view. And we'll talk about responsive design. So if we go into the mobile view here, how we can change the content after that. But for now, we're going to stick to the desktop view at 1200 pixels, and then we'll go through and make it responsive at the end. The last thing I want to do here is have a little arrow right here that says begin the journey. So let's just add a few more elements right here. I'll just choose shape, and there's some great shapes. If we choose change basic shape, we can look for arrow, for example. And let's just look and see if we can find a good looking arrow. If it's something like this, that might look good. So we can just take that, add it to the page. We can add a little bit of rotation here. And the nice thing about shapes is we can go into the design tab right here and actually change the color. So I want this to just be white. I'm going to go back into the layout here, and let's just make this, instead of a percentage, let's make this pixel based so it stays static at, let's try 80, 40 pixels, something like that. And let's move this down here. Now as we do this, we can select the section itself, and you'll notice the min height is 500 pixels. We're going to change that to 600. Just to give us a little bit more space. And even though this stack is pinned here to the center, we want to just move it up a little bit from the center just to give more space for the content below, so that we can have this shape that's docked to the bottom. So if you ever want to know the position of where it's docked, it's going to be right here in the inspector, but I can also just hit right here, dock this to the bottom, and then from there say I want it to be 80 pixels from the bottom, for example, or 40. So that's how you would change that. And then I'm going to borrow this text, so I'll copy this, I'll go back out into the section and paste it in here. And this, actually, we want to change the text here to be maybe just 16 pixels. And it's, instead of a heading, let's try just the paragraph 3 right here, and then we may need to come in here and just change this back to white. And I'll just say, begin the journey. Okay, and maybe just do a little bit more docking here. And the nice thing about stacking is it doesn't just have to be text, so let's just resize this a little bit more. And if you want this to always just stay together, we can take both of these and stack these together and say I want this to be 24 pixels, for example, and all centered. So now that looks really good again. I think this is a nice start for what we want, and then we can continue adding multiple sections. Now continuing on below, I'm going to add a what we do section here. And there's a few options for adding a brand new section. You can choose to add a blank section, which is where this hero started out, or a grid section if you want to contain things in different areas of the grid, or a layouter, which will push some of the content. As you add more content, it'll lay it out automatically. So in this case, we can just add a grid. It's going to ask us what grid we want. I'll start with a 2x2. So with a 2x2, we can choose what elements we want to span across different columns or take up all the grids. So I'll kind of show you how that looks. First of all, if you want more fine-tuned control over the grids, you can click and drag to set the position of things like that. I'm going to hit undo. Or you can change the grid layout, go to advanced mode, and you can set some min, max heights and things like that. So, and also add some gaps. So maybe while we're here, actually, I do want to add, let's say, a 40 pixel gap right here. And I probably do want a 40 pixel gap here as well. So that's going to look really good. And as far as the min right here, we could say min content. And so we're going to slap some content in here, and it's going to look really good. So I'll show you what that looks like. Maybe for right now, since there isn't content in there, I'm going to go back into, let's say pixels, and we'll just say min is 300 for now. And then I'll show you how you would do that later. So I'll click done. So now when we go to add element, we can drag in a title here. And we want to go into edit the text, and I want to just change this. It says heading 2, but there's an asterisk there. So I know that's not really a heading 2. There's some overriding text here. So I'm going to choose reset changes, and that's a real heading 2. So if I hover over there, there won't be that asterisk anymore. So that's where I want to start, and I'll have this be centered, and I'm just going to make this all caps, and I'm going to say what we do. And the we do, I want to be red. So I'm going to change that here. And let's go ahead and set this in the inspector panel. We'll set this to be 60% for right now. And we'll dock this to the center. But notice when I dock this to the middle, so align vertically, it's going to dock it in this row right here. So you'll notice it's spanning these two columns in this row. And so it's kind of fitting into the context of where it lives rather than the entire section. This is really great for layouts. In fact, I may even want to just dock this to the bottom after we're done. But we'll go ahead and copy and paste some text over here. And this time when I edit the text, I want this to be just a simple paragraph 1. And so here I can just say, choose your path. And I actually want this to be italicized, something like that. And you'll notice it is docked to the bottom right here. I can dock it immediately to the bottom and centered. And this one here, as I bring this down, I'll hold down shift and stack both of these together, and now both of these will be docked to the bottom, and I'll just say 24 pixels between them and just double check that it's docked and stacked the way that I want. So that's really nice, and this is where I can go into the section here, choose change grid layout. If I go into advanced mode, I'm going to now do min content. So here I can do min content. And so now you say, well, what if I want this to have more spacing here? I like to set that spacing in the section itself. So as I select this section here and open up the inspector panel, I can come down here and just say, I know that I want to give this 160 pixels here at the bottom and 160 pixels here at the top. So that's what that can look like, and then everything else can stay centered here and centered here. So that's looking really good so far. And I might even narrow the spacing here. So I'm just going to change this to 8. That looks okay. And now I want to add some graphics here. So in Adobe XD, one thing that's nice about graphics like these is it's royalty free. So there is a plugin that you can get called Undraw. And you can actually go to the website Undraw, but you can search for different things, add the style and the colors, and this is all royalty free. So these are vector graphics that you can use within XD. And so one thing that I've done is taken that, styled it with the colors that I want for Brainspin, and I can go into File and Export here and export these and send them into my website. So in this case, I actually have them in the exercise files. So when I do click Add Element right here, instead of adding an image, this is going to be a shape. It's a vector graphic. So when I click shape right here and change basic shape, I can upload that media from my exercise files. So this is where it's going to live, and just drag and drop that. So you can actually download both of them together, so we can click open and it's going to bring them into our media. And then as soon as that's done, you have to choose one at a time. So I'm going to first take the software development here, and we'll choose add to page, and we can bring that over here. And before I bring it over here, I actually want to lay it out in this grid first. So I know that I want, for example, the width here. I just want the width to maybe be, let's say 300, and then the height's going to be auto. So that's a good width that we can start off and just center align everything. And then we can drag and drop some text from here. So I'm going to drop this in here, and we'll bring this down here. Something like so. I'm going to go in to edit the text, and this is where I'm going to change this to maybe be heading 6, for example. We'll center this, and I'll just choose software development. And that's actually still a little bit large, so I'll classify this as a heading 6, and let's reset the settings to make sure everything looks good. And so it can still be classified as a heading 6 tag. If you want some of those SEO values for the headers, you can still keep this at H6, but then you can still change the font size to something like 16, for example, might look a little bit better. And so here, I might want the width to be 100%, and again, that's going to be 100% of this grid. And you'll notice now the grid right here, this is kind of sitting below that grid. So what I can do is first I'll hold down shift and I'll select both of these and stack them like I've done before, and that's going to fit that into the content. And we'll set 16 pixels here. So we can do it that way, and then you'll notice that it says it's sitting on these two rows. If I just click one of them here, I can select the left one and choose 100%, and that looks really good. And then I can copy and paste this entire layout that I've done, and I could drag it into this cell, but another magic trick is just selecting this cell right here, and it'll bring it into that cell. So from there, again, 100. We're going to center this in the grid, and that looks really good. What we do, choose your path, and we'll link these and add some interaction to make it really fun a little bit later. Moving on down the list, we have featured work, and this is where we're going to use a CMS feature, content management system, to add our featured work, where we can add images and the context of each project, which will populate in this grid. But for now, let's just add a section, and I'll show you how to link those up in a later video. So we'll click add section here. We could do a similar thing, let's say a grid. With this grid, maybe we want it to be 1 and 2, so we want the title to be on the top grid section, and the bottom we want to have a repeater. So now we can go and drag in some of this content. The first thing I want to do actually is design the background to be this darker blue color, something like that. And this is the advantage of using the styles. So we set those styles earlier in a video, so I don't have to play with hex colors and values. They're all there in my theme colors, which is really, really, really nice. So now I can come back in here. I like to take some of the text I've already styled, click on the section that I'm using it, and just paste it inside of there. And that way I can just change as little as possible. So here, it's going to say featured work. So I can first come in here and say I want to make this white, and let's just change this to say featured work. I might want work to be red actually, so I'm going to come over here, make this red. That looks good, and we'll go ahead and center this. We're going to click on the section, and in the section again we'll go into the layout panel, and we'll just choose 160 pixels here, 160 pixels here, and now we'll fit this grid to the content. So here in this size right here, we'll just say min content. That just butts it right up against there, looks really good. And we want to add a little bit of a spacing here, so we'll just try 40 pixels for now. And actually that's not the one that I wanted to change it on, so let's go into this vertical gap right here, 40 pixels there, and we'll hit done. And now below this we want to add a repeater to show our featured work. So we can go into add element here, and again, to show off what a repeater is, we can go into layout tools right here, and if we choose repeaters, you can see how it's used. You basically design one grid and it'll repeat in multiple squares or list items, so it's really nice to reuse the design that you have in a grid style. for testimonials or featured courses or featured work, things like that. So again, I'm actually going to go to quick add and just add a simple repeater, and I'll show you how to place those elements all together. So the first thing I want to do is just click on this stretch to stretch this across this one row. And I actually don't want this to sit along the edges here, so you can select the section itself. I'm just going to add that 60 pixels here, the padding, to the left and right. And now we have just a little bit more space. And if I go back into the repeater, I can select repeater. So this gives you a breadcrumb trail of showing I have the item selected. I can go to the repeater or the section very quickly. So that's really nice if you don't have your layers panel open to select that. You can kind of jump back or up in the hierarchy. And I can choose add item, add item, add item. And now we have 6 items to work with. That's really good. And we can display this in multiple forms. So if you want just a simple list view or a slider to slide left and right or grid cells, we can do that. But I'm going to stick with cards here. And let's just start to add our elements that later will link this up into a database where it populates using data. But we're going to just set things to be static for right now. So I can go into add an image. So I'll do that here. And think of an item here like a container. So as we come in here, we're going to hit this stretch, and it's going to stretch across all of them. We'll link these up later, but if you did want to just have a static repeater here that you want to change the image, you could do that here. So if I just search for tech, for example, I can find some free tech images and just place that in. So you can see how very quickly you can change that. Even though I change the size, the position, it'll change everywhere still, which is really nice. But that's how you can have that overriding content. So we'll keep that stretched out. The next elements that we want here is we want a little logo here in the bottom right. So we have these in the exercise files. You can find them here. So let's start to add some logos. Again, these logos are going to be PNGs or images, so we can just add a new image to start out with. So I'll just choose new image here. We'll drag and drop this, and we'll just scale it like so. And let's just drag in one of the logos for right now. So if we click change image here, we can go into upload media. We can grab that from our exercise files here. And we have a folder logos, and this is where I can find maybe the white version of, we can use handy help, we'll try that, or maybe we'll use this absent-minded. So we'll click open here. And you can upload everything all at once and then just reference them in the site files here. But now that I have this logo, white absent-minded, I can click update, and that's going to populate this inside of here. And we'll just make sure that it all fits accordingly. So that looks really good, something like that. And I want to dock this, let's say 10 pixels from the bottom. And instead of a percentage, we'll go to pixels here and we'll hit 10. And so that's how that's going to look. I think that looks really good, and we can change that individually for each one of these for the featured work. So for right now, we just have an image and a logo, but if we want to display a title of the work and maybe the services and a view project button, we want to add those elements, and then we can actually later add a hover interaction that when you hover, it'll show those items. So let's just select on this image right here, and we can just select the item itself so that when we go into add element, we can just drag in a title like we've done a few times before. And I want this to be a heading 3, but I actually want to decrease the size of that. So let's just say 30 pixels is probably good. And let's change this to be white. And here, I want to give it a nice 100%. And we'll go ahead and center this for now and give this a center alignment. So to give this content a little bit of spacing, you might do something like 90% here in the width. So I think that looks really good. Let's move this here a little bit higher. And then I also want to add services, so I can just copy and paste some text down here. And here when I click edit text, I want this to just be a simple paragraph 1, or let's say paragraph 2 I think looks good to start out with. We'll make this text white, and then we might say something like branding and product design. Now all these elements that we're creating, we can attach each piece of these elements to a database. So as you have projects and you create the categories and the titles and the logos, that's what's going to populate all of these. So it really doesn't matter what you put in here right now, but just for visualization and for context, I'm just making it somewhat relevant in here. So we can do that, align those together. And then we want to have a button. So we're going to click plus. We're just going to drag in a button right here that's going to say view project. And we can add static custom links here, but with the database, when we link it up, it's going to link up to the specific projects that we have. So for right now, I think that's going to look really good. And as far as the design itself, we can choose the background, the corners. So in this case, I want it to be sharp, so I'll just choose 0. And that looks good. And the last thing I want to do here is actually include all of this in a container. So if I want, I can hold down Shift, I'll select multiple items, and you can add stacking. In my case, I don't necessarily want to do this yet. I want to click on this More Actions menu and just choose Place in a Container. And this container, I want to stretch this as well. Now the reason why I do that is for the container itself, I want to add that background as this nice red color and give it a 60% opacity, and that'll make so when we hover over this, it'll show this opacity here and show the title of the project, what the services are, and then view project. So now it won't hurt to select these 3 elements right here and add stacking. So we can add stacking in that container. And if we go into layout here, just instead of a mix, we'll just say, we'll try 16 pixels here, center this. So centering it looks good, and then we'll just choose that, set that 90% width right here. That all looks really good. So now that we have all of our elements, we can actually select the item itself. So you'll notice I have the container selected. We can come over here into items and select that individual item, and we can go into this interactions tab here in the inspector, and we can add this hover interaction. So as we do that, we have some fun transitions like grow, shrink, float, sink, or if you want to float and grow, if that floats your boat, or if you want to skew, all these great options. But I'm more of a custom interaction guy, so I can select that and choose everything that I want to change. So now if I select custom interaction, we can now choose between our hover state and our initial state. So our hover state, this is actually what we want it to look like when we hover, minus this logo being visible. So I like to have the layers panel open because I can come over here and select the actual image itself here, and then we can adjust things like the opacity and things like that. So for the logo itself, I'll just set this to 0. So we'll say that's going to fade out in 0.3 seconds, and we can actually add unique timing to each one of these elements as well. So if you want it to kind of slide in or grow separately, you can do that. So you can really have fine-tuned control over the animation. So what I can do, because this is how I want it to look like on hover, I can go back into the initial state and I can select this container and say I want to start this off at 50% X and Y, so just scale at 50%, and I want this to start off at 0 opacity. So now let's go back to the hover and let's just play and see what that looks like. So that's what it's going to look like as we do this. So we'll hit done. And to really see what this looks like, we can hit preview and just hover over any one of these, and that's how we're going to have those elements kind of float around. And that logo's hiding as well, so we mapped that up in the animation, looking really good. So we can do that. We can go back to edit site. So now we can add a button here. So we're going to click on add element here. We'll drag in the button, and we can style this the way that we want. So let's just go ahead and first change the text. And I want this to say see all projects. And then I actually want to style this a little bit differently. So when I open up my inspector here under the style, I can change the background here to be white. And we're going to make the corners here just be 0. And we'll go into the text here, and we actually, I think that looks good, the 16 point. But now let's change the color of the text to be this red color. So that looks really good. We'll stretch this out a little bit like this. And one thing that I can do now that I've designed this button is I can right click and choose Save as Asset. So now I can just call this button, and you might have button primary, button secondary, and you can actually add it to new libraries. So you can create new libraries and share this out for other projects or other websites itself. But I'm just going to stick with the simple, just button. We're going to add to just our saved assets and click add. And now if we go into the add elements right here, under assets, we'll always have that button that we can drag and drop and reuse. So that's really great. And now the last thing I want to do here is just make sure that this is centered. So we'll go into the layout, just center it here. And maybe we'll come down here. It says negative 97 pixels here from the bottom. I'll do negative 80. I think that'll look good. And so now let's close this drawer here. Let's click away. And everything looks really good so far. Again, we're going to populate this data so it'll look a little bit better later on. Let's scroll down now, and we want a section that says we work with amazing companies. So, and maybe for this new section, I want to show you just the vast majority of options that we have in this composition right here. So one thing that I like to do here is, let's say we have partners. We want to see what partners look like. So we have some logos here that we can take advantage of how this is already laid out. Or maybe we have this one right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this looks really good, but we have one that's 6. So just watch, when I go and drag and drop this section, I can drop it down here. We have all of these elements already created, and we can kind of reverse engineer what's going on. It'll teach us a lot about Editor X and how things are laid out. So if I go into the layers panel here, I can just start to select different items. So this is a layouter, and so there's different items here in the layouter. So here I can kind of see all of these layers here. There's some vector art inside of each of these items. So that's how it's kind of looking. There's a 2-row grid right here. So we've been doing that at least pretty good. And also for the section itself, we'll notice that there's a 5% top and bottom. I think we've been sticking with so far just a 160 pixels right here. So the percentage is really nice when you're on mobile or desktop and you want that to be used in percentage to kind of scale down as you scale down the size of your browser. But if you want to just use the breakpoints here, I'm okay with using 160 px, and then maybe on mobile we'll jump that down to 40 or something like that. So that looks okay. And then it says sponsors. I'm actually going to select the section and change the background color to just be this light gray color. And we're just going to change this to say we work with amazing companies. And in the Brainspin brand fashion, I'm going to just change this to be red, something like that. And then I have some nice text I want to display right below that. So I'll go into add elements. We're going into quick add and just a simple paragraph. So we'll bring that down here in the row. And it's not fitting right now, but that's okay, because now that we have that, and I want to go and actually make this italicized too. That looks good. Maybe paragraph 3 we can stick with, and we'll center align that. So we can take both of these here, we can stack them together, and notice when we stack them there's negative spacing. So we come over here, -5. We can just quickly change that to 16 now. We can make sure it's all centered. And then let's just go into the section here, change grid layout, advanced mode, and let's just make sure that this is min content. And then we'll add, let's say maybe 80 pixels here. So we'll click done. And then as far as this stack fitting in the content, if we go into the inspector here, we can see it's kind of spanning these 2 rows. We don't want that to happen. We want it to span this one, and that's where it's going to stretch out and look better. And the last thing, I might want this to be 60%. Let's do that. We'll go ahead and center this, and then I want this to be 100% of 60%. So we're going to change that so it's looking a little bit better here. Now, this has some spacing that I'm not quite a fan of. So the spacing right here, I want it to just butt up against that padding that we originally set. So what we can do is select layouter here. We can see that it has a margin here that we can get rid of. So we can come over here and say, actually, I want this to be 0 now that we have that spacing here. And let's start to add our items. So we can add our partners here. So first of all, I know that I have 12 items. So what I can do is go into the layouter itself, and I can choose add item and add item again. So now we have these 2 items. And I can just replace some of this. So instead of change vector art, I can just delete this and we'll add an image inside of here. So we go into add an image and we'll add that right within here. You'll notice this is different than a repeater because we can have unique elements within each of the items in the layouter. So here I want the logos to stay fixed. So let's say the width I want to be 150 pixels, for example, and let's center this. And then the height we can have auto. So now when we click change image, again with our site files, we do have one of these logos here, but we want the blacker, darker version of these logos. So we can click upload media right here, go into our exercise files, and we have all of these logos that we have the white versions that we don't want. Just select these 12 of the darker versions and we'll click open up here. And we'll add these in one by one. So we'll choose Paper City, for example. Select there, we'll click update. And I think we want to choose scale proportionately if it ever scales. So that way if we do set 100%, for example, within here, that 100%, let's go ahead and center that here, is going to be based on these margins too. So as we do get into the responsive version of this, it'll kind of scale down and up. So that'll probably be okay doing something like that. Let's set this back to 1200 pixels. Now, one thing to keep in mind with the images, by default, they fit to fill. So if you have something like this, it's going to crop off the logo. So if this ever happens and you want to see what the bounding ratio is for this image, you can click on this gear icon right here and just choose reset image, and it's going to reset that ratio. And then as you drag that now, we want to make sure that the scale proportionally is enabled. So now we can say we want this to be 100%. It's going to fit that 100%, and then we can make sure and center that this way. So that looks really good. And then we can select the item itself and just hit Command D or Control D, or we can right click and just choose duplicate. So we can do that this way, and that way we keep the same ratio and the padding and everything that we set. So here now all we have to do is choose change image, and because we've set all of those images here, we can grab the sweet spot, click update, and just rinse and repeat. So duplicate, select this image, change it. We're going to do voice caption center. So go ahead and do this with me. I'm going to fast forward as I do this, and then we'll delete these remaining ones. Okay, we have these 12 items, so now it's okay to delete these other items here. Let's just go ahead and select and hit the delete key. And make sure you're selecting the item and not the actual vector art itself. And once we do that now, we can set some of the controls of the repeater itself, or the layouter, excuse me. So when we choose a layouter, we can choose the display type of this layout. So it says mosaic right now. And I think mosaic is good. And you'll notice when it says item width 20%, if you have 5 items, then it'll evenly distribute 20%. But if you want to lay out 6 items, I might say 16%. So now at 16%, it's going to lay out these 6 items. And you may notice these logos are really small. So in hindsight, we should have changed the margins here. So it's going to be 100% of this margin right here. And so we can fix that very easily. We can come in here and just say we want this to be 10 pixels, for example. That makes it a little bit larger. And the min height, maybe we want this to be 100, just to give it a little bit more spacing. So now we'll go ahead and just change this on all of them. And this second row, we want the min height to be 100. So that's all looking really good. We can jump back into the layouter itself right here. And there's other things we can do. I know we set some padding in the individual items themselves, but we can set some horizontal and vertical margins here. So for example, if you want 40 pixels in between here, you could do that as well. So just flex it around and see what you like. But I think that looks good for right now. So we work with amazing companies. We show off the logos. And you might want to adjust, so the handy help and the voice caption, maybe you want these to be a little bit smaller, so you can adjust and change those to maybe be a little bit more balanced, and that's okay to do that as well. So something perhaps like this, and then just recenter. So you can do that individually as your heart desires. All right, so let's add the next section, which is what clients say. So here we can actually take advantage of our layout tools, and we can use a repeater. So this is what it's going to look like. This is the XD file, it's all designed, and so we want to match this as close as possible. And this looks like a pretty good start, giving us most of our options. So as we click add right here, it's going to drop that down below, just right above the footer, and we can get started just selecting the section itself, going into the design tab, and we'll just set this background right here to be this dark blue. And then we want to go into the repeater. We'll notice that this is stacked right here, so I can actually take this text and we can bring it down here to change the stacking order. And let's just change some of this text. So I know in my design, first I want to select the item itself, go into the layout tab, and it looks like I don't have any padding here. So I can set that. Maybe I want a percentage of 10 pixel padding, and let's lock that to be around all sides. And then if we go back to the stack right here, we can set that to be 100% width, and let's dock that to the top. So we'll come over here and we'll dock that to the top here. And then as far as the height of this item, we can have the min height be, let's say, 200 pixels. And you'll notice when I try to make this 200 pixels, it doesn't quite work, and I believe that's because there's some margin or padding here. So in the stacking, for example, let's just scroll down here, and it looks like there's 87 pixels here towards the bottom. We'll just change that to 0, so that looks a little bit better. And we can actually delete this button. So now it's starting to form to what we want, and we can select this text here, and let's just change this to be a paragraph 3. And let's make this left aligned like so. And then this one will actually be a header, and we'll make this heading 6. And even though it's a heading 6, I might want it to be the same 16 pixel size here. And let's just click outside of here and just dock this to the left. And if we go back to the stack itself, there's some mixed spacing here. So I'll just make this 16 pixels right here. And instead of add a short title, I'm just gonna make this in all caps, person, name, title. There we go. And then we'll click away, we'll select this again and just copy and paste. And here we'll just add another one that's company. And with this company, we can select the color of the text to be this red. And then let's go back to the stack, make sure everything's 16 pixel spacing, and I think that looks pretty good. There's something that appears a little bit off here, so I'll go back to the stack right here, just make sure it's pinned to the very top, and that looks great. Now as for the width itself, we'll see right here on the width it says repeater width is always set to auto, so we can come down here and we can choose to have, let's say if we want this to be 160 or 60 pixels right here, we can change that here. And then you can also add things like the margins, the number of items, and things like that in here as well. That's looking really good. We want this to also have a title, so we can select the section itself. The first thing I'm going to do with this section here is add that 160 pixel padding to the top and the bottom, just like this, and then I can go in and apply a grid, and I'll change this to be a 1 and 2 so we can have that title in the second one. So I can select this repeater now, come down here into the location and grid cells, this position panel, and I'll just add this to the bottom position actually. And then again, like I've done before, just take the text like this. We're going to come down here and just paste it down like so. I want that to be 60%, and let's go ahead and center this. And we'll change this to say clients say. Now we'll jump back into the grid layout. We'll go into advanced mode, and this is where we're going to set that min content. So there we go. And then we might want this to be 80 pixels between the two. And let's just see how that looks. I think that's really good. We're down to our last section of the home page, and this is going to be very, very simple. In fact, it can be so simple that I can take this section right here, copy and paste it so it shows up down here, and then I can just strip some of the elements that I don't need. So we're just going to say have a project, let's talk. And all we need to do is click on the section. We may not even need to have margins or anything else in here, so I can choose change grid layout, and in this case I'm just going to delete the grid. So that's what I want it to look like. I can go in here, instead of min content right here on the height, I can choose the height to just be viewport height, and I can just change that to 100. So it'll always be the full size of the web page. And then I can come down here, I'll copy and paste this, and this is where I'll say have a project, and that 60% is looking good. Maybe I'll do 80% here. We'll go ahead and center this way, and then we'll delete the white, and we'll say let's talk. And this background, actually I want it to be just a solid black background, so that looks really good. And let's just scroll down and see, we have the development marketing team you've been looking for, what we do, featured work. We work with amazing companies, clients say, and have a project, let's talk. So that's all looking really good. In the next video, we're gonna make things responsive. So just to give you a preview, if we click preview, let's just check out our work. We can see how everything looks good on the desktop. Even the hover interactions that we have, really good. The amazing companies we work with. And so the next video, if we start to stretch this out, let's look in some of these areas to see where it might start to appear broken. So something like that. Maybe we want to change this to be laid out a little bit better, and there's some things broken here. Same thing with here. So this is what we're going to be working with in the next video to try to fix the responsiveness, to try to fix some of these elements. So we'll do that in the next video. Now on to the good stuff, making your homepage responsive. So we can test anything out section by section just to make sure it's going to look good on desktop, tablet, and mobile. So we can't just jump around, like for example for tablet, we can jump right into tablet and see how things are, they look a little bit broken here. So we can just fix that on a case-by-case basis, and it's important to understand that any changes that you make reflect from the widest level down. So for example, anything that we change in desktop, that's why we started desktop first, is because these changes cascade down to all the other screen sizes. So now that we're in tablet, for example, in mobile, this is going to be really broken, so we can see how that looks here. If we fix some things in tablet, it may fix it on mobile too. So let's jump back to tablet. Let's go back to this first hero section. So there are some of the basic things, like here in the text. We want to just make this smaller, so we can go into edit text, and we notice that it's actually a heading 1. That's okay, we can keep it as a heading 1, but in this case maybe we want this to be 60 pixels, something like that for the tablet. And just like that, it looks really good. We may want to even just change the section height, for example, just to be 100% viewport height. So if we click on viewport height and set that to 100, for tablet, I think that'll look really good. And then right at the bottom, it'll say begin the journey. So that looks good there. And then let's go into the stacking here, and maybe we want to start this off centered, and then just move it a little bit. Oops. We'll select the stacking and move the stacking up just a little bit, like so. So for tablet, that looks good, and again, we can just kind of test and see how that breaks down. It's looking really good. And then let's just try that on mobile. It's still going to be a little bit broken on mobile. That's okay, we can fix that very easily. So on mobile, we might still want this 100 viewport height, so let's just test and see how that works. But here for the text itself, we can select that, and let's just jump this down to, let's say 36, and maybe 30. We gotta at least have one word stick together here. And then as far as the and you've been looking for, we can make that, turn that down to 16 pixels here. Same thing here. And then let's select the stack itself, and let's see if 8 pixels in between is going to be good enough. Let's center that all. So select everything within this stack here, center that, and then select the stack again. And in this case, I might want this to be 85%, maybe a little bit wider. And I don't think there's enough content to warrant the 100 viewport height, so I'm going to select this section right here. You could do something like 50, or in this case, I'm just going to set this to auto. And then min, we can do 500. And that way we get more context of the subjects here as well. Now begin the journey in this stack right here. I want this to be 50%, something like that, so it breaks down easily. And this image itself, if we go into the design tab, we can reset the focal point if we want. So select that and change it. So if you want on mobile the focal point to be over here, you could do that. Or I might want the focal point to be down here, just so they're a little bit higher, doesn't conflict with the text. So now, desktop view, tablet view, and mobile view. We're going to do the same thing down to what we do. So what we do, we can jump to tablet, and overall it looks pretty good. We just want to take this stack, for example. Let's just change this to, in this case, be 80%, so I think that looks a little bit better. And we might want to stick with maybe on tablet on down, going to 80 pixels, just so there's a little bit less stacking. And for this text right here, we've had this as heading 2. We can create something that's like a heading 2 mobile or a heading 3. I like to keep the same heading 2, so the H2 tag there, but we can just change this here. So let's say if we want to just break this down to be 60, for example, we can do that. And here I actually want to just add just a little bit of like 60 pixels on the left and right. I think that's going to look a little bit better. And I can't believe I haven't noticed this before. If we jump into the desktop, we need to change the image here, so we can do that. Whether we do that here on the tablet or desktop, those graphic changes are going to cascade everywhere. So if I change vector art here, go into my site files, I'm going to change this to digital marketing. So I'll go ahead and add that now. And let's just change this text, digital marketing. So now that we've done that, let's go into the desktop here. That looks really good. The tablet here, that's starting to look really good. We could make this maybe 250 pixels here. We'll change this size just to maybe be a little bit smaller. The next section we're going to move down to is featured work. So we see here in featured work, everything looks really good. If we hit preview, we can see how the hover looks. But let's just click on tablet view now. And I can see right away that something's broken. So it actually placed the repeater and the text on the same row where the repeater is supposed to be down here. So sometimes if you sense something's off structurally from the desktop view, because the changes cascade down to lower screen sizes, you can right click and choose remove override. So in case something was accidentally overridden, you can do that. And in this case, it did fix it. So it's saying on the desktop, I knew that this repeater was on the bottom row and the text was on this top row. So just fix that if it ever got overridden. And you might have to do that on mobile as well. So mobile actually looks good. So that's going to cascade from the tablet. There's a lot of other things we need to fix here. So let's jump back into the tablet view here. And first we'll start off with the section. I always want to start off with the parent layer. And in the section, we can open up the inspector. And here is where we want to just change some of the padding. So for tablet, I think 80 pixels is good and 40 pixels on the side. So let's just change that really quick. Just to make it, give it a little bit less space for the smaller screens. And then let's make this 85%, something like that, looks good. And then if we edit the text here, this is still a heading 2, but heading 2s on tablets I want to be 60 pixels, so that looks really good there. Now, another thing that I want to do is select this container itself, so we'll select the item. It says min height is 300. I'm going to change that to 180. and just to keep a little bit of that landscape view. But I also want to go into this hover interaction, because believe it or not, iPads you can hover as well if you have the keyboard and mouse attached to it. Especially with iOS 16, you're going to find a lot more people using the keyboard and mice for the browsers. But instead of changing the state here, we just want to change the size of some of these elements, and we're going to kind of fly blind here because we can't see our elements. So we can double click right here, and we know that maybe we want this to be 16 pixels here, and then we're going to select our categories. We'll edit the text, and we want this to be 16 pixels as well. And the button itself, we can change the text right here. View project looks good. And then we can jump into the design, and let's just change that text to be 14 just to give it a little bit more space. And that's going to look good. I'll just quickly jump into preview, and we'll see how that looks. That's looking good still. So I think I like that. Let's go back into Edit Site. And this button, I want to just bring about right here, and that looks good. If I want down here in the section, actually, I can set just this bottom one to be 160 pixels, just so I can have a little bit more room for this button. I think that'll look a little bit better. So desktop looks good. Tablet looks good. And now mobile, we gotta fix this. We'll jump into here. And first, before we fix this one, I wanna jump into this entire repeater here. So we'll select container, we'll jump into repeater. And we can come down here and say that we actually want each thing on its own row. I think that's gonna look a little bit better. And you'll notice here we actually have the container just spanning that grid, so it's going to just fit whatever's in that grid here. And we have to kind of find out what's going on here that's making this section a little bit wider than we're used to. So the first thing I want to do is actually add just 20 pixel padding to the left and right for mobile. And that actually fixes a lot of it. And the last thing, I want to come over here into items and just make sure this min height, maybe we want this to be 220 for mobile, just to give it a little bit more height here. And then we want to take this text right here. Let's go ahead and center this and just change this to be a little bit smaller. So I think we're going to make this 30 pixels. And I think that was the culprit right there. So that text. So everything is now fixed. We can come over here and let's just make the top now 40 pixels up here, and the bottom down here, let's just see what that looks like. We might get away with 80 pixels right here, and then just bringing this button up towards the top. And that looks really good. Now we do want to change this interaction for mobile, because mobile we're not going to have a hover. So we want to go into item right here and click on custom interaction. So the first thing we want to do is go into the initial state to say what does it look like initially, because it really doesn't matter what it looks like on hover. So initially we can open up the layers panel to affect some of these properties. So this image right here, maybe initially on mobile we might not want to show the logo, just the title. So in this case, we can set this to 0%. And let's go back to the container itself. And the container set to 100% here. And 0% opacity. In this case, I'd set it to 100% opacity. I'd go into my title, make sure it's not this puny title. I'm not sure what's happening here. I believe it's the scale, so we can just change this back to 100% here. And that looks pretty good, I think. And then again, if we go to hover, it'll show what it looks like on hover, which is basically the same. So we'll go ahead and hit done. To see how that looks on mobile, we'll go ahead and hit preview, just to see how everything looks now. So you can see here, this is for mobile. Once you get to tablet view, we have the nice interaction, and desktop view. So there you go. Let's jump back to the desktop view. We'll click Edit Site. I'm just going to change this to 1200 pixels. And let's move on down. We're almost done. So we work with amazing companies. Jump to tablet. Go into the section view here. And very quickly just change this to 80 pixels, 80 pixels. And even the spacing right here, we might want to be a little bit less. So go into advanced mode and we're going to change this to 40 pixels now. And with the responsiveness, that's doing a pretty good job already. I might not need to change anything else here besides, I might give this like 80% instead of 60. And let's try 90. Yeah, I like that. Just gives it a nice one-liner. Come down here. We're not doing this yet, but you can just right click, in this case remove all overrides, and it'll fix that. So in this case, tablet looks good. Let's go ahead and just stretch it a little bit more. We'll select this one, give it a nice stretchy stretch. Goes down to 3. 3 looks good. That's the nice thing about some of the repeaters and layouters that we're using. We go into the tablet view, which shows 2 of them, and it looks like we really don't need to do anything else with that, the way that this is working. Moving on down to what clients say, we can come here, select that tablet. We did fix that first portion, but we're going to come over here, just change this again to 60 pixels. We're going to select this text, make this 80%. That looks really good. And now when we go into the section itself, we're going to make this 80 pixels, 80 pixels, and let's jump into the change grid layout, and this is where we're going to add that padding here, 40 pixels, just to make it a little bit less. And this looks really squished. There's a few things we can do with that. So firstly, we can just select this and say, let's stretch this out to fill the entire thing. That does a really good job. But also we can come over here and say, what are the margins here? So vertical margins, we can say 5. That looks really good. In fact, 0 is a good number. And we can have horizontal margins. We'll try 10. And that looks really good as well. If we want to have a little bit more space on the section itself, we can do that. So if we want to give this 20 pixels and 20 pixels, we can do that. And I think that looks much better. Coming down to have a project, let's talk. This is one thing. As soon as we're done with this, I'll show you how to turn this into a master where we can reuse it in multiple pages. So in this case here, we're just going to select the text. We're going to just say 60 pixels here. We come down here, edit the text, and say 60 pixels here. And then this stacking is actually 80 pixels. We're just going to maybe have 90. And this is one thing, have a project is probably not what we want to say. So have a project, let's talk. And this is really good to have quality control. So just make sure, everybody makes mistakes. As you go through designing something, make sure that you give it that once or twice over to make sure all of your you fix your grammatical errors and some of these other issues. There's so many times that I work with developers that they send things and they say, how's this? And there's small things that they could have caught if they just quickly previewed things. That's one thing that I do before I send anything to a client. I can make as many mistakes as I want, but before I publish it or send it, I really go through, hit that preview button, come through like this. We've already done everything, but I'm doing a final pass to review. So here everything looks good here, come down here, see how everything looks here. And so even this, like, I forgot this on the mobile view, and this is something that I just barely caught. So that's what's really nice, to go back into Edit Site, jump into here. I noticed that we did fix the tablet, and I remember now forgetting this mobile view. So I can jump right to the mobile view and say, what is that supposed to look like? And so here, for example, if we change the grid layout now, I might have this be, instead of a 2x2, a 1x4. And automatically it's going to be placing things in there for me. I can select this stack, for example. I'm going to come down here and just pin this to the third one up here. And I'm going to just change the margins here to maybe be 40, 40, 20, 20. That's going to fix a lot of that. Now remember, this text right here, if we made that 40, for example, is going to fix a lot of those issues. And maybe this case, I just want it to be 30. And here, change the text here to be 16. So it's looking really good already. I'm going to go back to the tablet to make sure we still have that same layout. It's looking really good. So all these changes so far that we're making is only being affected on the mobile. So I can go into change grid layout, go to advanced mode, and here I'm going to change this min to be content. This looks good, this looks good, and guess what? We don't need this anymore. So I can delete this row. Go back in here and say min content. Go ahead and hit done. And the last thing I want to do here is maybe still make this a little bit smaller so we can go into the inspector panel. I'm going to make this 160, seems like a magic number. Looks really good there. Now this min height I want to set to 500. And that's looking really good. Tablet, desktop. So I probably should have taught you this in cascading order, but that's really good that we run into something like that. We hit preview and just see how this is going to look and be affected. Let's just continue moving on, testing our work. That looks really good now. Come down here into our featured work, see how everything looks there. I think that's going along pretty good. We work with amazing companies. That's looking good. Clients say. Again, I just forgot what mobile is supposed to look like here. Go into edit the site. We'll click on this section here, and we can keep the same 2 rows here, but for mobile, I'll just stick this to mobile right here. We'll come over here and change this to be 30. And now when I select the repeater, I can go to the display type, and instead of cars, I can choose list, which will break it down one by one. So that looks good on mobile. We're going to scroll down here to have a project Let's Talk. I'm going to click on the section here. I actually want this. We can set 50 viewport height, so it'll be 50 or 50% as tall as your browser. But that might be weird if you're viewing on landscape mode. So in this case, I might just set auto. And I'll just set for mobile just some padding here. So here I might just set 160 pixels, something like that. And I believe I have everything now. Again, we haven't submitted this to the client yet, so let's click preview. Let's just test everything here from top to bottom. That looks good. This looks good. Down here looks good. We're going to be adding that dynamic content a little bit later. We work with amazing companies. Clients say. And obviously, as we're designing this, there's some content that we're going to need to get. So when we actually publish this on Brainspin, we're going to have real client testimonials and things like that. But really nice just to have placeholder just to see how everything looks and is laid out. And then you can go through the phase of gathering that content and pulling that in. But this is looking really good right now for mobile. I believe we've successfully made this all mobile responsive. Towards the end, I'll show you some more advanced interactions that we can take advantage of for parallax scrolling and hover interactions and things like that. So that'll be later on in a section. But this is everything that we need to now know how to customize a page like this. We've done the home page, and we're going to get started with a lot of these other custom pages to add that extra pizzazz. In this video, we're going to be creating our design and development services page. So before we do this, we're in the home page now. I want to jump into the about page. And I actually want to turn this into an asset. That way I can pull it and reuse it anytime that I want. So you can, in this time, make sure that you have the section selected, and we can right click and save as asset. So I'm just going to call this hero image, or just hero, and we'll save that in saved assets and click add. And now that's going to be available right here in our assets. So now we can go into the design development page. And we haven't begun designing this yet, but we do have this master here, have a project, let's talk. And so right here is where we want to add that other section, so we can click plus right here and just drag and drop this right in here. So that makes it really easy to give us a head start. So I'm just going to call this design. Development. And I think right here, I want to just give it a nice little slash right here. And then I'm going to hold down Shift and return just to make sure that slash lives with the design. I'm going to add one more piece of text here. So we'll do a quick add right here and just add a paragraph. I'm going to bring that up here. We'll go ahead and edit this. Our services. We'll make that paragraph 1, bold and white, and center aligned. And then real quickly here, we can stack both of these up. Make it 80%. And max width 960px. We'll just change this to be max width 100, all the elements inside of it. That way it can just borrow the parent element's properties. And backing out into the stack itself, I'll just continue to make sure everything's centered here. Now with this page, I want to get a little bit more creative and use something called fixed position to give it sort of parallax scroll as layers scroll on top of it. So because of that, I'm going to grab this section right here, and for the height, I want to change this to a viewport height, and we'll just change this to 100. I think that'll look good here. And then we have a next section right here that's going to say your vision is our mission. So let's go ahead and create that here. Now I can just duplicate this section since I have this section selected here. Just hit Command D or Control D and it'll bring it down here. That'll save some of the properties for us, but in this case we do want to go into the image itself and just remove this and just make it white. So that looks good. And then here for the text, this has stacking enabled. So this body text, I want it to be below. So I'm just going to restack that here. And then for this text here, I'm just going to type in your vision, period. And I'm typing in the dark or in the light here because it's all white. So we can just select all of that, and we'll first make it not highlighted. So we'll get the text right here, make it black. And then here's where we're going to change this to be red. And you know, I should have made this a heading 2 first. So let's go to heading 2 here and change the color. And that looks good. I'll go ahead and hit a return right here. So your vision, our mission. And then here for this text, we're just going to double click in here. We'll make this, in fact, we'll just reset this to a paragraph 2. And if you go to bit.ly/brainspin-copy, that's going to take you to this Google Sheets, and we can go into the development tab right here. This is where we can copy and paste some of our text as we're using this. So we can swap between the two here, paste that in here. Now I want to do something with this text. I think primarily I want this to not be stacked like that. So I'm just going to make this 64 pixels here. I think that's going to look better normally, but again, we may have to see how that looks in different breakpoints. So now we can go into our layout panel. We can just change the spacing here to 24 pixels. That looks really good, 80% max width 960. I think that's looking good. Now I actually want to make this background, instead of white, let's try a light gray here. And what we're going to do is have this section right here. If we go into the layout, we want to make sure the position is sticky. So that's saying in this section right here, as we scroll, as soon as it hits 0 pixels, that's going to stick, and everything underneath it is going to scroll on top of it. So for example, I'll hit preview. Let's just set this to 1300, and we can start to scroll. And you'll notice as we scroll here, it's sticking, and there's another element scrolling underneath it. So the next thing we want to do if that happens is select this section, and we can right click and choose Arrange, Send to Back. Now what we're going to see here is this content scrolling over top of it. So that's going to look a lot better right here. So your vision, our mission. We want this to be sticky as well. So we're going to go into Edit Site. We'll select this one and we'll choose the same thing, sticky. And now when we go back to preview, this is what we're seeing happen. The same thing, we need every section below this, we need to bring it to the front so it doesn't scroll beneath. So if you ever see this happening, that's what you can troubleshoot. So this is a really good start here. Our services, design development, your vision is our mission. Now we want to create two more sections. One of them is going to be for design and strategy, and the other one's going to be for development. So the first thing we want to do here is just add a new section. And in most cases, we can add a grid to lay some things out, but actually we can add grids to containers too, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing it here. So when I click blank section here, we're going to leave it alone for now, and we can add an element inside of here as a container. I want to do this because for a section, you can't change the widths here, and I want to set a max width for the container itself. So I want to set 960px, for example, for the max width. Now I can apply a grid here, and I want to stick with the 2x2, and we'll click apply. So we're going to have the title here, then we're going to have some text and a graphic here. We want to set that to 100. And remember, it's 100 except this max width is going to constrain it to 960, and that's what I like. Then the last thing here in the design, I want to just make this white. Now let's throw in some text. Go into the quick add, we'll add a title. We're going to make sure this title is right here in the container, and it's filling up the top row and the two columns. And so here we're going to say design and strategy, and we'll center this and make this a heading 3. Now I'm going to change this to 80%, and we'll just center that for now, see how that looks. And another thing I want to do here as I think about how to get creative is I want to have a background that's white underneath this text. As we have some other elements going to scroll underneath, it's going to give it a really nice effect. So just trust me on this for now, and I'll show you what I'm doing a little bit later. But when we select the text here, we can right click and add a container, so place in a container. And for this container itself, we can stretch this to fill out those two columns. And then we just want to make sure that this is white. Now the text itself, I'm just going to center inside of that container, and then we'll get down to business with the rest of this stuff. So here, I'll quickly add a paragraph right inside of this grid. And coming back into our Google Sheets, we can select our design strategy, just copy, come in here and paste. And here we can have this span 100%, and we'll go ahead and center that. So as we think about this now, as we start to stretch this, this may hit the edge right here of the page. And so to stop that from happening, we'll start off in the desktop here. In the section itself, let's just add that 5% padding. And that's going to look good. So even though this is 100% of this grid, it'll sit right here and stop, so it'll never hit the edge anymore. And the next thing I want to do for right now, I'm just going to give myself a little bit more room, and we'll play around with this a little bit later to lay this out. But this is going to look good. We'll pin this to the top, and then I want to copy and paste again, bring this in this grid cell. And when we select two pieces of text here, we can just enable stacking. And now let's go back into our Google Sheets. We'll grab all of the services that we provide in Design Strategy, and we're going to come in here and just paste all of those. And it looks like we may have to hit return a few times. So high-level use cases, competitor analysis, information architecture, UI UX design, website design, user personas, customer research, future-friendly text. So that looks really good. We're going to select all of that now. And let's just give that a nice heading 6. And even though that's a heading 6, we have this text here, which is a paragraph 2:18. I think I want to make this 18 as well. And then I want to change the line spacing here. So instead of auto spacing, let's just make it a little bit higher. So maybe just give it a 2. And we'll make all of this red. That looks really good. And we're having some issues with where this text is displaying, so we just want to select this bottom grid right here, and all is well. So on the right, we want to add a graphic, and you can find that in the exercise files. So what I'm going to do is just with a quick add, we can add a shape. Let's add that inside of here. And we'll make this 70%, and we'll start off pinning it to the top in the center. And now let's change this shape. So go ahead and click Upload Media and find this in your exercise files. So we'll find the Design Strategy SVG, go ahead and click Open, and as soon as that imports here into our media library, we can click Add to Page. So this is looking really good. We can finally come in here, and now we want to adjust the layout a little bit, and then I'll show you what we're going to do to make this really stand out. So the first thing, while we're here in this section, we'll just right click while we're here and just bring this to the front. So it looks like it already is, so we don't need to do that. And then for this container here, when we go into the inspector, let's just hit that right against the section. And if we change the grid layout here, let's go ahead and change this. And I think for the min max, let's try 150 here. I think that's going to look good, so let's go ahead and click done. And this text right here in the inspector panel, we can center that. And I think this is inside of a container. Again, this container we want to stretch, and that's going to fill the whole row. And then this text is going to be centered inside of that container. So now the goal of doing that is so we can select this entire container itself, and we can set that position to sticky, and you can start to see what's going to happen here. So as we scroll down, we're going to set this to hit the top, and then this is going to scroll underneath. This will also stay fixed right here, so we'll go back to Edit Site. And remember, this was about 150, so in this vector art right here, when we change this to be sticky, we want to set that top offset to 150 as well. If we set it to 0, it'll scroll underneath right there and then stop. But in this case, now when we hit preview, it'll stay right there. This text will scroll, and that'll start to scroll behind it. Right now it's in front, so we're going to do some arranging. Let's select this, arrange, send it back. And that's looking really good. The other thing is the section itself. You'll notice that it didn't have a background here, so we just want to increase that. We can always jump back into preview and just make sure everything's starting to work the way that we want it. So that's looking really good. And the last thing, because we're going to reuse this, let's think about just adding a little bit of animation here. Nothing too crazy. I think I like the float in, so we're just going to change that. And maybe same thing with the text. So we're going to come in here, add that animation of floating in. Same thing here. And that looks really good. I'm going to jump to the tablet view here just to see if everything is going to look good still. I think I like it the same in the tablet view. When I go back into the desktop, one thing that I noticed here is it is centered right here. When I jump into tablet, it's not centered, so I could right click and remove overrides. And then the last thing I want to do here is jump into mobile, because I know that this isn't going to work in mobile. So in mobile, let's change a few things. First, we can go to the text itself. And here, I just want to change this to 30. That looks good. And we'll have to change some things up here as well. So while we're at it, let's just go back to tablet. That all looks good in tablet. Let's go to mobile. In mobile, I just want to change the size of this text to start off. Let's just change that to 30. We'll change this text itself to paragraph 2, but let's just change that to 16. So that looks good in all 3 sizes there. Come back down here. We're going to rechange the layout here. So even with this container right here, I think I want to keep this still sticky on mobile. I think that'll look really good. But now as we come down here, we see that we only have 2 rows. In mobile, I want to change this grid layout. We'll go to advanced mode and we'll just add 1 more row here. And before we play around with the min max, we'll just hit done. And what I want to do is have this text or this entire stack, I want that to fit in these 2 bottom columns. So I'm going to hold down shift as I select and add that. And then this graphic here, I can expand that to include these 2 columns. Now from the top here, I'm just going to give this a 40 pixel margin. We'll just keep it centered. And then here under the change grid layout and advanced mode, I just want to set this min to 300 perhaps. That looks okay. I can hit done. And I think that's going to be good. And then this text down here, we can just have it scrolling. So let's just see how all of this is going to look. We'll hit preview. And we see our services, your vision, design strategy. And so here we may have to think about how this is going to work. And I think what we want to do is just have this image not sticky. So before I do that, I'm going to jump into the tablet. I still like the tablet. I think that looks good. Let's go to desktop. I know desktop's going to look good. Okay. So let's go back to edit the site. We'll jump back into mobile. And in mobile here, it's always asking me to publish the site. It's getting impatient here, wants me to finish. So we're going to click default. Preview this once more. That looks better. And we're not going to worry about this or this right now. So that looks good. And because we made those changes everywhere in the tablet and the desktop and the mobile phone, we can go back now to edit site, and we have all this set up. We can jump back to desktop and just duplicate this entire section with the container to do that for our development page. So development now, I can just select the section, Command D or Control D is going to duplicate that right down here. I'm just going to change this to development. Everything has the animation and everything that we set up, and all I have to do now, I want to swap these 2 so I can grab this stack, for example, come down here and say this is now going to sit here. I can grab this image, which I may not be able to do that on the canvas, so thankfully we have a layers page, and we can grab this vector art and say we want this to be down here. Coming down, I think that is looking really good, and then here we can change this vector art again in your exercise files. This is going to be the development. So graphic development here, and we'll go ahead and open this up. Now we can add that to the page, replace it, and let's just see how that all looks on desktop. We'll hit preview here. So how much time that saved us to have design and strategy. We come down here. Now we have development. That's scrolling now, and then we're going to go to the other section. So that looks really good, and I'm almost scared to try this on tablet because I think there's some things we need to do, but let's go into tablet here. That all looks great. Now let's jump into mobile, and I'm almost positive. Wow, it looks like that's even great. Maybe the only thing is this center alignment. Awesome, so that saves us a lot of time doing all the work up front. We're going to click edit site here. Let's just change this text. We can override it or just hit center. And that all looks great. The next thing we want to do is we jump into the desktop here. Let's change this back to 1300. We want to have some content in between this section and the Have a Project, Let's Talk. And this is where we're going to have who we work with. Now we want to add a new section, so we can click on this section, click on the big fat button, and we'll choose a blank section. And we just want to make the color of this bottom right color here. And I think for this section, we'll just quickly come in here and change the margins here to be percentage. Excuse me, the padding. We'll set 160, 160. And then I do want to apply a grid here. I want it to be a 1x2, and when I apply this, I think I'm going to go into advanced mode and just give myself maybe 80 pixels of padding in between. And this is where I can have my title, and this is where I can have my content. So just dragging in some text here. We can just type in who we work with. Go ahead and make that a true heading 2. And we'll make this text white. Now I'm okay with making this 100% and centering. And then we'll center align this text. The next thing I want to do is create a container down here. So what I can do is click plus, we'll just add a container, and in this container itself we want this to be down here at the bottom, and we'll align this to the top. Let's just make sure it's the top of the bottom row. And I'm actually going to change my mind on a lot of these margins here, and I'll tell you why. We're going to have a grid image with a lot of that parallax scrolling. This is going to be really fun and creative. So what we can do is we can set this to be 100% and center this. And then as we create a grid here, we can add images to the grid for a nice masonry effect for who we work with. So what we can do is apply a grid. And in this case, I want it to be a 2x2, so we'll apply this. And when we go into change grid layout now, I want the min height here, really important. It's at least 600 here. So we'll do that here. We'll do that here. And we want the min height to be at least 400. So we'll change that here. And now let's add some content. So I'm going to add an image here to the right one. I'm going to bring it here and just expand it. And this one's going to take 2 rows. So we're just going to make sure it's here on both rows. And then we'll copy and paste. And we'll paste this one right here in the bottom left. And then in this one is going to be who we work with. So we can select this cell. We'll go ahead and add a title. We'll also add paragraph text. And we want to drag it to make sure it's right here in this cell. And let's go ahead and center this for now. And then if we right click on the stack and we place this in a container, we can stretch this container and give it that same blue color. And I think for this one, I want to change my mind and go totally black. I think it's going to look much better. So I'm going to change that here. Same for this color, totally black. And then for the title here, let's go ahead and edit the text to be heading 3. Or let's try heading 4. I think that's going to look better. And we'll make that white. And here, we'll edit the text. We're going to make sure everything's 100% inside of the stack. And if we back out and go to the stack level, one thing that we want to do is make sure that it's docked here to the left. And I want to apply this 5% margin here. And then just make sure it's something like 70% width. Also from the top here, I might apply 5% as well. Now one other thing I want to add to the stack as I have this text selected is a line. So we can just add that here, place that inside of the stack, and let's give this some styling. So I'm going to make this line color red. 2 pixels is okay. And then let's just give this a fixed width. So we'll just do pixels, and let's just make this 150 for now. I think that looks good. Now I think I want to change this percentage to 10 pixels. So I think that looks really good. And now we can copy and paste the text from our Google Sheets. So here I'm going to go into our Google Sheets, who we work with. We have healthcare organizations and this text here. So what I'm going to do is just paste this into here. And I'll go ahead and add this. That looks good. Let's add some padding down here. So I want this to be at least 80 pixels here at the bottom. I think that's going to look a lot nicer. So we come down, who we work with, and let's just find some great images for healthcare organizations. Come in here, just change image, healthcare, and we'll search this in media. So we'll grab an image like this, go ahead and update, and an image down here. We'll select one of those. And now what we want to do is take this section right here, make this sticky, and we also want to make this image sticky as well. And we want to make sure this container is arranged clear to the front. And when we go into preview now, this is what it's going to look like. So we're going to come down here to who we work with, and it's going to stop right there. It's going to show healthcare organizations, and it'll continue scrolling. We'll have the other sections come up as well. So that's what we're going for. And that's why we had everything in a container here. So I think that's looking really good. So now I'm going to click Edit Site. And before I duplicate this 2 other times, I'm going to go into the tablet view, see if everything looks good. So the only thing I think I need to do here is edit the size of this text. I can have this be 30. Maybe this text right here, if I edit this, I'll have it be 16. That looks good. Come down here, and I think that's good. Now last one, jumping down to mobile, and we want this to be styled a little bit differently. So in this case here, we're going to select the container and choose change grid layout, and I think we want to just switch this all to a 1x4. And it does a pretty good job at changing some things for us. But in this case, I may want to take this image and bring it to the very top. I may want to take this image and just right click and choose Don't Display. And then here for this entire container, let's have this sit in the second row. The last thing for the who we work with, we want to just change that. So I think 48 or 36 will be good. And let's just try 30 here. I think 36 will be okay. And we'll make that 90% here. Looking good. Last thing here is in the mobile, we'll just give this maybe 40. Or let's try 80. Come down here, this is looking really good, but in this case, I want to select this whole stack here. We did have the 10%. I think here I'll move this to 5%, and then I want this to be 80%. I kind of like that offset there. I think it looks quite good. So that's what we're going to stick with here. Jump back to tablet. Everything looks good on tablet. Desktop, everything looks good on desktop. Now that we've done all that, I want to take this parent container here. So let's click inside of here and select this entire container. And let's just right click and copy this container, and let's come down here and just add a new blank section and paste the container inside of here. Now when I do that, it shows a negative 186 pixels down here. Let's just set that to 0, and I think that looks good. And here now all we have to do, because we changed all those settings, is we can select this image, for example, and say, actually I want to take this container first and say I want this to sit at the top right. I want this image here to sit at the bottom right. And then if I go into the layers panel here, I want to just select this image. And I'll just click the first cell, hold down Shift, and click the second cell. So we've kind of just alternated it. And just by setting those few settings, we can click Preview right here, see how this all looks. And that's what I was going for here. So that's looking really good. We'll go ahead and click Edit Site again. And I just want to make sure here that this is full. That looks good. And let's just change this text now based on our Google Sheets. Startups. Paste this inside here. We'll find some startup images. We'll try teamwork. Add something here. And now that we have that set up, I'm going to go into tablet. That still looks really good in tablet mode. In mobile mode, it looks okay. There's a few things I think we'll need to change. So for example here, we have some extra rows now in the mobile view. So when we go into advanced mode here, we can delete these, and it'll only delete in the mobile view. So go ahead and hit done. We'll stretch this down here. And we have some extra space somewhere, so I'm just going to hit min height none. We'll come into this section right here and just make sure we don't have a 400 pixel margin. So that looks great. And we'll come down here and do the same thing. Let's go into the parent container here, just make it a little bit smaller. And for this image itself in the container, I want to actually make the min height a little bit bigger, so we'll do at least 300, I would say. That looks good. We'll do the same thing here. Go into our container, make it at least 300. Fancy, fancy. I'm going to actually preview this on mobile, so just make sure it looks good. So I think I like that. I wasn't intending for that, but that's some of the settings that we set on the desktop. That looks pretty good. So we can do that, have that hit. That's good, and we'll fix this thing later. So let's go back to edit site. We'll jump back to the 1300. And the very last thing is grabbing this entire section now. The reason why we couldn't copy the section before is because it included the title right here, but we can include this entire section now. Just hit Command D and it's going to exist down here. And I want to just make sure this is stretched out. And for some reason in here, I just want to go back into my inspector, and sometimes there's some margins or min heights or something that's setting that. There we go. So just a little bit of troubleshooting. That's the beauty of coding with any platform. So we have this section now. That looks really great. I think everything looks great there. And then the section in the container, we want to just remove that min height as well. So now once more, I'm going to grab this container and we'll just shift some things around. Go into our layers panel, select this image down here. Bring this over here to the right. And this is going to be retail and commerce. So I'm going to grab this image here, change it. We'll look for a store. And we'll add this one. And I think here we want to add a focal point, so I'm going to add that here, something like so. So we'll come in here, we'll search for store here. Yeah, this is good. We'll try that one. And just see how that looks on tablet. All should be dandy. See how that looks on mobile. All should be dandy. And the last thing here in this section, to fix that last thing, is we right click and we make sure that this is brought to the front. And then this last section here, we can delete that. And we might have this entire thing done now. So quite a bit to work on. We're going to jump back in the desktop, and this is our quality control. Click on preview. I'll test things at 1300 first. Scroll through, everything looks great. Coming down here, we can add a little bit of animation here as well, so you could do that, slide things over. I may do that later, but I'll leave that to you as a challenge just to see how to take these containers and add some nice animations that can go with this. But that looks really good. That's what I was going for. And at the very end, do you have a project? Let's talk. I like that. That's looking really good. Now let's go ahead and stretch this. We're in a tablet view now. Looking good. Something like that. I would probably change the margins a little bit. So I'll play around with this. But you get the general idea of how everything's working great. Everything else is just preference. We can go down to mobile now. Let's go right back to the top. Start to squeeze things around. And this is really the structure of it, the animations, the fixed positions during scrolling. All of that is the structure that you need to make it look great. And then you can always go in there and fine-tune the properties. So that was quite a bit to undertake, but we have our entire design development page created now. In this video, we're going to have some fun creating our digital marketing page. This is going to have some anchor scrolling, so it'll have a table of contents, and we'll do some flashy things with scrollable or sticky elements. So this is where we get to have a lot of custom creativity and fun on this page, and we'll get started by creating the hero section here, and it's just going to say our services digital marketing. So something similar to that, again, we can come to some of our other pages, so possibly the about page. We can have something to start out with here, and like before, we can just right click on the section here, click copy. We'll go back to digital marketing and make sure that you're clicking on the header when you hit the paste keyboard shortcut, and it'll paste it right below the section that you have selected. And now I just want to name this one digital, and instead of story we'll say marketing. I also want some text up here, so I'm going to copy and paste here, just bring this up here, and for edit text here I just want this to be maybe a paragraph 1. And we'll make this white, and we'll just call this our services. Now that we've done that, we can shift select both of these elements, enable stacking, and then we just want the item spacing to be 24 or not 244. There we go. And then we'll just hit the center right here. And while we're here, we might as well just squeeze over the tablet, make sure it all looks good. Something here didn't copy quite right, so we're going to right click, remove overrides. That looks good. We'll go to mobile. And here, just in case, we'll remove overrides, but we may still want to override this later. So, for example, I like this size here, but for our services, I'm going to edit the text here, and maybe I'm just going to have this be 16. And that's a good start. We can adjust things a little bit later, but let's go to desktop here, 1300. I'm just going to swap out the image here. So we're going to go into design. We'll just choose change media, and then we can go to media from Wix. So I think I can search light bulb and find the image that we used here. So I think it was something like this. So we can select that and change the background. And then as far as the focal point, we can enable that here, just change that up. And see about how we like it. That's probably good. I may in this case want things to be darker, so I'm going to give this 80%, or possibly, I guess it's 30%, it's reverse. So this is the image opacity. Alright, so we have the hero section, and the next thing we want to do is create a section with text. So I'm going to just add a new blank section here, and very quickly we can add 2 text elements. So we're going to add a title, and then we want to add a paragraph just below that. That's good. And then for this title, we want to make sure and edit this text. It says that it's a heading 2, but I know that I want it to be 64. So if you ever want to reset the heading, you can click reset changes here, and that'll reset it to the 72 pixels, but I know in this case I want 64. So this text is going to say, reach the right customers, period. Tell the right story, period. And here we're going to make this red. And that's good. And then let's just stretch this a little bit. We'll play with the sizing a little bit more in the inspectors. For example, I may want this to be 80. And then when we go into edit the text, let's just make sure it's centered here. And I actually, when I hit return here, it'll offer a paragraph break, but if I hit shift return, that'll just be a line break. And I think I want just a line break here. And in this case, let's try 48. I think that's going to look better with 48 pixels here. So let's go ahead and change that up. As far as the paragraph text, we want that to be paragraph 2. And a paragraph 2 is usually 20 px. So I'm going to click reset changes here. And to get copy for anything on the website, you can actually go to bit.ly/brainspin-copy. And there's a lot of this text here. You can just copy and paste it from here. So I'm going to paste that here. And then what I'll want to do, I can resize these things to be 80% or whatever, but first, before doing that, I'm going to hold down Shift and just enable stacking. And this stack is what I'm going to have be 80% and centered. But when I go into here, I'm just going to make sure that this is 100% within the stack, so 100% here, and then we'll make this centered. So now that I've done that, I may want this stacking. I'll play with this, and maybe 70% is probably good. And depending on how this breaks on the iPad, we may want to fix this even more, but I think this is a good start right here. Then the last thing for this section right here is min height is pretty good, but I just want to offer that padding here as 160. Possibly even having the 5% percentage here. Something like that looks good. And then below that, this is where we're going to have a table of contents. So to do this, what we want to do is just add a section. This time we want it to be a grid section. And this is going to be a simple grid section, just a 2x1. So we're going to have menu options here to scroll down to different sections in digital marketing. And we're going to have an image that fades in as we hover over those selections. So it'll be pretty fun. So we're going to start off with just making this a black background. Pitch black right there. And then we'll give this the good old padding that it needs. So as far as percentage here is 5%. And 160, 160. Pretty good. Now, here is where we want to add our table of contents, so we can do that with a layouter. So when we come in here and go into add a repeater or a layouter, one thing to keep in mind, if you do create a repeater, you can do that for the table of contents for some things, but as far as adding links to each one individually, there's things in a repeater that's going to, if you change this in one grid cell, it's going to change everywhere, which doesn't give you as much creative freedom into customizing the animation of each one. So I'll show you what I mean, but just make sure that you're using a layouter and not a repeater in this case, just to have more customization. And when we do that now, we want to just throw this in the right grid, and we want this to be 100%. And here it shows a nice mosaic display type, which is great for some cases, but in our case we're going to use rows. And we're going to have 5 rows, but before we do that, it's important to create the first one and the animation for the first one, because we can just duplicate this, which will apply all that animation and all the settings that we have for the other ones, and it'll allow us to change less, saving us some time. But for the sake of just getting the design down and right for right now, I'll add one more item just to show 5 here. And I think the settings that we have right now are okay, so I'm just going to make sure that it's centered here, and that it's 100%. So as I stretch this, that's looking really good, and then for iPad we'll break it to show both of these, but for right now I really like that. So we're going to go back to 1300 now. And the other thing we want to do is show an image inside of here as we hover over any of these elements. So I'm going to come in here and just select this item, and in the item itself I don't want to use this background. I'm going to turn this all the way down, and in a repeater it would apply everywhere. In a container it doesn't, and that's okay. We're going to do this and then we'll duplicate and delete these other ones. So in this case here, the first thing we want to add is a shape, because we can't add links or hyperlinks to a container, so we can't click on a container to go somewhere else. So a workaround for that is we can go and add an actual shape or an element. And so we can add, it's not going to be a star, but we're going to just add that in here for now. We can change that basic shape just to a rectangle. And you'll notice when we add this to a page, in the layout it's going to say scale proportionately. We don't want that, so we're going to undo that, and let's just give this, drag this down here, and we'll give this 100% width, center this, and the height, let's do something like, I think 70 is good. We want to bring this into the right layouter. It's going to be this one here, center that. And that looks good. Now the last thing to do is just go into design. I'm just going to make this pitch black here. But now if I copy and paste this shape, I'm going to go back into my layout and just center this for now, but I want to just have this be an underline, just really subtle. So for right now in this shape, I'm going to go in and change the color to be one of these lighter gray. And then for the size, I want this just to be 1 pixel, dock to the bottom. And I'll copy and paste that once more, dock this to the top and center. And let's look at that. I think that looks okay. And if I do something like this, I actually don't want the margins in between these items. So I'm going to go and select the actual repeater, or the layouter, excuse me. Go into the vertical margins and I'll just set 0. And these lines will just separate those for me. Now I'm going to add a few bits of text. So come in here, just add a, we'll start with paragraph here. Come in here, and I'm going to edit this to say 01. And as far as the size of this now, we can have the width be 100%. I think I just want it to be max content and docked to the left. And I want a pixel margin here from the left, so maybe I'll just give it like 30 pixels, and we're just gonna make this red, 01, and I want this to be paragraph 1 first at 24 pixels. So we're gonna do that, make it red, and when we click away, it'll reset, and there we go. And then let's copy and paste this. Let's bring it over here, and instead of 30 pixels, we'll try 80. And that way, as our browser scales, it'll stay fixed to the left, and I think that'll look better. So let's do that. And we're gonna make this white. And for right now, in fact, I can just call this content marketing, and we'll make that white. And let's slap some boldness on here. Same thing with this one. 01 content marketing. Now, at any time, we can select this item. We have the basic shape, so let's make sure we select item. And we can hit Command D or Control D to duplicate, 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 and get all of the benefit that we designed for the rest of these. But before we do that, I'm going to hit undo a few times. We want to add just a little bit more pizzazz before we duplicate this. So, in the section itself, let's just add an image. Let's throw this right here. And we can just have this centered. So, centered here. We want the height to be proportionate, and let's do, or proportional. 70% is good. So just flex around, see what tickles your fancy. I think this looks good. These images, when we hover over content marketing, it's going to show this image, and those are going to be the same images as these ones down here. So I know, in this case, if I change the image, so I can search media and do light bulb, and I'll search for that specific image here. Go ahead and click update. Now I'll just copy and paste. You can import, export right from your XD design files, but so I can go to change image. I know this is an Unsplash image, so I'll just search here and I'll search for Google at first, and here it is right here. So let's go ahead and select that. We'll click update, and that's our second image. We need a pay-per-click image, so I'm gonna copy this. We'll change the image here, and maybe I'll search for like mobile. Mobile or shopping or something like that. So something like this will look good. And as we're doing this, there's some things that we want to map. So hovering over this will show this image. So to help us not get so confused, we want to name these. We know that this first image is for the content marketing. So we can call this image, and we could do image 1 or image content hyphen marketing, whatever you want. For me, I'm just going to do image 1. And then this one down here is going to be image 2, image 3, and it won't matter which one's over the other one or anything like that. So this will all be fine, but what we're going to do on each one of these images is just make sure that they're all docked to the center now. Dock those here, and they're all going to directly overlap. So we have 2 more images now. We need to find one for landing page development and measurement and analytics. So again, I'll copy and paste. We're going to come over here, and I'll search website. And if I find a good example of a landing page, something like this, I might can use this one. We'll click update. And then copy and paste again. We'll search for measurement and analytics. So maybe if we do analytics here, I like this one. It looks a little bit more bright and playful. So we'll click update here. And then just want to make sure that we add the 4 and add the 5. Now I think we have all of the elements to make this animation stand out. So just quickly docking these things here to the center. We can do that here. That all looks good. So now we're going to add some triggers and animation here. So when we hover over this row here, we're going to have some slide over text, and the image is going to fade in. So to set things up to be the best way possible, I'm actually going to reorder these as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's going to be a little bit better. We want to start these images out actually at 0%. So when you go into your layout and we scroll down to the very bottom, we have adjust. And this is where we want to add our initial state. How is this going to start? So we want to do 0%. And because we want it to slide over to the right, 20 or 30 pixels, we can add a translate here. So it's going to start off negative 30 pixels here. So we're going to add that 0% negative 30 to every single image. So let's do that now. So let's come in here and animate some elements here. So what we want to do, we can actually select some elements here and jump in and add some effects that we can tie to a trigger later, but we can do this all within the triggers tab. So the effects tab is what animations, what positions and skewing we're going to set. And the trigger is basically, do you want a click or a hover that triggers the effect? So basically what we want to do is select the containing item. This is the item that contains all of your layers. This is where we want that hover effect. So when we go into triggers here, we can see there aren't any triggers yet, so we're going to click add a trigger and we'll choose hover. And when we do that, it'll say what items do you want to affect. So we can affect all of the items within the item, so the elements, or if we click here we can choose individual elements on the canvas. So I may want to animate 0, 1 separately. So I'm going to click on that, we'll click done, and now we want to apply this effect, and then we can choose some simple grow, shrink, float, sync, float and grow, whatever comes out of the box. And we can also click custom here to add some custom effects. So I can just call this slide and start designing. And with the slide I can have this be just say 10 pixels. And when I hit return here, we can see in the timing box it shows 0.3 seconds. We can also get access to timing here, so that looks good. I might want to do 0.4 seconds, make it a little bit longer, and that's good. So I'll hit done. And with this same item, you can apply multiple interactions with multiple elements. So I also want to slide this one over. So I'm going to add a new interaction here. Instead of item self, I'm going to choose content marketing and hit done. And then from here, I'm going to add a new effect. We'll go into custom and we'll call this slide as well. Start designing. And here we'll do 10 pixels as well. Let's go ahead and make that the same 0.4 seconds. And we'll click done. Go ahead and hit preview. We can see that working exactly how we want. The last thing we want to do is have this image fade in. So let's go back to edit site. We can do the same thing in this item right here. So we can go into item. We have apply slide on a 1, apply slide on content marketing, and add a new interaction. And instead of item self, we can click choose on canvas. And what are we going to choose here? It's all invisible. So that's one thing that I'm really grateful for, being able to open up the layers panel and choose here, and also naming your layers. So 01 content marketing is going to be image 1. So we can select that here and know which image we're going to be affecting. When we do that, we can click done, and we can click close right here. So let's go ahead and add a new interaction. So I can click add new interaction right here. Instead of item self, I can click inside of here and choose on canvas. And we can actually choose one of these images, but what image do we choose? Because they're all invisible. That's one reason I'm grateful that we have this layers panel, that we could actually choose the right image -1 and know what we're choosing. So we can click done right here, and we can add our interaction setup. So image 1, apply an effect, and this time we can have any one of these, but if we click custom, because it's 0% opacity, that's not really going to work. So we can just have like fade in, for example, and start designing. So in a fade in, we can come in here and say it started out at -30 and 0. Remember, we adjusted those on every single image. So now we just need to reset those in this state. So say now it's in position and it's 100%. When we do that and click done, at any time, if we want to edit any of these, we can delete the effects within this hover interaction, or we can go into the effects that we're using. And for example, if I choose image 1, it's going to show that initial state and it's going to show the fade in. So the initial state, if I click here, it'll show that 0% and the -30. So you could change that to -40 anytime that you wanted. And fade in, it's going to show 100% and 0%. So those are the settings here. Let's jump back into preview. And this is what you're going to get right here. It's really cool. So now we can duplicate this and get all of the effects and triggers for all of the rows. We do have to manually connect each image, but not within the containing elements themselves. So for example, we'll click Edit Site here. So now I'm going to just select these items and I can just hit delete. We don't need these items anymore. And I can select this item and just hit Command D or Control D, or simply right click and duplicate. So there we go. So we have this item here. I'm going to just hit Command or Control D a few more times. I know I need, I think, 5 of them. And now all we have to do is change the text here, 01, 02, 03, 04, and 05. And then we want to give context here. So this is a search engine optimization. So I believe that all looks really good. We're going to click preview. We'll notice that the first one works beautifully. The second one, third, fourth, and fifth don't have those images attached. So we're going to go ahead and do that now, but we copied all of this, saving us a lot of time not having to do that individually. So let's go back to Edit Site, and we're just going to go back in and add the animation for these 4 other images. So again, go to Item, and if we go into the interactions here, we already have the trigger applied, so we could just add this new interaction, go in and choose on Canvas Image 2, click Done, and then the effect, we just jump into custom. We'll just call this slide as well, without caps. We'll click Start Designing, and this is where we're going to give it back some opacity, give it back the 0 pixel translation, and hit Done. And we'll do that 3 more times, so go ahead and do that. Alright, so with a little bit of fast forwarding, we got done quickly. And the last moment of truth, clicking preview and seeing just how great that looks all together. So that's exactly what we were going for. I really like it. The last thing maybe is we do have some double stacked rows inside of here. So if we click Edit Site, because this isn't a repeater, we can actually select the top basic shape here. So we have the bottom one and the top one. Let's just delete that a few different places. Come in here, I believe it's this top one. Do the same thing. And here as well. Alright, we got rid of that double stacking. So that's how you can add some custom triggers and interactions. We're still working on the digital marketing page. So in the next section, we'll talk about anchor scrolling, how we can connect and tie these up to the future sections that we create here. Continuing on with the last video, we're going to create some sections for each one of these table of contents so we can use anchor scrolling to scroll down to them. So what I'm going to do is add a new section. This time we want to use a grid. We're going to take advantage of parallax scrolling and fixed positions. So this is going to get really fancy here. So let's start off with other here, and we can do 2 columns and 3 rows. Now for right now, I can change the grid layout and go to advanced mode. Here I want to actually change the min height to be viewport height, and I want it to be 50% of viewport height for now. So let's do that for all 3 rows. Okay, now we'll hit done. And in this section here, first we can create a background image. So if we go into the inspector under the design tab, we can choose the color or image or anything that we want, but also I want to show you how we can take advantage of something like fluid gradients as well. So even with something like this, you can get a lot more creative. Let's jump in here, and let's say we want to use a dark red over here on this side, or maybe a lighter red, and just play around with the same color scheme that we've used. but maybe introduce some blue. So I'll start off with this blue here, but I think I might want it to be a little bit brighter. So let's go back in here. And add a blue something like that. And let's just see how that all looks here. Maybe over here we want it to be a little bit darker. And I'm using a little bit more vibrant colors, so we're going to have a lot of fun with this. So that looks really good, just to apply some gradients. And we can also move these nodes around if we want the shading or the position of those, the starting of that color to be changed. So I'll go ahead and throw that one away. And that's a good start. And another thing that you can do is add a fluent gradient to reuse it later if you'd like. But I think I'm good with this. And then we can also choose a background overlay. And this can get really crazy, but play around with this and see if it might help parts of your design. So now that we have these options here, you can have a nice gradient smoky flavor. Or if you're into leopards, if you're feeling like a tiger queen, you can use that texture. There's one in here that I like quite a bit, so even just having it grainy like that I think breaks it up and makes it look nice. But one that I want to go with is actually more of a diamond pattern like this. I really like that. Another thing you can do is also choose the opacity of this color as you're going through this, but I think this is a good start. Now let's add a title and some text into this section, and remember, if you go to bit.ly/brainspin-content, we can find all the content under digital marketing. So this will be the content that we'll copy and paste throughout. So for example, content marketing is where we're starting. So we can jump back in here. Let's just add some text. So we'll add a title here, come in here. We'll give this, start off with a heading 2. Let's reset the changes. And I think I'm going to like heading 4, to be honest. Content marketing. And let's go ahead and make that white. That looks okay. And then let's add a body text. So we'll just add a simple paragraph here. We can come in here and just copy this piece of text here, paste it in here. And let's just reset the changes here for paragraph 2. And that's a good start. We'll make it white. Now let's make sure and contain this inside of a stack. So we're just going to hold down Shift, select both of these, and we'll stack this. And inside of our layout, let's just make this 24 pixels. Now we want this to fit into one cell right here. And let's have this be 90%. I think will work great. And let's just center this. Now always you want to start out with a style guide for the text, but if the text wraps like this and you want it to maybe go a further distance before wrapping, first of all I can make this 100% of the stack, and that will fix part of it. But always feel free to just change the text here, the size. Maybe we want this to be 38 instead. I think that'll give it a nice distance. Alright, that's good. In this section we're going to add an image, so we're going to click plus. We'll add an image inside of here, and all we have to do is click this expand. And we want this image to be the same as the image for content marketing. So I know that's a little light bulb. So it's not a laser, it's a little light bulb that blinks. We're going to go ahead and click the image. And I believe we can go into our site files here if we have it here. If we don't see it, we can still go into media from Wix and just type in light bulb. Here it is right here. So let's just make sure that we add this focal point right here on the light bulb. It's not going to matter in most cases, but in this case right here, we'll just, I think that'll look good. And now that we have this image here, let's go into design, and I want to just add a black background with an image opacity. So maybe 50%, we'll start off there, or 40. We just want to make sure there's enough contrast, because what's going to happen is we're going to have this text stay fixed while this image scrolls beneath it. So to do that, we do need to make sure this stack, if we right click, is arranged to the front, so bring to front. And then this is in a stack, but one thing that I want to do if I right click is place in a container. And the reason why is because I need this container to be stretched to fill here, and then the stacking inside of that container can come into the layout and just recenter that like so. Make this 90% and center that. But now this container, what I can do here in the position type, I can choose sticky. So as soon as it hits the top of the browser, it'll stick. And this will scroll up underneath it. In fact, we also want this to stick. And sticky just means it's going to scroll up until it hits the top or until the section below pushes it up. So that's how it works. If we click preview, I'll show you where we're starting to talk about how this works. So here we go. And you'll notice that I tried to arrange to front, but maybe when I added that in a container, it didn't work. So I'm going to go to edit site, make sure that you have the container itself, right click and bring to front. And now when you go into preview, that's going to work beautifully. Look at that, how it just slides on top. So it just adds that layer and moves it up. So that's what we're going for here. I think that looks really good. The last thing we want to do is just add some text here in this grid. So we're going to go back to edit site. And that's why we're using the grid. We're going to set the timing. So this is going to scroll up first, this is going to scroll up second, and the third thing is going to be what we do. So we could even use a layouter for this or a repeater. In my case, I'm going to use a layouter. So let's go to plus, let's use the layouter here. And for the layouter, I'm just going to come in here and use rows. And we'll just go into the layouter itself, grab this little grid and just make sure that we slap that here. Now inside of this, I just want to make sure that this is centered here. And we'll give it 80%, looks good. And they always give you some shape or some background here on the item. I'm going to go into the design here and let's just turn that all the way down. But we're going to slap a title inside of here. So we can do that like so. And then if we edit the text, let's just say, I'll try a heading 6. I think that's going to look good. And I'm going to call this what we do. And here we're going to make it white. And because it's inside of this layouter, I can make it just 100%. So I'll just dock this, center it, and make this 100%. That's good. And go back to the item. I'm not sure why, but sometimes I have to do things twice here. So now that we have this, we're going to delete this item. We're going to delete this item, and we'll go into this item here. I can now Command or Control D, and this is going to actually be red. So I'm going to come in here and change that to be red. And I know what we do, so I can say copywriting. If you want, you can copy and paste it here from the sheets. But for me, I'm going to duplicate. I call this graphics and media. And let's just copy all of the things that we do here by just hitting duplicate a few times. So maybe I'll do that 3 more times. That's how it's all going to look here. And let's just go ahead and change the rest of this. That's great. Now one thing that you really want to do is be mindful of accessibility options and make sure that this has enough contrast so you can play around with it. We'll just hit preview and see how everything looks here. So let's scroll up and see content marketing. We're going to come and have that scroll, then this is going to scroll and it'll come up. So I like what's happening there. But another thing that I want to do is have this fade in. So let's start to add some animation. Once we do this, we can duplicate it a few times and just change the content. So we're going to go into edit site here. Right here, we can just do a simple animation. I'm just going to have this be float in, and then the direction that we want it to float is from the bottom. And we can always play it and see how that looks. So that's really good. We can do the same thing here, add that animation, float in, make sure it's from the bottom. And we can add a little bit of a delay, maybe a 0.3 second delay. And then here for what we do, let's grab the entire layouter and let's add animation for that. So float in, again from the bottom. So let's preview, make sure everything looks good. And I like that. So we'll just add a few more of these. But again, the more you do in this reusable section, because you're going to use this multiple times, the more you do in here before you duplicate, the less you have to do later on. So we're going to jump into tablet mode. Even in tablet mode, I think I like that. So let's just see how that looks in preview. There we go. That comes in. This comes in. Really great. I like that. Now for mobile view, we can go into mobile view and we can see how some things don't look how we would like them to look. So we can go into edit the site and let's just change some of that. So first of all, tablet view here. Tablet view, believe it or not, you can still use a mouse if you connect it to your iPad. So I want to keep the hover effect here, but we want to change a few things. So I like the images, how they work here. But as far as this content, I'm going to go into the layouter itself. We can go in here and see that it is 100%. I think that looks great. Now let's go into each item, and I believe we just need to make this smaller, so we can do so. So we can go into edit text, and here, let's just try 16. We'll try that here. And let's do that a few times just with this text. So we'll just hit fast forward here as I change the text size in this view. So that is fitting much better. There's still some of this that if we look here, the width says max content. We could change this even to be pixels. So if we do convert this to pixels, we can see right now it's 268. So maybe I would do 250 and get some of this to wrap here. Okay, that looks good. And now when we jump to mobile here, all of these images in the grid here, what we can do is, first of all, select all of these images, go into layout, and we can right click and just choose don't display. We don't want to choose this in mobile because we're not going to be able to hover over it anyways. So we'll go ahead and hide these on mobile. And then we can go to the section change grid layout and delete the grid altogether. Now we can go into the layouter. We'll choose the layouter itself. Have this be 100% and center it. And here there's quite a bit of margin here in this section, so we don't need that for mobile. We can do 80 or 40. I'm going to just try 80 first, or not 880, but 80. And that's okay. I think that's decent, and we can't even move this here, the position here. Maybe we move this to 10. Just give it a little bit more space, so we can do that as well. That's all great. Let's come down here now, and one thing that we want to do with this section itself, when we change the grid layout, instead of a 2x3, let's do a 1x6 for now. Let's start off with that. And then so this content fits good, we're going to come into change the grid layout, go to advanced mode, and we'll do a minimum of 400 pixels. Let's see how that looks, or maybe we'll try 500. That looks great. Let's do that with every single one of them. In order for this effect to look the best, it needs to be the same with all. I think in this case we can select this delete row, select this one, delete row, and select this one, delete row. There we go. And let's just change this again. So minimum 500, minimum 500. And min 500. So we'll hit done here. And now we need to find out where that image landed. So we can come into our layers panel. Scroll down to see the container. We see this image here hidden somewhere. So let's just go into the inspector and make sure that's actually on the third grid here, or excuse me, the second. And we'll hit this stretch. So there it is. Come down, everything looks really good. As far as this layouter, let's just go ahead and center it here. And something interesting is going to happen in this case if we hit preview here. So we see content marketing comes up. This is really nice because it scrolls behind before it continues, but we have a problem right here where this text kind of clashes and scrolls here before it moves on. So I think because of that, one thing that I might suggest here is if we go back into Edit Site just for mobile, we can switch up a few things. So maybe this image is the one that stays in the top row, and that image can be sticky, but now this container that this stack is inside of, let's have that just be default. And then this text here, let's just throw this into the second row, and we'll have this also be just continuously scrolling. Now we may not need this third row, so I'll go back into Change Grid Layout, Advanced Mode, and let's go ahead and delete this row. And then every time you do that, you have to go in and just make sure the min is 500 pixels again. And now let's see how that looks. So now what's going to happen if we come in here, we're going to see the content marketing, and then that's going to scroll out of place while this scrolls into place. And I think that's nice. I think I like that, so we'll stick with that. Looks good on mobile. Again, go into tablet. Looks good on tablet. Go into the desktop. Looks great on desktop. And we've got ourselves a nice sticky element scroll. Now we just need to add the anchor to this and then rinse and repeat. So let's go to Edit Site here. And so how we work with anchor scrolling now is, remember, when I click on an item or a layouter, you'll notice I don't have any options to add a link. We do have to make sure that shape is inside of the item. So if we go into the layers panel, that's why we added this basic shape right here. And as soon as we do that, now we have this icon that says where do you want to link to. So where we want to link, if we come down here to content marketing, is we may want to actually link to this image, not this, because this is where it's going to scroll down. So when we select this image, we can click on this More Actions menu. We can choose Add Anchor. And then if we go into the inspector here, we can see the Add Anchor is enabled, and we can call this content. In fact, I like lowercase here, content marketing. And we can do that a few different times wherever we want that anchor to scroll. So now let's go back in here. Let's select that basic shape, click link. Instead of a page, we're going to choose an anchor, and we're going to say this is going to be this page, and this is going to be content marketing. Now, one trick that we need to enable here when we do this is if we go into preview here, we can see all of our effects here. We can click here, it'll scroll down to content marketing. That looks really good. But if we click the text itself, it's not going to link. So the trick is we have this basic shape that's linkable, but not the text. So we do have to add that to these three elements just because this is over that link. So just a trick to be aware of. When we click Edit Site here, let's just enable that. So go back into the text itself. You'll notice that we don't have a link in here. We just need to double click inside of this text and add the link this way. Anchor, this page, and same thing, content marketing. We'll hit done. It gives us an underline, so we just need to select that and un-underline. And then you can do the same thing here with this text. So I'm just going to do that. Click on the link, click anchor, click on this page, and click on content marketing. Let's go ahead and select all, un-underline, and everything's really great. We hit preview, we hover over that, that looks good. All of this is linkable. We click and it scrolls, and that's perfect. We just need to duplicate that a few times now. So now we can click Edit Site, and here's a challenge that I want you to do now. So I'll do this once more and explain how I duplicate it and move things around. And then for you, there's going to be 3 more sections, so I encourage you to grab the same content here and just go at it and see if you can recreate it. So now we have the section here. I can just hit Command D. When I do that, I have this down here, and you can decide when you do this if you want the textures to be different and the colors to be different, break it up a little bit. That's all up to you. One thing that I want to be different is have a little bit of a staggered effect. So for example, if I come down here with this stack and then with the container itself, I'm just going to slap that on the right side. We'll grab this image, slap it on the right side, grab this layouter and slap it on the left side. When I do that, I'm double checking my work here. Looks good here, and I don't think that'll affect it on mobile. I think on mobile it's going to be good here, and that's what I want. So now let's go back to the desktop and we'll change this content. So now it's not content marketing, it's search engine optimization. So we're gonna come in here, edit the text, go back in here, paste that in the paragraph. Search engine optimization is a little Google image, so I'm going to change the image. We'll choose Google. Let's jump into Unsplash here. I'm going to try Google here. This is the one. And update. What we do, you can copy and paste that, but I'm going to just come in here and just write some pretty quickly. So I'll just add a little bit of fast forwarding, but go ahead and copy and paste from the Google Sheets. Now let's jump into preview, and this is how it looks all together. So we have the content marketing, what we do, search engine optimization, what we do. There we go. Let's jump into iPad view. I say iPad because that's the only serious tablet you should be using. So let's come over here. We notice that this is actually quite big here for this section. So maybe what I want to do as far as that min height here is make that, especially for the iPad right here, we can change the size of the text, or we can make the min a little bit taller. So first I'm going to come in here. If it's 20, I'm going to change that to 16. That's going to help quite a bit. Great, let's grab the stack, that's 24 pixels. And so I think on this section here, each section could be different. I'm going to change the grid layout, go into advanced mode. And here, we can have this just be 60, just give it a little bit more. That looks much better, especially for the iPad view. Let's jump back into preview. That's going to be great. This one here is looking great. And now that we have that, let's jump into mobile, make sure nothing's broken. Content marketing, search engine optimization. That's perfect. There you go. And so now that we have that, when we go back to edit site, we change some things around, but now we have alternating sections. So all you have to do for the next three is duplicate this one. So Command D will duplicate, and we'll go into the layers panel. And when we find this section right here, let's just bring it down to the bottom. Bring it down in between here. And so now we have, let's see, the content marketing. That's the first section. And we can name these just so it's a little bit easier. So if we want to name this content marketing, we'll call this one search engine optimization. And this is feeling a little bit constrained too. So I think on the desktop view, remember we changed this in the iPad view, but on the desktop view we wanted to give this a 60 as well. If we would have started and did this in the desktop view to start with, it would have rippled down to the other views that weren't overridden. So that's something to be mindful of. So that's great. Let's open back up our layers panel and make sure that's search engine optimization. This one's now going to be pay-per-click. And you get the idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish this in somewhat fast forward motion with some pretty music, and just go ahead and try to recreate the same thing using this content here. So we'll grab this text here, we're going to jump into Editor X and add that in here. And then this image here for landing page development, we want to add a grade landing page. So let's go ahead and change the image. And I want to remember what this image is. So remember, we can come over here into these hidden images. That's going to be this image 4 right here. And just so I can remember what the image is, I'm just going to come in here and change the opacity to 100 just to take a gander so it looks like it's just a website here, Lee Buzz. So I'm going to go back into 0 opacity, come down here, and we'll replace that. So we'll choose change image, go to Unsplash, we'll search for website, and it looks like it's this image here, so we'll go ahead and update that. What we do, landing page design, funnel development, A/B testing. Go ahead and delete that last one. So now we have 4 of them here. The last one that we want to do is the measurement and analytics. So one more time here, let's go into pay-per-click. That's the one that we want to copy from. Command or Control D, and we'll bring this down here and call this measurement and analytics. And we'll go ahead and change this image. This is the one actually, so website, Unsplash, just search for this one. It's the one I wanted to use. And then what we do here. Okay, quick preview. Come down here. Again, you can give it its own unique animation and do whatever you'd like there. Search engine optimization, keyword optimization, pay-per-click, Google, Facebook, pay-per-click conversion tracking, landing page development. I'm just rambling on, but it just helps me just quickly testing and seeing the content, making sure that I didn't miss something, that something's not out of order. That quality control is super helpful, especially before you pass it off to the client, and your perceived value and why you get paid, because you can go further without them catching those simple things, and you can do that for them. So this is looking really good, especially on the tablet, because remember there was some tight content. So we can come down here, see how that all looks. That's good. This is good. I think it all looks great. That's perfect. I love that. All right. Go back into edit the site. The last thing we got to do is tie up our table of contents and really see how these anchors flow. So to tie that up, we have to create the anchors. Remember, we did that here, but let's go back now into this one. And this one's going to be search engine optimization. So more actions, anchor settings. And this isn't going to be content marketing anymore. I'm just going to call this SEO. We'll scroll down here, and this is only for your reference. So we can do PPC. Come down here, landing page development, LPD. Come down here, measurement and analytics. Just call this measurement. That's great. Let's come right back up to the top here and link all of it together. Marry this whole page in beautiful interactions. So remember, we have to go to the basic shape. Click this link. We're going to go to anchor, and in this one, it's going to be this page and SEO. We're going to do the same thing 2 more times. But remember, we have to go into the text itself. So I'll be doing this in fast forward motion, but just go ahead and do this with each of these items. And it's been a long stretch. Let's go in. You can never preview things too many times. There's pay-per-click, there's landing page development. measurement and analytics. So even the landing page development, something's going on there. I'm going to go to the desktop view. Landing page. I think we just forgot to link up the landing page development, so that's why we're here. Go into edit the site. That's image 4. And let's go into the actual item and see what's going on with this trigger. So we have apply fade in on image 4. Let's preview this. Nothing's happening. So now we might have named it and not done it. So we can go into the effects here, select image 4, and there is this fade in. So we can go into edit what that looks like, and I think we just forgot this all together. So we're going to go ahead and do -30. Go ahead and hit done. And we're doing this on the desktop view, remember, that's the safest. There we go. Great. I love how smooth that is as we do that. Pay per click, boom. That's really great. Let's come back up here, measurement and analytics. Boom. Looks really good. Let's try the same or similar things here. Let's come up, do landing page development. Great. And ideally, you want to just go in and just test each one of these and make sure that it's good. But to spare you a little bit of time, I'll do some audit a little bit later on those links. But we do have this page fresh and dandy, ready to go and sparkle. Alright, we're getting to one of the fun parts of creating our website, and that's creating a database where we can showcase our projects and the portfolio, images and text and things like that. So for example, we're going to have an Our Work page, and then we're going to have a details page. So for example, if one of our clients was the Sweet Spot, we would show the services that we are including and also some gallery images. And we want all this content to be dynamic so we can add these items individually and have this page just populate. So to do that, let's jump into Editor X. And you'll notice that we have a work page. This is actually static, and we're going to remove this and create these dynamic pages. But the first thing we want to do is create our first database. And we can do that here in the Content Manager tab. So this is where it's going to ask, do you want to start with a preset, or do you want to start by adding content? Now the presets are nice if you want to jumpstart, and that's the beauty of Editor X, quickly jump-starting to, for example, a projects page or a portfolio page. You can do that, and when you create this, when we click on more info, we can see that it'll create the collection itself, and then a dynamic list page and the dynamic items page. So you'll have that head start. But I want to just break down how we do this from scratch. So we're going to click start by adding content, and we can call this collection portfolio. How many items do you want in your collection? We usually are going to want multiple here, so you can just say a single item. I'm not sure an applicable use case for that, but I'm sure there is one. So when we click create right here, it's going to create a database, and you'll notice the only thing we have right now is a title. So we can have that title, and let's go through and just add the rest of the fields that we're going to use for this content management system. So I know that I want a client logo, so I'm going to click plus, and I'll just call this client logo. And then under the field type, we have a few different options. So if we want checkboxes, images, numbers, or things like that, even rich text. So if you want to embed some text where you can add the bold and italicized and links there, you can add that here. So take a look at these options, and you can kind of explore creative ways to use them. But here, I'm just going to use image for my client logo. And you can optionally add some help text just to help when you have your team members adding this content to know what the context of this is if it's not self-explanatory. But we'll click save right here, and we have that first client logo. Next, I'll add the tags. So what services are we providing? So I'll type in services, and we'll click on this tags field type and click save. Then we want to showcase a featured image. So I'm going to call this featured image. We'll create an image here. We'll add a client tagline. So tagline, and we'll just have this be text. Client summary. Then we want to add a project gallery. So here's where we're going to scroll clear down to the bottom, choose media gallery, click save. Next, we'll add the challenge. That's going to be text. Then we'll add a challenge image. We'll add solutions. And we'll have a gallery for the solution. So in this case, we'll call this solution gallery. We'll go ahead and add that media gallery here, hit save. And lastly, the results field. So I believe that's all the fields that we need here. So if you go into our Google Sheets link, this is where we're going to have all the text that you can copy and paste into these fields as we move along. So just visit this link below and you'll find the same text that you can copy and paste. I'm just going to add the first bit of content. So our first client will be the sweet spot. We can add a client logo. So these logos are actually in the exercise files. You can find them here, but we have light versions and dark versions of the logo. We want to use the light versions. So go ahead and find that in the exercise folder. And we're going to just use the sweet spot as an example. So we'll click update. And then what services do we provide? So we can actually just type these in, and I want to type them in caps. So I can say branding and hit return. And I can say product design, hit return, digital marketing, and hit return. And so those are the three tags. So when I add new rows, for example, those are going to be immediately available for me. So that could be really beneficial that way too. And then for a featured image, right now I just want to add simple stock images, and we can collect that content from our client and add that relevant image. But for right now, I can just choose media from Wix, and we'll find a simple donut image. And something like this I think is good. So we'll go ahead and add that, and that's going to be our featured image. And then we want to add the taglines. And I can just copy and paste this from the Google Sheets document that I've shared. For the project gallery, again, just stock images. So you can just go into the media from Wix and you can just type in something like bakery. So this is going to be a gallery. You can actually add images and video to the gallery. So I'll choose add media here, and we'll choose image. And I want to just type in bakery. And we'll add a few of these elements one by one. And 3 is good enough for now. We'll click done. You can add as many as you want, and it'll be horizontally scrolled. Now we'll add in the challenge. A simple challenge image. So we'll go in here, and that looks like a good challenge, a bacon wrapped croissant. And let's go into the solution. Paste that in here. Solutions gallery. And we'll browse some images that look like good solutions. That looks like a good solution. None of these really matter right now, but I like really appetizing desserts here, so I'm going to be really critical. And lastly, the result. So we have this content now. We can go ahead and click the close button here, close that window. And now when we go to manage content, we can see that we have that portfolio. Now if we go into the pages panel here, we don't have our dynamic pages yet, but in some future videos we're going to be creating the portfolio detail page and the portfolio all items page that will dynamically generate this content into our design. It's really cool. Stay tuned. In the last video, we covered how we can create a content management system and add that content to a database. In this video, we're going to be designing the Our Work detail page. This will showcase a featured client and what work we've done for them. And each element, the text, the images, and everything we can tie up to this database so it can be dynamically generated. So let's jump in and design the page, and I'll show you as we do that how we can connect the dots between the database and these elements. So if we go into the CMS, we click on Manage Content, we can click on this More menu right here, and we can choose to add a dynamic item page. So it's going to create that for us. And you'll notice it's pulling in some of that data for us. So we can start with some of that data and we can design it however we want. But one of the benefits of structuring things this way is if we go back into the content manager right here, what it's doing to reference that content, I think this is really important, but it actually creates a system field here to show portfolio / the sweet spot. And that sweet spot is going to be based on the title, so it's going to be dynamic content. And that's where we can reference which page is showing what here. So if we come down here, we can see on this page itself, where is it getting this content? There's a little invisible portfolio item box right here. So this is only for our own purpose. It's not going to publish on the website, but this is where you can manage the content that's being displayed on the page. So for example, under settings, we can see that this is the portfolio. The database name is portfolio item, and then it's filtering based on the portfolio collection here. So this is where we're going to see we're only going to show one item here because it's an items page. We can actually create a list page. We'll create that now, but we're going to design it later. So let's go back into portfolio right here and click this more again. And this is where we can add a dynamic list page. And basically what this is going to do is add a repeater. So we have a repeater here where we can structure how we show our work. So we just created a database and we just very quickly created 2 dynamic pages. This is the first one we're going to work on designing. I'm going to have this Adobe XD design file on my left-hand screen just to reference this as I'm designing. You don't have to. If you just follow along with me, you're going to get the same results, but this is what I do as a designer. I design the content here and then just have this to the left of me so that I can reference things like the text size, the colors, different things like that as I'm moving along. And let's get started. Now, when I click on this, I can see a section here that's structured out a little bit differently than I'd like it. So instead of using this grid, what I might do is just click plus and add a new blank section here. And I'll just close these pages here just for now. And I want to go into the design tab. We're going to change the background to be red. And if you want to get super creative, you can actually create a fluid gradient. You can do that here. I'm just going to stick with red here. And then I already noticed that some of my content is already linked up. So when I click on the sweet spot, this is how you know it's linked and it's connected to the data. So if you ever add elements like a new title, for example, let's bring this up. This is just that static content, nothing's linked, but now I have this option here. Because I have this portfolio item here, I can click connect this to data and it'll ask which data, portfolio item, and text connects to, for example, services. So I can choose services here, and it's going to show branding, product design, digital marketing right there, but I can still design the text however I want. So in this case, I have 24-point pop-ins, so I can come in here. Maybe I'll start with, there we go, the paragraph text. We'll have this be center aligned, and then we want to make this white. So that's how you turn static content into dynamic content. We're going to grab the sweet spot. We're going to bring it up into here and quickly design this text to be center aligned. We're going to hit design text. And then here we can change the size here. I know that it's 84 pixels here. I want to start with 84 pixel, and I don't mind if we can have a dynamic text size here. So when it says scale text, so when I scale this, the text will be smaller or bigger. So you could do that or just have static text. It kind of doesn't matter based on your preference. So I think I'll stick with that. And now I also want to make this all caps. So if I look at this, I can choose edit text, but you'll notice I can't edit it like I do regular text. I have to go in and change content. It'll open up that database. And this is where it opens up a form view, but I can just make this in all caps. And this is where I would edit that data. And if you click Manage Fields, it'll open up and show you these fields as well. So I'll click Save. And that's all saved now, so I'll just click outside of there. And you can see that that's all changed. Now I'm going to come in and just make this 80%. And we'll say the max width is 960. Same thing here, 80%. And then I'm going to just make sure the max width is 960. Same thing here. I'll make sure this is 80%. Max width is 960. And then I'll hold down Shift, select both of these elements, and enable stacking like I've done before. And we'll just make sure this is a 24 pixel stacking, and we'll center this. Now we can add some little right and left arrows here. So if we click plus, and we just open up a basic shape, and let's just search for an arrow, for example. And I like something kind of like this. I think this is more along, here we go, perfect. This arrow right here, we can add this to the page. Go ahead and add a little rotation. And we probably want this to be white. And if we go into the design here, it says scale proportionately. And then for the icon itself, I think I want to just change this to pixels. So I might say something like, let's try 80 pixels. We'll do 64 pixels. I think that looks good. And so we're going to dock this over to the right. So it's going to give us some nice guidelines here. And I actually want to dock this to be, let's say 5% from the right here. And we can come over here and make sure it's vertically aligned the right way. Now this stacking right here, you can see that it has the potential to overlap. So maybe what I'll do, instead of 80%, I'll just change this to be 70%, and that still looks pretty good. So I'm going to grab this arrow, copy and paste. We'll rotate this over the other way, and we'll bring this over here, and again, just having that 5%, and we'll have this be 0. So for these buttons, we can make it a little bit interactive, and the first thing that we can start off doing is click on the basic shape here, and I can right click and choose place in a container. Now the reason why we need this to be in a container is so when we go into the interactions tab here, we can add a hover interaction. We can only add these to containers themselves. So when we click add hover interaction now, we can choose a transition. So we can say we want it to grow when we hover over it. We can also add custom interaction to this. So we can say when we hover, we want 100% opacity. When we go to the initial state here, maybe we want it to be 50% opacity. Let's go back to the hover state here. You can see it's growing to 110%, so 10% increase, and we can change that to 105 if it grows too much out of bounds. Or let's click play. And so we can click done here, and let's just go into preview and just preview how this looks. That looks really good. And now because I've done that, if I click on the basic shape and I go in up one to the container, I actually just want to copy and paste this again, and I can come in here, select this basic shape again, rotate it to the left, but I can now bring this container over here and replace it with this and have all of that interaction and functionality. In fact, I can turn this into an asset if I want. I'm not going to do that now, but just like in the other video, that's very easily achievable. So we'll add the container here. We'll make sure that this is set to 0 from the center and the left. So that's going to be 5% and 0. That all looks really good. So as far as this section here, we have a min height of 500 pixels. We can set this to be 600 pixels. And then what we can do is bump everything up 160 pixels. I'll do the same thing with this shape here, just bumping it up the margin 160 pixels, and this left arrow will do the same thing, just 160 pixels. So now you may want to use this image. You can scale it however you want and place it wherever you want. And I'll move it over here. We may want this for something else, so I'm not going to use the section that it gave us. I'm just going to again click add new section, and in this case I'm going to add just a new blank section. We'll make the background light gray, and then we're going to add that featured image. So we can come down here, see if that featured image is here. It doesn't look like it is. So when we choose add element and we just drag in a simple image, we can set things in the layout like scale proportionately. We can say we want this to be 90% width here. And then if we do dock this to the top, we can see it's negative 13. We actually want it to be negative 160 from the top. And so now this is still centered. This is 160 pixels. And this section itself, we can choose high auto, that's good. Min height is 500 pixels. But another thing that I want to do down here is just set this padding to be 160. And so now, as we just stretch this, we'll see how this looks. So we're going to have that nice 90%. This is looking really good, but we can go ahead and in the different breakpoints, we'll make this responsive later. So for right now, I'll go back to 1200. And that's looking the way that I want it to. Let's come down here now. And I did set a padding down here of 160. I could keep this at 0, and I can create a new section that has that padding. So it doesn't matter where you have that, one or the other. But in this case, I want to create a grid. And this one, I actually want to have 2 columns. So 2 columns just like this. And then we can move this here to be 0.7 or 0.6. I think 0.7 is good. And like before, we can change the grid layout, go to advanced mode, and I actually want to just add 80 pixels this time between the two. I can go into my inspector and just add a little bit of padding. So if I want this to be 5% or 160, you can change exactly how you want this to be. I'll go in here and do 5%. And in my design here, I actually have the services right below the title, and I also have the services down here. So I might change my mind here in the services and deliverables. This might be where I display the logo. So now let's just add a little bit more text. We notice that we do have this text that's already tied to our tagline. So this is what we're going to want right here. And we can just make this 100%. But we do want this, for the design, we want this to be a heading 3. And I actually want this to be 36 points. We'll make this 0 pixels from the top. But what we're going to do in this section is actually add that padding to the section itself. So we're going to come over here and just say 160, 160. And so now we can add that here. The min height can be 200. And we'll move along here. We'll copy and paste this text here, and let's relink this now. Instead of the tagline, we want this to be the summary. And now that it is the summary, we're going to click Design Text, and we're just going to have this be just paragraph 2. Center that out here. And we can stack these two items together, so we'll enable stacking. We'll do 24 pixels. And then notice for this grid, actually, we want to change the grid layout, advanced mode, and here's where we want to change min content. So let's change that here and we'll hit done. And now that'll stretch just to fit the content itself. Now services and deliverables, we can grab this text. Let's just paste it over here. So we can come in here, and this is going to be static text here. So in this link right here, we can just go to choose and unlink that. And then let's just change this to be services deliverables. And we can have this start off with the paragraph 1, but let's make this bold. And maybe paragraph 2, I think making it bold will look good. We'll go into the inspector panel, make sure that this is 100% of just one of the fields, and we'll dock that to the top. Let's select that text, copy and paste, and let's go ahead and connect this to the labels and the tags. So we're going to go over to services tags, and let's design this text to be red. And we'll do the same thing. Holding down Shift, we can enable the stacking and set that 24 pixel padding. That's looking really good, but we want the background to also be that light gray here, and that's what's going to connect these two sections together to appear as one, and that's looking really good. And the next thing we want to do is add a gallery down here below. So I'll just start with a blank section here, and I'll choose Add an Element. We can actually go into our Media and Pro Gallery, and this is where we can showcase our gallery however we want. So if we want it to be a simple slider, I think I like that, so I'll go ahead and add that here. And that looks really good. So it actually has some spacing. You can decide if you like that. If you want it to hit the full span of the section, just click expand like so. And when you do that now, you have to go back into the section to make sure that the min height right here is 300. If you want it to be 300 and showcase more, or maybe I'll do 400 in this case. That looks great. We're going to click back on the Pro Gallery, and it's going to ask, where do you want to connect this data? So we can click on this link right here, and let's go ahead and choose from the portfolio item. We have different galleries, so we're going to have the project gallery first. And lo and behold, we have some nice tasty treats here just pre-populated for us. Now, depending on your minimum of images for your gallery, if it's 3 for example, we may need to change the design here. So we can actually open up our settings, and we have settings for main settings for adding more media, jumping up to our layout. We can change this layout if we like, and change some other things as far as the design, the buttons, and some interaction here. So I might change something like the design, and we can go into overlay and icons and just make sure that this has a nice fade in for hovering over an image. Or if you want it to expand, you can change that. And then under layout here, we have this slider layout. We can change this to some others, but you can also click customize layout here. And this is where you can decide, do you want these images to crop? Do you want them to fit? You can change the spacing. So if you want, let's say 30 pixels in between them, you can change that here very easily. So that looks really good. We'll click away. And the last thing I want to do is maybe this background, this section, I want to just make it the same light gray. And that looks really great. Now let's come down and just add another simple section called the challenge. And here I probably do want a grid. I want to have it be 2 rows, so there we go. And let's just add a bit of text. So I'm going to go ahead and quick add a title and quick add a paragraph. Now here this is going to be static text, so I'm just going to call this the challenge. This is where we make, first of all, we give this a heading 2 and reset changes. And if that looks too big, we might try heading 3. We're going to center this. We're going to make challenge red. And then we're going to give this a 60% width. And then what is the challenge? Dynamic text. We can link that to what the challenge is. And there's the challenge. We're going to make this 60% as well. We'll center this. We want to stack this, and when we stack it together, let's go into the layout, make sure that it's centered here. This is 60%, and we'll just make sure that this text now is 100% and centered. That looks good. And in the design text, the last thing I forgot to do is just make that centered here. And we can change the spacing later. We want that 160 pixels here and the 5% and so on. And this section can be full of an image, so we can click inside of here, add a new image. Just drag that right in here, and we'll hit expand or stretch. And then let's jump into the section and just change the grid layout now. So we'll go back into advanced mode here, and here we want to say min is content. And then the padding in between, we can have something like 80 pixels, or I believe 160, just a little bit more like so. And then when we go into the inspector here, we want to just add that 160 pixels here from the top. So that looks really good. And as far as this image, one thing I forgot to do in the section when we change the grid layout is let's just make that a little bit taller by default. So we'll give that like 400 pixels, for example. Now I want to show you what I've done so far. When I click preview here, everything's looking really good. I'm just going to squeeze this down a little bit, and we'll see how everything's looking. And you'll notice the nice hover effects that we have here. We come down here, and notice that this is just a static image. As we scroll, we can do some fun parallax effects here. So it's nice to play around with motion and things like that when we're working in Editor X. So when we click on the image here, we can go into the image settings, And we can set scroll behaviors. So if we want reveal or parallax, reveal is going to keep it static while it kind of reveals itself. Parallax is another fun one. Let's try reveal in this case. And if we click on preview now, you can see how that reveal is going to look. So we're going to come down here and we can see how this is being revealed. So just really fun revealing that window here. I think I like that. So go back to edit site, and that reveal window, as I come down here now and as I've seen it, I want to go back into the section and just make it a little bit taller. So here we'll do 500 pixels. And that's going to be the reveal window. Now, I created this section and it's going to be pretty similar to how I want the new section here. So I can hit Command D to duplicate this. And so now we have the challenge. We're going to come down here. We have a duplicated challenge, but this is where I can just name this to the solution. And we'll go into the solution text right here. Instead of the challenge, we're going to just remap this to solution. And here we just have a single image, but I can delete this image. So now that we've deleted that image, we can go into Add Media here, jump into our Media and Pro gallery, and let's just take a look at some of these galleries that we have at our disposal, what we can use. I might get started with something like this collage, so I'll just drag and drop this in. And as you do that, I can just select this. It looks like it already stretched, so we can stretch or unstretch here. But I'm going to go into my settings now. Before I link this up, I'm just going to play around with the layout. And in my case, I might want it to be just a simple alternate layout, something like that. I think that looks good. So it'll kind of stretch vertically depending on the content that we have, which may only be 3 or 4. But that looks really good. There's a lot of other settings that we can play around with. But now we're going to click to link this to new data. So we're going to choose the portfolio item. And this is the solution gallery. So now because we only have 3 images, we only see these 3 images here, and that looks really good. Now this is full width, but I actually want to jump into the section itself, and I want to add that 5% here. So 5%, 5%, not 0. And that's going to look pretty good, but also the solution is going to have a black background. So we can go into design, we'll change this color to be black, and all is not lost with the text. We just have to come in here and just change this to be white now. Same thing, this is dynamic text, but the design here, we still have full control over making this white. Come down here, that looks really good. I might want to give this a little bit more spacing, so we go under the settings, layout, customize layout, and I want the spacing to maybe be 21. It's funny, I can't just slide that to 20. My OCD is going crazy. So we have solution, we have the pro gallery, everything's looking rich and beautiful. Real quick, I'm going to double verify that the solution gallery is tied here. And sometimes if you feel like it's questionable, a simple refresh on the page, we can see if that fixes anything that might not update real time. We'll go back to our portfolio title. Come down here. There we go, there's the delicious dessert. I knew a refresh would be refreshing. Go ahead and change this to be 1200 pixels wide. Looking really good. And the last part of this dynamic page, I might not even showcase this logo itself on this page. It might be on where we showcase the projects, it'll show the logo there. But on this page itself, you can decide if you want to use this or not. For right now, I'm probably just going to delete this whole section. And we'll delete this text as well. This previous and next item is really good, and if you select the previous and next, you'll notice that it already connects this to next dynamic page. So that's really good. And if we wanted to, we can select this button, this basic shape here, And we can connect this as well. So portfolio item, link connects to next dynamic page here. And this one could be the previous dynamic page. Now the last section on this page is going to say have a project, let's talk. So we're going to come down here. We see that it's not there. So we can go into our masters here. We can see that we still only have the header and footer, but I actually already designed this. So this is really nice to be able to jump back right into the home page, scroll down to the very bottom for this entire section right here. We can right click and choose set as master section. We can click this more, and we can choose actually to show on all pages. So digital marketing about, not the portfolio, but design development. The portfolio title and so on. So as I click apply right here, let's jump back into that portfolio title. We can see that it's right here. If we go into the layers page, we can see this section. Let's just bring that right next to the footer. We'll come down here and see it's exactly where it needs to be. This section is something that I didn't have in my design, but I kind of like it, so I might just use it. But it's taken up way too much space. So min height, maybe 150. That looks a little bit better, and you can change that up. In fact, if I look at this, I might make it black, or at least select this section right here, come and give this 160 pixels, and that looks pretty good as well. Alright, so let's see if this thing is responsive now. So we can jump into the tablet mode right here. We can take a look at some things. So the text, for example, I'm going to have this go down to be a little bit smaller. So let's just choose from 36 to 48, something like that. That looks good. Here, this text, instead of a paragraph 1, maybe we'll have this be paragraph 3. And we'll make that white again. And let's change some of the padding or the spacing here. So even in this section here, we can say maybe 400 pixels, or let's give it 500. And that looks good. We can come down, we can change the margin from 5% to less if we want, but I still think I like that. And then here, where it says min height is 500, maybe we'll say 200, and it'll still kind of snap towards the height of this image ratio. And for the iPad view, I just want to cut that in half. So any margins or padding that we have from 160 to 80, and then min height, I'll do 200. We'll come down here. I still think that looks good, so we're going to scroll down here. As far as the challenge, we can go and edit this text. Heading 3, I still might want it to be heading 3, but we're going to just make this 46 pixels in width. And then this text design right here, I think 18 still looks good. So let's make this 80 pixels here. And everything that we change here is going to be changed in the mobile. Again, that's really great. In the change grid layout, we're going to go into advanced mode, and we'll change this to 80 pixels here. Hit done. And this image is decent, but in the section again, when I go to change grid layout in advanced mode, this is min 500. I might want to make it min 400 now. So that looks good. We're still going to have the same reveal, and I think I'm going to like that on the iPad. And then same thing with the solution. So very quickly, on the solution itself, I might want to change this to be 80 instead, but still have this text right here be 46 points. Come down here, design text, make sure it's that 18. And I'm going to just change the padding here. So you kind of see the pattern of what I'm doing. So I would challenge you to just jump in and change this to match the preference that you like, not just what I'm doing, but just come in here and just play around with the preferences to say what looks good on the iPad for me. Now this still is linked right here to the solutions gallery, So for one reason or another, sometimes it doesn't reflect. You can hit the refresh button and it'll do that. So it's showing like 20 images, but it's actually not going to be. It's going to reflect that in the data, but that's okay. Here in this section, because this is a master, to make this mobile responsive, right now it's 100 viewport height, so it's just going to match the height of the browser. That's okay, but you can change this individually for the iPad, which will change this on the home page and every other page is being used, and that can be a real benefit. That looks really good now. Scrolling back up, we're going to jump into mobile, and here we do have this section up at the top, so we can go into the layers here. When we use that option, just apply to all pages, it applies it to the top. So in each breakpoint, we'll need to just manually bring that down here, but that's okay, just a little bit of an extra step. Here on the title itself, we'll jump into the design. I still want it to be heading 1, but here I'll just say from 20 to 36 pixels. And I actually want this to be Montserrat. And then we have the branding and product marketing. For this section height here, maybe I want this to be 300 now, or 400. No, I think 300 is good, and then we'll just change some of this padding here. So this image, for example, will have -60. And now let's just move this stack. We'll start out having it centered. That looks good. And we'll jump into this shape. We want to make sure that we have scale proportionately on. And then we'll change this to pixels, and maybe 40 pixels is good. And then for the width of this container, we can choose max content. And we'll say this is 40 and 40. We'll move this over here. And maybe we want to make this 4% and centered. We'll change this again. Go scale proportionately. Change this to 40 pixels. If we select the container itself, I'll choose max content, and then here I'll just do 40 and 40. We'll change that to 4%. And we probably have to just give this a little bit more space. We want that to be 65%, something like that. And probably for the mobile, what I can do for this text is right click and don't display. And we'll go to the stacking here and just make it 0, just because we already have that down here that we can use. And let's just change this a little bit so we can actually dock this to the top. We can maybe say, let's give it 80 pixels. And here for this min height, let's just make it 200 pixels, something like this. Let's come in here and just remove the item spacing from here and grab this container, and this stack all together, and we'll just align everything here and nudge it up a little bit. That looks really good. And now for this section here, I want to just go into the properties. And this min height, we can do 100, something like that. I think that'll look good. And then down here, we can actually change a few of these layout properties here. So in the inspector, we first want to make sure it's 80 pixels by 80 pixels. That looks really good. And we can change the grid layout. So instead of a 2x1, we can change that to a 1x2. And it kind of automatically just remaps that for us, but we can still jump in to change the grid layout, go into advanced mode, and just make sure the min is set for that min content. And then we can set, let's say, 80 pixels in between the two, and click done. And that looks pretty good. We're going to come down here and let's just design some of this text here. Let's maybe say this is 24. And we'll come down here into this text and we'll just make sure this is a paragraph 3. And that all looks pretty good. So I'm thinking in this scenario here, I actually want the top to be 0. That spacing looks okay. Come down here. And then we have this slider image, but when we go into the section itself, remember the min height was 400, we can change that to 300 now, or potentially 200, just so we can see just the peaking of the next image. And when we go into the Pro Gallery, just make sure that it's still linked to that project gallery, and it will show up if I hit refresh. It'll show up the right way. And then let's go to the challenge. We're just going to edit this text to be 36 or 24. 24 is good. And then edit this or design this text to be paragraph 3. And for mobile now, if we select the stacking, we can set this to be 16 pixels in between, but I want this to be 80% now. I think that fits a little bit better. And we do have this 80 pixels right here. We have 80 pixels down below. And then we have this image, and this image itself sits inside of a section that has a grid. And this grid, we want to be min 250, let's say. Hit done. Okay, now let's move down to the solution. So I want to just remember what this text was right here. It's 24, so I'm going to come down to the solution here. Just change this text to be 24. And we'll do the same thing in this stack. So we'll make sure that it's 16 here in between the spaces, that it's 80%. And this text right here, I want it to be paragraph 3. And then let's just turn that back into white. That looks good. But this padding here, if I go to advanced mode, we're just going to change that. Maybe 40 looks better on mobile, so we're going to change that here. We're going to come down to the Pro Gallery. This does already, it's set to everything that I think we want it to be. And it is linked to the right gallery. So as far as how everything looks now, I think we're doing a pretty okay job. And the last thing really, let's jump back into desktop, because if anything changed here, it would have been in desktop. We do need to come in here and make this text white. So this is our quality control. We're going to come back down, just see if everything looks good. And so for some elements like this, what I might go and set some max widths, because it's starting to look a little bit too white in this scenario, but come in here, we'll make this white. But other than that, this is looking really good. So I'll go ahead and hit preview now. We'll scroll back up clear to the top, and I want to preview this at 1200. Come down, everything looks really good. And let's just do a little bit of stretching here so it looks really good in these breakpoints. Come down here. There's something missing here on mobile. So on desktop it looks really good. On mobile, there's padding that's not there. On tablet it looks good. So here we'll go back to edit the site. We'll jump back to the tablet. It looks good on that view of the tablet, but as soon as we jump into this mobile right here, there's something, and I think what's happening here is we do need to, in the inspector, we have this min height. We can have this be 100, which that's what's happening here, but we'll go into the section. We'll make sure that the padding is happening here. So we're going to come in here. We'll do 80 pixels. Or 40 is probably better. And we'll go back into preview and just finish this up. So that's fixed. That's looking really good. Come back to the challenge. Challenge looks really good. Solution. That's looking really good. These images. And I think we're good here. We'll go back to edit site. I know this took quite a bit of time, but we accomplished a lot in here. We created a database. We created the portfolio items page. We linked up all this variable data into the database. And we made the entire page responsive. So all that in this short period of time. a lot that you can accomplish here. And now to recreate additional pages here, if you click this next and previous, all you have to do is go into the content manager, manage content, and right here just add more rows with these more items here. And if you click add item, you get this nice little form UI where you can just add this right here, hit save, and you have that new page already populated. All right, now that we have the portfolio item designed, we want to work with our portfolio list page. So if we go into the pages here, remember we have the portfolio all. This is where it's going to feature all of our work. And then the title one is the one that we generated and designed. So we can see that dynamic content populating here. And before we get into designing portfolio all, I want to add a bit more content. So remember, we were using Google Sheets for this, and this is a really great platform to work with your clients and get the actual summary, challenge text, and things like that. But for now, I do have some boilerplate text, and we're going to be able to import this rather than copying and pasting manually. We can import this into the EditorX CMS database. Now, remember in the last video when we went to our content manager and we added a lot of content in our portfolio? So we only have that for one item here, and one thing that we can do rather than manually inputting this inside of the content manager here in EditorX, we could use that Google Sheets document and import this CSV into here. So we'll walk through how to do that now. So here in Google Sheets, we want to save this as a CSV file and save it to our computer, and that way we can import it right into EditorX. So let's go ahead and walk through that. I'll go to File, Download, CSV. Once you have that local CSV, we can come back into EditorX, and when we click on this More menu here, we can choose Import Items. And this is where it's going to ask us where that file lives, so we can choose a file, click on our BrainSpin worksheet, and click Open. Now there's a few things it's going to ask. It does a pretty good job at mapping those columns to where we're going to have them in the portfolio. But just to make sure, the existing field here, title, is going to import as the title field, and here's the example. The logo here, it's going to create a new field, and we don't want that. So we're going to say, actually add this to an existing field that's going to be the client logo. And then for services, that's going to import as the services field. And this is red, and I'll show you more about how to fix that later. When we come down here, we can go to our featured image, and the same thing, existing field is featured image, existing field is tagline, summary, the solution is going to be the solution, and the result. So that's all good. So we'll choose next now, and it'll give us a review to show how this is all going to work. So you can review that, click import. And as soon as you do that, you'll notice there's a few things that are different. First of all, we have this little link showing that this isn't going to live in our EditorX site files. It actually is being linked right from that Unsplash featured image. So if you ever wanted to, you can click on this featured image here, click on the More Action button, and choose Download Image. And that way you can re-import it if you don't want it to be linked to another site. So that's just another option, but I think this is doing really good. And then as far as the services, you'll notice when we manually enter those in, it's going to show the tags in the correct way. Here it's just text, and it doesn't quite know how to convert it automatically. So when we hover over this exclamation point, we can just click this Convert button, and we'll do that a few times, and it will use those comma separated values just to tag those the right way. And now that we have this, I want to clean a few things up. We manually entered the sweet spot already. So maybe in this case, I'm going to just select this row right here, right click and choose delete item. And we'll delete that. And then we have an outlier here that we can just go ahead and click and delete this row. So that's just a nice way to import that data really fast. But you'll notice for the project gallery, if there's multiple images, there's not an easy way to add those links like we did here. So for the project gallery themselves, you'll notice in my Google Sheets, I didn't add links to the gallery. So this is just enough so we can design things with some sample data to see how it's going to look. Okay, now we need to design our portfolio list page. So in this case, when we go into our pages, we have this portfolio all. This was automatically generated for us. So I want to change this up a bit because it gives us a few elements that we can start with, but I don't need my items, for example. And if I click onto the section here and change the grid layout, let's go into advanced mode, and I know that I don't want this row, so we'll go ahead and delete that. But I do like this row just to set some of the margins. So let's scroll down, and I think that grid looks good, so we'll choose done. And then when we select the repeater itself, let's go into the inspector, and I just want to dock this to the top. Now that we've done this, Editor X has connected some data for us, but it might not be super accurate in what it's connecting. So in this case, for example, it connected the logo image, and I don't want that. I want this to be the featured image. So we can click on Connected Data, and we can change that. So down here where it says Client Logo Image, we can reconnect that to a featured image. And not worrying about design yet, we know that we want this text that has the tagline connected to it, but we actually want the services. So we're going to click Text Connects to the Services. And then we can remove this button altogether. And in fact, I want to remove this text even though it's the company name, because we're going to use the logo that's overlaid on top of this image. So in this case here, if we wanted to use this grid, we can select the image itself, and we can click on this first row and hold down Shift and select all these other rows to have them spanned across all of them. But you'll notice that it's overlapping some of the other elements, so we can go into our Layers panel, and let's just make sure this image is at the very bottom. And so now we can have the text here and the logo here, but if this decides to wrap to 3 lines and things like that, a grid might not be the best option to use. So let's go into the item itself, and let's just remove this grid. So we'll choose Delete Grid. And here for the image, let's just stretch this. Now, last element to add before we start designing is a logo. So we can go into our Add Elements and just add a quick element here. We'll just drag and drop the image. And what I want to do is connect this to data, but first there's a trick to making sure the ratios are right. I'm actually going to choose Change Image first, and we can select something like Voice Caption Center. So when I exported this out of XD, I made sure all of these logos had the exact same ratio, because with a repeater, it's going to repeat the ratio, the widths, the heights, and everything. And so in order to ensure that things don't get cropped the wrong way, make sure those logos have universal ratios. And now the reason I did this is I can go into the gear setting and choose Reset Image, and it'll reset to that correct ratio. So here I have scale proportionately, so it can scale, but now I can connect this to the logos, and I know everything will be the right ratio here. So now what I want to do is select the repeater itself, and we'll go into change some display options. So here I want the margins to be 10 pixels and 10 pixels. I want the number of items to be 3. I think that's a little bit better. And the location of the grid is here at the center. I like that. And as far as the margins here, I'm just going to set 0. I want it to just sit tightly in that grid. And now we can make a few styling changes. So the first thing I want to do is for this image, go into the Design tab, and I'll just set the background opacity to be 100% and the image opacity to be 50. And that way there's not that much conflict in contrast, and it's a little bit more pleasing. Now I'm going to select this text, go into Design Text, and just make this centered and white. And now we can select both absent-minded and the services text, and we'll go ahead and enable stacking. And in this case, if we go into the layout panel, I just want to set 16 pixel stacking here. And then selecting these 2 items, I want to make sure they're both centered. Now, if I select just the stack itself, I want to set that to 90%. and we'll center that. For the logo, you can decide a good balance if it's 35 pixels width or 40. Remember, we're going to have that scale proportionally, so that's going to look really good. But we can come down here, and I think that looks really good. And then this ratio isn't quite how I want it, so where do we change this? Do we change this in the item? Do we change it in the image? Well, because this is stretched here to fit the entire grid, we want to change this in the grid itself. So in the grid, we can select the section, change grid layout, advanced mode, and here is where we can select this min 1706 pixels, and we're just going to change this to min content, and that way everything will be appropriate. This looks really good. And then I'm going to select the image itself. As a part of linking this data, you'll notice we linked the image, but we also can connect a link. So here we want this to link to the portfolio title page. And we might want to do the same thing with the logo. So we'll go into the connect repeater, link connects to portfolio title, and that looks good. So now we're going to select tablet and see how things look. Not quite the way that I want it. So the first thing I can do, if I want to start off with that desktop view, is I can select this section, right click, and remove overrides. That's an okay start. So now let's select the repeater itself, go into inspector, and I want to just change the display properties to only show 2. That looks much better. And lastly, we want to go into the mobile view and make sure everything looks good here. So in this case, I'll select the section again, right click, and remove overrides. And then I'll go into the inspector and make sure this is now one item. And that looks really good as well. So now, just to verify a few things, when I select the image on the mobile, we have the links and everything rippling out across the desktop, tablet, and mobile. I'm going to come down here, just make sure everything again looks really good, and we'll just stretch this just to see how it's going to look on tablet, desktop. That's looking really good, so that's a great start. We're going to finish this up now. Like I said, we had a section above here that's going to say check out our work, and one thing that's great about Editor X is we can copy and paste sections and styles between pages. So in this case, I can select home right here. I like this section, so I can just select it, right click, choose copy, jump into the portfolio all, and I want to right click and choose paste. And you'll notice I right clicked in the header so it can paste just barely below that. If I were to right click here, it would paste below this, and you can always change it in the layers right here. Just drag it down or up. So now I'm going to have this text say check out, and this is going to say our, and in red it's going to say work, and we can go ahead and remove our other elements. So isn't that much nicer to just change some things, already have it styled the way that you want, and just make some minimal changes here. Now for the image here, I want to change it up to be something a little bit different. So I can go into the design tab in our inspector and choose change media. And here, maybe I'll just search for website. Something like this looks good, so we'll go ahead and replace that, change the background. And that looks really good. Now remember, if we go into the Masters tab here, there's a few masters that we might want to add here to this page. So this section here, we can choose Show on Page. Let's scroll up, we'll notice it's on the top here. So let's go into our Layers panel and just drag this down towards the bottom, right above our footer. That looks good. And the last thing I want to do is have the client testimonial just barely below this. It's really nice when your visitors are scrolling to see your work, and then if they scroll below that, you give them something a little bit more. So we're going to go into the home. Let's scroll down. And remember, we did create this clients say section. So again, we can copy and paste the section itself. But in this case, I want to right click and set as master. And we're going to set a new master section. And here, we can call this testimonials. And you'll notice when we change this in the layers panel, let's go back to the masters panel. And that will also be changed here as testimonials. So that's how you can change that in the master section. So now we can go back into our portfolio all. We can come down here. And click show on page. Going back to the layers panel, we just want to make sure that's right above this first section. And I'm just going to rename this section here Contact, and maybe I'll make this capitalized. Let's go ahead and preview everything. We're going to click preview. We're going to see how this all looks. And the last thing, I think that maybe we do want some margins here. So as I review this, I think that's going to look really good. And we might want a max width here. So when we go back to edit site here, we can select this repeater, go into the layout panel, and just choose max width here, pixels. We'll do 1200. We'll come into this section right here. Let's just select it. And here, the padding, let's just say, let's give it 80 pixels. Top and bottom. Let's go ahead and hit preview and just see how that all looks. That's really good. I like that spacing. Client say looks really good, but it's left aligned. So we're going to go ahead and fix that. Make that centered. We'll go back into the tablet here. That looks good centered that way. Let's go to mobile. Mobile looks really good. And the changes that we made here is going to apply on every page that is being used, so really great. But also we'll notice on the tablet view, here we also want to change the order of these masters. So we're going to just drag that right above the footer. And even this contact, we'll drag that right in between there. So we'll come down here. That looks good. Same thing for mobile. So again, just drag this to right above the footer and the contact in between. And some other things I may want to change here is for this section. Maybe here we have 60 or possibly 50, so half the viewport height here on the tablet. Scroll down, everything looks good. Go back to mobile, and for mobile we'll select that, and maybe the height here, it says auto, but we're going to just set the min height to maybe 400, and we'll have that be centered. Scrolling down here for mobile view, we may want these paddings to be something more like a 40. That looks pretty good. And I think we're done with our portfolio page. Now remember, when we go back to desktop, I'm just going to set this to 1200 pixels. We can go back to our pages, and we do have this work page that's now irrelevant. We don't need it, so we can just click on this more menu and choose delete. And when we do that, it's going to delete that here from this menu. So now we can reconnect that by choosing manage menu when we select the menu. and we can choose add new item. So let's go into a dynamic page. And this will be the portfolio all. That'll look good, so we'll choose done. And we'll call this work. And let's just drag that right up here. And I might want that to be just before about. And after we've linked that back up, we can click on preview. I'm just going to set this to 1200 for now. And we'll notice that now when we click on work, it's going to show our work. We can scroll down, see all of the portfolio items, and I can come down into the sweet spot, for example. Let's just see what this is going to look like. So remember, we designed this a little bit earlier, and that's looking really good for the sweet spot as well. So off to a great start. In this video, we're going to be creating the About page. So to start off, I'm here in the home page, and I'm just going to right click and copy this section. And we'll go into the About page, and we'll notice that when we're here, we have a few master sections, and that's okay. We'll select the header and just right click and paste. And let's just get rid of some of these elements here. So we just have this text, and we just want it to say our story. And we'll just make sure that that's centered. We'll quickly choose a new image, just like we've done before, change media. And I'll just search for an office picture. This one looks good. We'll change the background, and then I want to set the focal point down here a little bit, just so that it doesn't conflict with the text here. In fact, let's move it up just so we can have all three subjects show. That looks a little bit better. And let's scroll down. And now we want to add a new section, and we can just have this be a grid. And we're going to have a few rows here, so let's have 4 rows. So we can start with the 1x4 and click apply. And we want the background to be this dark blue. Now the first thing we'll do is style the first bit of text. So this is just going to be 3 text items. So we can click plus, we'll add a title. We'll bring this here at the top. And we want this to say liftoff. And we'll go ahead and make that centered, and we want to make sure that this is a correct heading too. So let's just go ahead and click reset changes first. And I like the heading 2, but we do want to make this 48 now. And we'll change this to white. And for right now, I wouldn't mind this text just being 100%. We're going to stack this, and we'll set the width of the stack a little bit later. So we're going to have liftoff. Let's just hit the copy and paste shortcut here. And for this text, we want this to say 2010. That's when we were incorporated. And we'll go into edit text here, and we'll just have this be a simple paragraph 1. And we want this to be bold and red. Let's move this up. And then we'll copy and paste once more, bring this down here, and we can change the styling right now. So this is just going to be a simple paragraph 2 and possibly 3. So we'll try this for now. And remember, we have all of our copy here in Google Sheets. So if we go into the About tab, we can actually copy and paste all of this content as I go along. So as I talk in the video and I copy and paste, you can do the same thing using these cells. And we'll paste in a little bit of text. As we do that, let's just go ahead and stretch this a little bit. we can select all 3 elements now. We can enable stacking, and then just to give it the right stacking order, we're going to go into the Layout tab, and we'll give it a 16 pixel stacking. That looks good. And now that we have that figured out, we can go into change the grid layout, go to advanced mode, and at least for this one right here, we're going to set min content. And then for the spacing here, I think we want at least 80 pixels between all of them, and we'll click done. So let's go now into the inspector and just make sure this is actually just in the first cell. And like I said, we can change the width here. So we can say the width is 60%, but the max width is set to pixels, and we'll do 780. And if we dock that to the top now, I want to just go back to this section and just make sure that we have, for right now, 160 pixels from the top and the bottom. So now that we've done that, I want to come into this text, and we do have some paragraph breaks here. I'm just going to hit return just to make sure these 2 paragraphs are separated. And there's a few things we can do as far as animation. So we can animate the entire stack, or we can animate each individual element. So if we do click on animation here, we can decide if that expands in when it scrolls in, if it spins. We don't want to get too crazy. But let's just go ahead and explore some of these. I think glide in is really nice, and when we choose customize, we can set the distance. So I like probably a little bit more subtle distance. So if I do 80, for example, let's just see what that looks like. And we can also have it come in from the bottom here. So if we set 180, let's just play that and see how that looks. So that all looks really good. And now that we have that animation, let's go to each one of these elements. We'll do the same thing. Glide in, customize. Have this be 80. And the last one, we'll click animate, glide in, customize, 180. And 80. So we can set some delay here just to offer some more pleasing choreography. But here I'm going to click preview just to see how it looks right now. And so now we can offer a little bit of a delay. So for liftoff, for example, we can come into animated, choose customize, and we'll set a 0.1 second delay here, which means when we select this paragraph right here, we can go into animated, customize, and set a 0.2 second delay. Now when we preview this all together, we can kind of see how it has a little bit of a delay as they come together. I think that's going to look a little bit better. But also, if I go back to edit site, we animated these individual elements, but if we want to get a little bit more creative, we can actually animate the stack separately. So when we go into the stack, let's just see, we don't want it to bounce in. We can have this glide from the left or the right or fade in. And I like this flow in, so we're just going to choose that. We don't need to customize anything. So let's scroll back to the top and choose preview. And now watch as I scroll down. It just looks a little bit better. So with that, if we go back to edit site now, we can select everything with the animations and everything incorporated. We can just select copy and paste and make sure that now this is in the second row and docked to the top. We'll do copy and paste again, add this to the third row, make sure it's docked to the top, and copy and paste one more time. Add this to the fourth row and dock it to the top. So that's what it's going to look like. And now that we have the content in here, I actually want to go in and change the grid layout. And we're going to come in here and just make sure everything's main content. Now we can change that content up, but before I do, I'm going to click preview just to see how all of the animations look together. And I think I like that. Really nice and subtle. So now let's go back to edit site, and we can jump into our design file and copy and paste this text. So we have in 2016 our new marketing division. And I want to just hit a few paragraph breaks here. And I think that looks really good. Let's jump into tablet view. Just make sure that our story looks good. Here I'm going to go into my inspector and I'll make this 50 viewport height. We'll come down here and change this to be 80 now for the padding. And we can do a little bit of remove overrides. We'll select the stack, and in this case I want it to be 80%. Remove some overrides here. I don't know why it's automatically applying overrides, but we'll just go ahead and just fix this. So a few right clicks to remove overrides. There we go. Come down here for each of these. Let's make this 80%, 80%, and 80%. And lastly, we're going to jump into mobile. We have those same overrides. We may be able to get away with choosing the entire section to remove overrides. There we go. But in this case, there's a few things that we do want to override. So here I'm going to choose 90%. And then we'll set some of this text here. So for example, this text we can have be at least 20. This text right here, we'll change this to be 36. And this text right here will change to be 16. We still have the animations applied. And now here's a great trick. If we do select a certain element, we can choose copy element design from this breakpoint, and we can just paste that in here. So we'll do the same thing, copy from this breakpoint, come up here, and we'll just go ahead and do this for all these pieces of text. Down here, we're going to copy from this breakpoint, just select the other titles. It's a little bit redundant. I wish they would just have this enabled until you were done, but just a few extra clicks and it does save us more time than just manually going in and doing it. Okay, I think that all looks really good on mobile. And now we want to add a leadership team page, and actually I think there's a good composition that we can use. So here when we go into composition and team, we can just drag and drop and start out with this nice composition. Now we're going to get a little bit creative here. So with these images we want them to be round. So to make that effect, we can actually select this image itself, go into the inspector, and under the design tab we can change the corner radius to be larger than life. So if it was 500 pixels, for example, just as long as it's the biggest it's ever going to get. And for this circle, we can go into the layout tab now, and we're just going to choose 70% for now. And that looks really good, but we can add this image in a container to add a nice red border around this image. So to do that, notice that this image we do have scale proportionally. If we didn't have that turned on, this is going to be an ellipse and it might not look that great. So make sure that you have that scale proportionally turned on, and we'll right click here and just place this in a container. Now this container, when we go into the design tab, we can add a border to it. So we'll add a 1 pixel border and we'll make this red. And we'll do the same thing. We'll make this into a circle, but not yet. I want to go into the layout here and actually add this width to be max content. And we'll have the min width be 260. And now if we come down here, we can add some padding. So if we want 10 pixels, for example, we can lock this so it's 10 pixels clear across, and we have that nice padding here. Now we'll go into the design and we'll go into the corners and we'll make this 500 pixels as well. And notice when I do 50 pixels, it's not enough. So that looks really good. I'm going to click away. Let's just measure the responsiveness here, see if it looks good. I think that looks really great, so let's go back to the desktop. I'll just change this to be 1300 pixels. And now we want to set some margins here. So we can select the repeater itself, go into the layout, and here's where our horizontal margins we can say are 10%. Or 5%. And we'll add 3 items per row. I think that'll be good. Now we'll change up a little bit of this, so I can just change the text right here. We'll edit this to be red, and because it's a repeater, it's going to be applied everywhere. And I want this to be in all caps, so I'm just going to give it my name. Come down here, we'll give this the title CEO. And now we want to play around with some of these stacking and the sizes. So we'll click back in Inspector. I don't mind the width being 100% now. So we'll set that. This one will be 100% and docked. And I don't think there has to be a min height. So that's going to be good. And I obviously want to change my image here. So we're going to just click on media from Wix and male headshot. And we can go ahead and choose this one and we'll choose update. And again, we're going to be adding all this content later, but we're focusing on the design right now. And this is something that I didn't have in my design initially, but if I wanted to keep it, you can keep it. It's something that was given to us through the composition. But the last thing I want to do is change this grid layout right here. We'll go to advanced mode, and at least for these two right here, we'll just set min content. Here, we'll do min content. We'll go ahead and choose done. And now when we select the stack, we just need to see what's affecting the sizes here. Usually it's something to do with margins. So if we wanted, for example, 10 pixel margins or 20 pixels, we can change that here. And same thing with this social bar. We can have this be docked right up to the top. And the last thing that could be affecting this is the overall min height here, which we can just set to none. And we'll make a few changes here, so I'm just going to come in here and we'll just name this Marlene. Just add a little bit of text here just so we can see how it all looks overall. So CFO. And as you're changing this up, I'll just name this Chloe with caps. Sales Director. As you want to add more items now, we can select this item itself. We can select the entire repeater and just choose add item, and we can add as many as we want. Now the last thing I noticed that I do need to have some vertical margin, so we'll try the percentage first, just 5%. And that looks pretty decent. And we do have to have a title at the top, but before we do that, I'm just going to jump into Tablet to see how that looks. And for Tablet itself, I actually want to select the repeater. Come in here and set items per row to be 2, or possibly 3. And here for the container now, we can have the min width be 120, 120. And let's try 180, 180. And I think that looks good. And down here, we can maybe set this to be 5 pixels now all the way around, or 8. So that's looking really good. And then as far as this min height right here, again, we're going to set this to none. And the item min height set to none. There we go. Looking really good. Go to mobile. And you know what? I'm going to select the entire repeater, right click, remove overrides, and then from here, I may still want to change it, so I'm going to just set that to 1, and I think that looks really good. So let's go back to the desktop now, just fix a few things up here. Coming back. So now in the section, we can choose advanced mode, and I want this for right now to be pixels, and we'll have the min be 200. That's great. We'll go ahead and click done, and now we can select the repeater itself, go into the inspector, and just make sure this is on the bottom row, and then we have this top row that we can reserve for that title. So let's just drag in a title here. Bring it up here, change this around to heading 2. Our leadership team. And looking at XD, I want this to be 64 pixels. And then I'll set the width here to be 80%. And now that we have this section here, we can go ahead and set some padding of 160 pixels on the top and bottom like we've done before. And then we can change this grid layout in advanced mode to just be min content now. Go ahead and give this 80 pixels in between, hit done, and that looks great. Now when you're ready for the social bar, you can click Set Social Links. You can click on each one of these icons and set the corresponding links where you want them to direct to. The last thing is to set the max width to be pixels, and we'll just set this to 960. We'll have it be centered. And we'll just come down here to make sure everything's going good. We'll go into the tablet view now. Again, let's just make sure everything looks good. So here we want to just set this to none. We'll set this one. We want this text to be red. And we could here still set a max width to 780 possibly, or 680. Just give it a little bit more margin, I think looks good. We'll come down here and just resize this a little bit better, so maybe like 48 here. That's looking good. We'll jump to the mobile now and just hover over each element, make sure everything's good. And then here, as far as the padding, we'll set this to 40 for now. Let's see if that looks good. And And you'll notice our leadership team is hiding here. It needs to be in the top row. And it looks like it is, but it just needs to be docked to the top and center. And let's select this repeater, see where this is. Looks like that's also in the top row, so we'll fit that onto the bottom row. And that looks good. Let's just change our size here to be 30. And in the grid itself, I think I want to go to advanced mode. Let's just change this to 40. And we'll dock this repeater now in Inspector right to the top. And let's just see how that all looks. Really good. Now we do have this blank section. We can just go ahead and delete this. And I also want to add that testimonial section right here, so I can go into our masters. It would be nice to drag and drop testimonials here, but we're not able to do that, so we can just click show on page. Now we just have to make sure that we're here in the layers. We drag this down right above contact. We'll preview everything. And again, we have to see what's going on here. So this, if we come down here, we see that it's docked appropriately, but it has some weird margins. So I think if we just hit 0, 0, 0, 0, and dock this vertically and horizontally. And we could give this 100% width here right in the center with a max width of, let's say, 960. Now let's go ahead and hit preview. And as we scroll down, that all looks great. We come down here to the leadership team. That looks really nice. And we can add some animation here too. So if we go back to edit site, right in the item itself, we can choose animation. And I might want just a simple glide in here. I'm going to change the direction. Distance just to be 60. And then if we scroll down here, the last thing we need is a section for our testimonials. So we're going to go into our masters, and we do have that testimonials here, so we can click show on page. And then if we go to the layers panel, we just want to make sure that that's right here above contact. So now quality control, we'll click preview. Let's just check and make sure everything looks good here. That looks good. Client say, have a project. Now we'll go to resize this. Here's the tablet view. Everything looks really good here. Again, let's go to edit site. We'll go to the tablet here and just make sure the testimonial is sitting above. We'll go to the mobile, make sure testimonial is sitting above. And we'll give that another whirl. So preview. Looks really good. Our story. Breaking down. And let's try this with mobile now. Mobile looks really good. And there's our About page. At the heart of almost every good website is a really good blog. A blog can be used to give resources, content, and information to your readers, but also it's very helpful in helping you rank in Google and other search engines as you write this helpful content. I'm going to show you just how easy it is to add and manage a blog here in Editor X. So to get started, we're in the home page here. We did create a blog page earlier, and this is just a basic blank static page, and this is where we can get started adding a blog. So if we go into our pages panel here, we'll notice that we have our portfolio and our static pages, but in this blog, when we choose add an element, usually when we add an element, it adds it to this section, but when we get started with a blog, we'll go into our blog section right here and we can click add to site. It's going to create the components in the database to manage the blog, but it's actually not going to display on this page, so it's a little bit confusing, but I'll show you what it's going to do. In our case, we just want to choose a simple blog. We're not going to be working with a writing team, so we'll click Get Started here. And so now it's generated a new page. You'll notice that this blog page here, if we open this, it's different than this blog page. So we did go into this blog page and we added the element, but it's not showing up here. It created that on a completely different page, and I'm okay with that, just important to understand that. But now that the blog is created, we can choose Add Element. And if we go back into the blog section here, we actually have some great formatting that we can use to add to different pages. So now we have all of this. And if we do choose something like this, it will be added to this page now. So just keep that in mind when you're designing so it's not confusing. But when I go into my pages here, I actually want to delete this now. So I'm going to go in and delete this blog page. And that's just because I have it down here. And as far as renaming this, I'm going to choose rename and just make sure it's all caps. And so now when I go back into the menu here, I can manage the menu, click add new item, and we'll choose a dynamic page, which will be the blog. Go ahead and add that. And have that be between about and contact. Now there are a lot of great settings we can take advantage of to change the layout, but before we do that, we actually want to add our first post. So to do that, I'm going to close a few tabs that I have open here because this is the only one that I need, but I do have some Brainspin copy here in the Google Sheets. So if you go into the blog tab, this is going to be the blog that we'll add. So let's go back into Editor X, and if we choose post or blog, anything that we select here, we can choose manage posts, and that'll open up our dashboard. And everything to do with a blog is right here in our dashboard, so we can see an overview, post, categories, and we'll talk more about this later. But let's just add our first article. We can choose create new post, this big blue button. And let's just copy some content here. So we can come down here, and now we'll just choose about the author, this content right here, and paste it in. And after we do that, we just want to make sure and format this for SEO. And so one of the best ways to do that is just to make sure the relevant titles or headers are actually coded as headers. So one thing that you don't want to do here is show that it's a paragraph and then change this to be 48 bold. What you want to do instead is just make this heading 2. And this heading 2 will actually be coded in HTML so that the Google engines can realize this is important text for keywords. So let's just go through and do that for all the myths. So here we go, heading 2, heading 2, and we'll just move down the list. And if you ever want to add an image, it's the same as what we've done on most pages. So we can actually click this plus right here. We have access to add files, GIFs, videos, quite a bit of just anything. But for right here, when we click image, we'll have access to the same media library here. So we can do things like, let's just search for a link and see what a link looks like. This might be an okay image here. So we can select this image and choose add to page. And that's basically the gist of formatting your article. And one thing that you can do to manage your article is we have a little notes section right here where you can mention other team members if you invite them. And if you add a note, you can have notes that are open, but you can also choose to resolve a note if they're resolved. So a great way to manage the communication. And then as far as how you want to work, you can in this drop down choose to schedule a post to be published later or save it as a draft if somebody else needs to review it and publish it themselves. In my case, I'll just hit publish and it'll say the post is published, so that's really great. I'm going to choose maybe later. I'm not going to go to the editor yet, and I want to jump back in here to show you some other settings that we can apply here for great SEO value. So the first thing we can do in our article is we can choose settings, and here we have our cover image that we can change. So it does take the first image that we load onto the article and choose that as the cover image, but we can swap this out anytime we want. And if we go into our Google Sheets content, I do actually have an image that applies here. So we can navigate to this image here, just right click and save image as. I've already done that, so it's in my downloads folder. So if you did that, we can go back to Editor X. I'm going to swap this out. And we'll select this image that I've already imported. If you haven't, just choose Upload Media, and we'll swap that out. Now here, I'm actually not the author. If we come over into our content, we can see that it's Callum Mundine. So we can copy this, go back to Editor X, and let's just add a new author here. So we can do that, and we're just going to add guest author, and we'll add this title as well. You can add a profile picture if you have one, but I don't have one. And then as far as setting as featured post, when you do add blog lists to your homepage or other pages, you can filter it to only show featured posts, and this is where you're going to toggle that on and off. Now let's jump into some SEO goodness. In the SEO here, it shows you how Google is going to show your article if they pull up for certain keywords. And this is really important to think about how we're going to name things for your visitors to discover you, and something that can be really engaging. So Editor X does a really good job at just picking a URL slug that's the same as your title. It adds hyphen, and this is really good. I would leave it alone 99% of the time. And then as far as the title tag here, this is something that search engine visitors are going to see as the title here. So biggest SEO myth you need to stop believing. I think that's a really catchy, engaging title that they'll most likely click on. But you'll notice here in meta description, it pulls the first bit of text here for the meta description. Most of the time that would be okay, but here we wouldn't want that. So it just says about the author, and it doesn't offer anything that can entice the visitor to click. So instead, I might want to take the second paragraph and just copy and paste this here. Now again, the title and the meta description, we're going to just scroll up here. This is what's going to be shown here in search engines. So that's really good. And when we choose let search engines index this page, it doesn't let us yet because we have to do that in the site preferences. We have a whole module on SEO that we're going to cover, so I'll do that in a later video. But it's really important you do want to enable this, otherwise the search engine bots won't crawl your site and your article will never be discovered. For social share, it's going to take that preview. This is something that you throw on Twitter or Facebook, and it'll show this preview here, and you can change those descriptions as well. And so that's some of the SEO settings. Now as far as categorizing your content, if you're creating a lot of content, I want to talk about the difference between categories and tags. Categories would be more broad categories, like for our instance, it would be digital marketing and software development. So some of those broader categories. And then in tags, we might say SEO, link building, content management. Those tags that can help readers discover your content and group it into certain tags. So in category here, I want to just add one that's just digital marketing, and we can hit return or comma, and then we can click on this check right here, and that creates the digital marketing category. And you could include this in multiple categories, but my rule of thumb is no more than 2, most of the time 1. And then for the tags, I know I want to do link building. I can do comma or return to just bake that in. I can do SEO. And let's just go down our page to see if there's anything else. Keyword research. And that's good. I'll just include those 3. So that's great. We have unpublished changes, so I'll just choose publish again. And now when I do that, I'm going to go back into the editor. If I open up the pages drawer now, we can go into the blog here and actually see how some things are starting to be laid out. So I'm going to go 1300 pixel width, and I want to change the design of this. So I can select this container and I'll just choose settings. And even in here is where you can create a new post or manage posts, but here I want to choose display. And I know that I may not want the more actions menu here, and I want to toggle off the category labels. I don't want those for now. And so these are some of the things that you either want or don't want to display. You can toggle those to match your preference. And then in layout, I actually like this side-by-side layout. I think I'm a fan of that. We can choose different settings like the image ratio, whether we want things to crop or fit here in this window. So really just click around, see what works for you here. We can choose spacing and things like that. And then as far as the design itself, we can choose the colors, the fonts, the labels, and things like that directly in here. If we click post page, it's going to open up this post. We'll do that later. So this is a good start. And then just like any other container or section, we can update the section itself to add that 5% padding. We can select this blog container. And this blog container inside of this section, we can choose to just stretch this to fit everything. Or if we unstretch, we can actually add a width here. So maybe we want this to be 100% width, and we want the max width to be 960 pixels. So we could change things like that as well. Now in this section, I actually want to add just that 160 pixels top and bottom. And I want to add another section up here on top. So if I go into our About page, I like this section here, so I can actually select this. I can right click and save as asset. If we come over here, let's just see if I have saved that right here. I have. So I can use that here in our blog. And just like any other element here, I can just click and drag, just include it right here. And I'll just call this our blog. Now I'm going to go back into the design here. We're going to change this media. And I like that light bulb. I'm just going to use that same image. Set the focal point to be right in between the hand and the light, just centered beautifully there. And I'm going to make this a little bit darker. I didn't have to set any margins, I didn't have to set any text sizes or anything like that. That's the beauty of saving those assets and saving you a lot of time. And now I think that looks really good. The last thing here is we want to have a project let's talk element, so that's saved as a master here. So we can go into our masters in the contact right here. We'll just show it on the page, and then if we go into the layers panel, we just want to make sure that that's right above the footer here. There we go. That looks really good. Now remember that search element that was added here. We can actually delete this from the menu. I don't believe I want to have that in the navigation, but we could include it on the page itself. So I could have copied and pasted that down here, but I want to show you how you can use that element and even apply it here. So if I go into add element right here, we actually have menu and search, and we can go right into the search category, and we have some other designs here. And I think I want to stick with something like this. So we can drag and drop this right in here. And I actually want to center this, and I'm okay with having a negative 80. So if it was 0, it would be docked down here, but I just pushed to 80 pixels above, and I think I like that. And then as far as the design of any of this, we can jump into the design right here and choose things like the fill color opacity, so we can have that just be light gray. And that's good enough for me. Now when we click on the search bar, if we go into settings here, this is where we can change the placeholder text and also change a few other settings here. So I like that, that's good. And now let's go right back into our pages and let's jump on this post and see how this looks on the post page. So remember, we wrote this article. We can do the same thing here. If we want to have another section up above, we can add that, but as far as changing the design settings here in the article itself, we can choose settings. Let's go into display. I'm going to remove the more actions menu and also disable these category labels up here. And we could offer related posts, so if we enable that, we can choose whether it's related or recent, and if we come down here it'll show that, but in our case this is the only post that we have, so it's going to be hidden no matter what. So if you want to see what that looks like, you have to add a few more posts, and related is going to be the ones with the same tags. Let's jump into design. Let's go back up here. And in blog menu, this is where we can change all of our fonts and colors, the text style, the tags, things like that. And on the background and buttons, I actually don't like a border. I would choose not to have one. And I think that's a great start. So in this video, we added one post, we added the blog. Now how we manage that is we can jump into Editor X here. We can view our different sites. These are some test sites that I've been working with. But if we click Select Site here, we have our dashboard, and this is where it's going to show all of our blogs, posts, and categories here. And then if we go back to Home and Edit Site, the last thing that we may want to do on something like the home page is we'll change the size here, but I may want to add an element. So what we do, featured work, we work with amazing companies, clients say, and maybe in between here, we want to add some blog content. So we can add a new section, let's make it blank, and just drag this in here. And then we can style this as we've done before, just make max width 960px. And then add a title if you wish, but that's how you would feature different articles. And if we go into the settings here, we can choose the category that's going to be displayed. So this is where, instead of saying all posts or all tags, we'd say show featured posts only, which would hide everything because we didn't enable the featured, but that's how you would have access to that and create that on your home page. I think for now, for me, I'm going to delete this, but I wanted to show you how you could do that on other pages. And that's a simple way of how you can create a blog on your website. We are nearly complete with our awesome Editor X website, and the last page that we need to create is the contact page. So if we go into our home, we did create the contact page already. It's all blank, and this is where we're going to add some heading text, some body text, and then a simple form. And this can all be one section. So what I'm going to do here in the inspector is just change the background to be black. We're going to add a few elements, so I'll just quickly add a title. Quickly add a paragraph, and we'll quickly add a form. I think a simple contact us form like this would be great. And now let's go into the section here. We'll apply a grid, and I just want this to be a 1x2. And when we apply this, we have to go back and change the grid layout in advanced mode, and let's just add, let's say 80 pixels right now. We'll go ahead and click done. And in the inspector, we can grab the form here, and we'll just drop that into this bottom row. And then these other elements here, the title and this text, will bring this into the top row. And I may have to go into the layers panel to select this. Here's the title, drop it into the top. Now for the text, I'm going to say reach out, and I want this to actually be heading 1 to start out with, and white. And we'll make this 80%. And the last thing I want to do is center this. And then down here, I want to just bring this, make it white. And I want to just give some text in all caps. We'll just say fill out the form below, or reach out to us directly. So that's really good. We're going to make all of this white. And then for reach out to us directly, one thing that I'd like to do is not show the email, so contact@brainspin.com. I don't want to show it because there's some scrapers out there that can scrape emails and spam them. So instead of that, a little bit safer solution is just to use this link right here, and then just choose email right here. And this is where we can type contact@brainspin.com. And then for the email subject line, we can say Brainspin Business Inquiry and hit done. And then we'll change the text here to be red. That's great. And then we'll just do a little bit of stacking. We'll make sure that inside of the stacking, this text is 100%, this text is 100%. And that it's both centered. And then for the stacking itself, we'll go into the layout and just make sure there's 24 pixels in here. And the last thing is just to center this. I'm sure by now you can just do this without me walking you through it, but just in case, I'm always here for you. Now we can actually go into this section. We're going to go into advanced mode, and I'm just going to add min content here. Same thing right here, min content. We'll hit done, and then right inside of here we'll add that famous 160, 160, and then 5%. Now this can be 100% right inside those margins, but instead of just designing these elements one by one, we can go right in here in the design button here and just choose customize design. We'll do the form background is going to be black. Input fields. Border is going to be white. Text is going to be white. Come down here and make this white as well. And for the placeholder color, maybe this light gray. Input color white. And I believe that's all good. Now let's go to the back button. We'll choose submit button here. And fill color here, we can have be red. The text, let's have that be white. And I want to just change this to Montserrat. We'll come down here and just make it paragraph 2, that's good. And if we select the button itself, we can go into the layout settings and just make sure this is centered. And under the settings, we can choose a message here. I think that's good. And we can even change the design here. So we'll go in here and edit text, and we'll just make this light gray. And that's great. So here I actually want to just delete the form title, and we can do that very easily. And now there's a few more fields that I'd like to add. So company, expected budget, and how did you hear about us? So one thing that I can do is just choose add new field. I can just add a company. And then if I go into basic fields, I can add a drop down field for the expected budget. And then a short answer field for how did you hear about us? So now to edit these fields, we can come in here. Company's pretty self-explanatory. So in this drop-down field, we can choose Edit Field. This is where we can say, what is your expected budget? And then we can come in the different choices. Edit Label. I'll say 10,000 to 20,000. 20,000 to 50,000, and 50,000 plus. And the last field here, how did you hear about us? So we'll choose Edit Field. How did you hear about us? We'll make this required. And now how do we arrange a lot of this stuff? We can go in here into the grid, and same thing with this grid right here. So I can take company, for example, that's in this field. I'm going to bring it into this field, and I want to make sure I have the layers panel open right here, just so I can see the other options here. So we'll do company, expected budget. We're going to just bump this up here. How did you hear about us? We're actually going to click on this cell, but hold down Shift and just expand that. And then this one here is going to be reserved for this field. We're going to just bring this down here, hold down Shift, and make that longer. And so first name, last name, email, phone, company, how did you hear about us, and message. If you ever want to change the size of things, we can come over here and expand them individually, but we have a good form now. And now let's go back into the form settings. This is where we can come into the settings here. What is the name of the form? We can call this business inquiry. For email notifications, we'll click and we'll make sure that that's notified here. And there are quite a few other options, very powerful, but for right now I think we have the basics completed. So the last thing I may want to do here with this button is stretch this between the two cells, then dock this to the center. And then for the thanks for the submitting, I think we can just make that centered as well. So now let's view tablet. Tablet, maybe we want this to be 80/80. Looks good. We'll go into the mobile, and mobile we want to adjust a few things, so we'll just make this text here 64. Let's have it 46. That's good. We'll have this text here be 16. And then with this form here, let's go into the settings here, make sure it's 100%. And I think that's good. The last thing that we could do here is jump into the design and change the design of this just for the mobile. But I think I'm okay with how that looks, and that's our contact page. Let's talk about offering on-page SEO as a value add when building your website. So the reason why you want to offer this and even talk about this to your clients is this is going to give you more perceived value as they ask you to do a website. You can tell them that every page that you do in this entire website will be optimized for search engines to search the most effective way. So Editor X actually has some built-in default settings for SEO that makes it very powerful, and you almost have to do nothing and it'll set up the right titles and meta descriptions for you. But we're going to talk about how we can drill in and manually adjust these two to give the most value to your client. When you do this, you're going to set yourself apart from just a normal developer who's going to build these pages, make sure that it looks good. So when you do that and you set your price and they have any questions about the price and value, you can show this off and say, I'm going to make sure everything's optimized for you in the best way to deliver the best results for your website. In the next few videos, we're going to showcase how you can do some global SEO settings to your website and also some page settings, page by page, how you can optimize that. There are two main areas you want to work with your website search engine optimization. And one area is in the global site-wide optimization, so making global changes for SEO. And then there's also the page settings. So in this video, we're going to talk about some global changes that you can set just to make sure that you start off on the right foot. One thing that's really good about Editor X is if you end up implementing nothing with SEO, Editor X has some very strong default settings that will give you 95% of the benefit. But I like to go in and look at what these default settings are as a customer or visitor to make sure it's optimized and set up in the best way that can deliver the best results. So to do that, when we jump into our site, we can go into the menu bar and click on Site and SEO. If you're offering SEO as a value add, I would highly recommend that you actually look at all of these areas for email marketing, for a Google business profile. There are a lot of tools that are for general marketing and not SEO that can really give them a lot of value, but we're going to focus this video on just the SEO tools. And right here we can just jump into the SEO settings. Now there are different page types, so we have main pages, blog posts, and things like that. The settings are overall the same, but it's important to understand the difference between something like a blog post and a main page. So when we click on our main pages, this is going to be our contact, about, and things like that. And so we want to just jump into the SEO basics here. And this is basically showing us what our title tag is going to be for search engines. So like a preview on Google, for example, is going to show contact and Brainspin official. If you ever wanted to change that, so instead of site name here, we could delete that and we can call this Brainspin Development and Digital Marketing. And so that can be our default title tag. Now we can always override this page by page, and that's really important, but this will be a catch-all in case you forget to do that on a page so it's not left empty. Same thing with a meta description. So we can say a Utah-based studio specializing in development and digital marketing. So you can add that, but again, what I'm going to do is just make sure that I have that on a page by page, so you wouldn't have to have this. It's just a nice catch-all. So for me, I'm going to leave that empty. And one thing that's really important is you want to click Let Search Engines Index Your Main Site Pages. So if this doesn't let you toggle it, that's because we need to go back into SEO settings, and this is our site preferences. So we just have to enable right here whenever we're ready. Let search engines index your site. And you do need to make sure that your site's published before this happens. So if it's not published, they can't index. And you can publish this with a free link. But if this is unchecked, your pages are not going to be found on search engines. So let's jump back into the main pages here, and then the SEO basics, we'll just keep going through here. So when you're sharing a social link that has an image, this basically shows what that title is going to look like if there's a meta description or an image description. So these variables are pretty good. I think I'm going to leave them. Like I said, the default's pretty good, but it's important to evaluate this. And if you want to default to a site-wide image, you can click on this image here and look in your media browser. So for example, you can enable this. I'm not going to do it, but that will be the default on all of your social media. So this is looking really good. I'm going to jump back into SEO settings. And those settings, like I said, are the same for blog posts, for blog tags. But one thing as far as blog tags, one thing that I like to do in my settings is leave the search engine indexing off. It's not really relevant to index the tags themselves since the pages are going to be indexed, so I like to leave those tags or categories disabled. Let's jump back, and there are some advanced settings for each one of these pages. When you click on here, there's structured data markup. A lot of these things aren't really going to apply, but one thing that's really helpful if you want to learn more about any of this, there's some great articles, and I implore you to learn enough about SEO that you can discuss this as a value add when promoting your website building services. So for example, the structured data markup is more for products. If you have reviews or authors or product names, there are ways that you can contain those elements in a way for Google to search them easier. Like I said, for the most part, they're not going to apply, so those are more advanced settings. And same thing for like the robots meta tag. There's some code that you can disable or enable. If you don't know what you're doing, it can be dangerous and affect your SEO. But if you want to learn more about these, you can hover over this and learn more. But generally, just important to understand, it's good if all these can be unchecked. So overall, I think our site-wide SEO is in a good spot. You can always jump back in these settings and learn a lot about each one of these sections. They all have Learn More that'll teach you a lot. But in the next video, we're going to go into page-specific SEO and how we can optimize for each page. Now that we have the global site-wide optimization set up, let's jump into our home and we can click on Edit Site. I'm going to talk about some page settings that we can use to optimize SEO for each individual page. So, just like always, I'm going to change this to 1300 pixels. We can go into the pages, and you'll notice with every single page here, I have a little More Actions menu right here, and we have some settings and SEO basics. So the settings themselves is just what your page name is. And we can access everything else here, but I'm going to just jump into SEO basics. And this is where, again, the site-wide is going to do a lot of good work here, but I'm going to jump into page-specific SEO now, and I'll just actually call this Brainspin Development and Digital Marketing. For the home page, I don't think I need to call this home. I think this catchy title would be good. And then here, maybe I do want to say a Utah-based studio specializing in development and digital marketing. and that's what it's going to look like on Google. So usually the home page, it's when somebody understands your brand already. So if they Google Brainspin, it just shows up as Brainspin. It's going to make them more likely to just click, and they'll know they're going to the right place. Again, let search engines index this page. This is really good. Social sharing, this is where you'll add the specific images. If they're sharing a link to this page, they're going to pull this for some of the social settings. So SEO basics, this is good. We're going to jump into design and development now, go right back into SEO basics here. And here, a good nomenclature that I like to use is just design hyphen and hyphen development, or design hyphen development. And you could also do something like services hyphen design hyphen and development. And here I want this not to be all caps, so design and development services, and we can remove this from the end. Right here, as far as the meta description, we can come down here and maybe take from something like this. So if I wanted to copy this text here, we can paste it in here. And I think that's going to be a good preview there. So again, as we're doing this, it's one thing to know technically how you add these and where you add it to, but another thing as far as the strategy to look at this as a visitor and say, if I'm searching for design and development services, what's going to entice me to click on this? So Brainspin provides product and software development throughout all stages of product, from ideation to design. And so just make the best use of this text area. Jump in digital marketing, we'll go into the SEO basic, and we'll do that a few more times. So this is blank 2. We'll do services hyphen digital marketing. So here we can just call this SEO and digital marketing services that will help your website grow. Again, we can come down here, just grab some of this text, and we can always copy and paste, but just keep in mind where this is going to be seen. So even as we're looking at this, we can just rethink how to word this. So something like that. And all of these settings, again, they're not going to show on the page itself. This is just for Google. And another thing about page optimization, we'll go through and do this on the rest of the pages, just go through those same steps. But another thing as far as the page optimization is, it is really important to look at and make sure that you have one piece of text that's a H1. So if we look at this, this is a heading 1. And Google likes to see one heading 1 that shows what the page is all about, and then some supporting H2s right here to index those, so anything like that. So these are actually headers, content marketing, search engine optimization, pay-per-click, and things like that. And so one thing as far as the page optimization, if we click publish right here, we'll publish this. We don't have it set up on a custom domain yet. We can upgrade the site to add a custom domain. But here, if we copy this text, we can actually index the entire site to see if we have the right headers and kind of have a checklist of what we need to optimize on our pages. And one tool that I really love to use, it's a tool called Screaming Frog SEO Spider. So if you go to screamingfrog.co.uk, we can look at that, and then it's SEO Spider. And just go ahead and download this program. It's a free program. You can download it here. And this is what the program looks like, and what you can do is enter in any website that you want. In my case, it's just going to be this non-custom domain. But when I click start right here, I really love to use this as a checklist tool because I can go in and see exactly what the page titles look like, the meta descriptions, what the headers look like, and it just shows you how Google's seeing your site. So for example, page titles. This shows us that there's a lot of SEO that we need to do on the portfolio items themselves. So you can see the title is just merch perch. That's what's going to be shown on Google. We need to show a little bit more. Some of the about is a little bit better. So about Brainspin, contact Brainspin, those are better. But this shows you all the titles. If we go to the meta descriptions, we can see that there's actually some meta descriptions that are empty. So our portfolio, for example, or there's some blank pages. So tags don't really matter. Remember, we're not indexing those anyways. But I like the meta descriptions for each of these portfolio items. It takes that tagline, so see view properties when you don't want to settle for average. So we can show that. And then also if we want to look at our H1s, so we have some H1s here, and just make sure they're as applicable as possible. Same thing with the H2 content. So this is where you're going to see that to see how Google sees those. Let's jump back into our website and show you for the titles, for example. If we go back into our pages now and go into Portfolio All or Portfolio Title. When we click on this and go to SEO settings, you'll see the title is just the title that we use here, so absent-minded. We need more than that. So we can click inside of here and just add static text, or we can add other fields. So if we want to add the tagline, for example, what might be more relevant if I said Brainspin Services and then have the title. The meta description can be the tagline. But for example, when we just change this, we can go in here and then hit publish again, give it a few seconds. Now this is published. We can go ahead and copy this URL again. We can jump into Screaming Frog. We can just hit start again and we'll show you just how quickly these changes are made. So jumping into the page title, remember this title used to say merch perch absent-minded. Now it's going to be a little bit more relevant. So Brainspin Services merch perch, for example. And just go through and make sure it's as applicable as possible. Another tool that EditorX has that's very useful is if we go into tools here, we can enable a site checker. And this isn't maybe directly SEO, but the way the elements are displayed on a page will affect the search engine optimization. So when we check this, it's going to check things like the sizing, and it'll give us a few things that we can fix. So we've done pretty good. So it says there's no page issues to fix here. And one good thing is if you have a pleasing experience, if you have something that draws them in and keeps them there longer, it is going to help your page rank better as well. So let's go right into the home page here. And this is something that I've already checked, so I can choose check again just to show you how that works. So it's going to make sure the text and everything works. But this is really nice because it says there's a missing link when it says see all projects. We can click on see all projects. It's going to show this, and this is where we can add the link. So here I can just enable this and jump into Portfolio All and click Done. Now it's saying there's multiple H1 tags and you usually want just one, but this does act as one. If we come down here, it's just different sizes. So the development marketing you've been looking for, that's okay. So we can choose check again, or I know this is going to be good, but do that one by one here just to find those missing links and how things work. So one more time here on the about, we're just going to see how this looks. And so this site checker can come in very handy. I'm going to go ahead and disable this now. And another thing that I'll check is the elements on the page. So if we're on the home page, for example, and we see this image, we can click on a section or a container with an image inside of it. And when we go into design, and when we click on design, we can come over here to describe the media, and this is for SEO and accessibility. So we can come in here and we'll just call this Brainspin Development. So Brainspin Development and Marketing Team. So we can show that off here. And that's good. And just go through each one of these images. So here, for any vector art, we can go into the setting itself and add a description inside of here. And also add links. So if we want to come in here and add this to the digital marketing page, hit done, select this image, add it to the software development, and hit done. So now you should have a basic understanding of the site-wide optimization and also the page-specific optimization. And if you go through page by page and do that, your client will have the most potential to rank as they get started with some of the SEO services. We're ready to publish our site. This is really exciting. You may have already published this to a temporary domain, but if we click publish right here, you'll notice I do have the caleb244.editorx.io/brainspin-hq. This is not something that someone's going to remember, but it is nice to just show it off to colleagues and just make sure temporarily you can publish it somewhere just to test things out. So for example, clicking on software development, we can just check out how everything just looks beautiful. But let's go back now, and once we are completed, we want to upgrade our site and make sure that we have a personal domain. So as we do this, I'm going to upgrade the Brainspin official, so we'll upgrade the site here. And you're welcome to explore the options here, but I know that we can get by with the essential here. We don't need some of these added benefits immediately, so you can get a professional logo designed for you if you're just starting out. You can add more video content or storage space, but I always say start with the basic and then you can grow as needed once you find those limitations. So we'll start with something like $22 a month. And for me right now, I'll just stick with the monthly. I would push for the yearly for the most part, but for me, for right now, I'm just going to choose monthly and I'll continue to check out. So we'll go ahead and go through this and then I'll show you how you can tie that custom domain after. Once you've upgraded your site, there are a few ways to add that custom domain. So I could just call this Brainspin-headquarters. If I'm looking for one, I already know Brainspin is taken because I have it, but for here, when we click search, you can see that it's available. You can click get it. And this is where you can purchase it directly within Editor X and it'll automatically be tied into your account. Now, if you've already purchased a domain from domains.google.com, for example, we can hit the back button here and you can see that it says already have a domain, connect it. And so I do already have a domain. If there's something you already have, like brainspin.com, and you click let's go, it'll show that it's taken. It'll give you some other suggestions, but if it's yours, you can click yes, I own this domain. It's going to do its best job at finding the domain provider, and it'll give you step-by-step instructions on how to add this. So you'll need to log into Google Domains. Once you do that, you can hit start and go through each of these steps, and once you're done, that domain will be live and active for your new site. Now, depending on the provider, this step might take 24 to 48 hours to actually reflect once you do port your website to a new custom domain. So just make sure and be patient, make sure everything's checked off the way they ask you to set things up there, and then just check back in a few hours. Typically what I find though, especially on Google Domains, those changes will take effect around 15 minutes, so not the full 24 hours. We're almost ready to hand off this website to our client, but one important step before this is to make sure that you receive the final payment and that this is processed. I have a motto, always assume good intent, but with the best of intentions, sometimes life can get in the way and they may delay the payment, and this is good leverage to have. And you can politely just say, we're ready to hand things off to you. If we can just receive that final payment, we can move on to the next step of publishing your site and handing this off. So just really polite way to let them know we need to receive that payment and then we'll deliver the goods. Now, one important thing to consider when we're handing this off is they may not understand the details of the website and technical aspects of it, and so it can feel really foreign to them and they might feel intimidated receiving this. So we want to make sure that they know we're here to help them and to make this as easy and seamless as possible. So I have a checklist that I use that makes sure that we have this smooth handoff and that they feel really comfortable and want to use you in the future. And the first thing in this checklist is to schedule a review meeting. This is that final review showing them everything that you have on the site, how it is published, and then also teach them how to add new items to the portfolio and how to add new blog content. Now, when you show this to them, they may feel intimidating, thinking, I don't know if I'm going to remember all of this. And that's why I like to use a very powerful tool called Loom, loom.com. This is a screen recording app that hosts your screen recordings on the web. So as soon as you're done recording, you can start off with, we're going to go ahead and review the site and I'll teach you how to add portfolio items and blog content. And don't worry, I'm going to record this session. So whether it's on Zoom or whether they're in person, just let them know I'm going to record this session so that I can send this to you. And you can always look back on if you forget some of the things that I say. So don't worry about taking notes. And I'm going to give you this specialized training. This really helps them feel warm and fuzzy and think, okay, yeah, I have this. Now, you're going to get questions like, can you just add content for me in the future? Can you be on hand to continue updating things? And so let them know at this time, just say you are going to have 30 days of support that'll fall within the scope. So that doesn't include adding new pages or anything outside of the scope. But if you find anything that's off or needs to be fixed, I can fix anything within 30 days. And then let them know Outside of that, I do have a $120 an hour rate that I can jump in and fix or add anything that you want. If it's outside of scope, that will be included. Or if you want to add a package, so you could say something like, for $200 a month, I'll be available for so many hours in this month or something. So a retainer is always useful if you can get them to buy into something like that. So you can say you have this many hours of support and I can help you with this or that. So depending on the client, you can offer that as an hourly rate or a package. Now, how do you transfer the site after you get paid in this final review meeting? There's a few ways that you can do this, but if you're already editing the site here, you can go into Site and Transfer Site. Now, sometimes if they want you to own and control the site, if they don't feel comfortable with this, you can just invite them and choose invite people to collaborate, and that'll allow them to still be able to add content and things like that. But most typically, I like to transfer this ownership, and this will allow them to be in control of the domain hosting and the site costs. So here you can just enter an email address, and then you'll also say, I want to transfer the premium plan, I want to transfer the domain. So you can enable all of that. Remember, get paid first. And then one thing that I like to do is enable keep my role as a website manager so that you have the same access. They can remove this if they ever want to, and I think it's only fair. It's something that they paid for, so you want to give them that ability to do that and let your actions and your work speak for itself. And if you do a good job, they're going to keep you on as a website manager. And another thing that I like to do is create a copy of the site and keep it in my account. So because we built this, we can use this as a template. And remember, in the terms of the proposal, it says something like the code or the structure of the website isn't explicitly owned by the client. You can reuse elements like shopping carts or different page formatting. But as far as the branding, the copy, the images, and things like that, keep in mind that is owned by the client. That is something that's signed off by them. And so one of the reasons why I would save this into my account is you could rebrand this and change the fonts and change the copy and make it a completely different site, but you can save yourselves a lot of time just using the sections and the skeleton. So even as easy as it was to create this initial site, imagine just having this template already, being able to plug and play a different industry, change all of this, and still have the formatting and all the animations and effects. So as we do that, we can just click next, and that will share that transfer ownership for them. And one of the last things is search engine optimization. So you can offer a package if you feel comfortable with this and you want to learn a lot of this and implement this. You can offer a package anywhere from $600 a month to $3,000 a month, somewhere around that range, to continually add backlinks and do some site-wide and even off-page optimization. And this is really nice because you have one client that's about to go out the door. If you only offer design and development solutions, it could be a one and done client, but here you can have a continuing relationship to help build their success and grow it. Now, if you're not comfortable with offering these SEO services yourself, fear not, because Brainspin has a division called RankZula. It's a fairly new division, but this is something that you can use to white label and supplement for your clients, and you can offer our same SEO packages, and you can receive 10% commission on any package that they choose and still have it white labeled for you. So whatever your agency is, all the reports and different things that we offer will be branded with your company. It'll offer that perceived value in what you're doing, but you can kind of lean on us for some of those services. One of the great benefits of this is it can be completely hands-free for you, and you have that passive income as they continue to appreciate you and your services and what you have to offer. So if you're interested in that, go to rankzula.com/whitelabel-SEO. In the last video, we talked about client handoff and the things that we can do to make sure that we still have access, but we transfer that ownership to our client. Now, another step that's really important is maintaining the website over time and being there for your clients to offer that support. So there are a few ways that we can do this. First off, like I mentioned in the last video, we do have that 30-day support that we want to give in case there are any bugs or issues or need to change content within the scope. But in the future after that, there are some few options that you can use to maintain this site. And one of them can just be a basic hourly rate. So in the proposal that we had in the beginning, there was a $120 an hour rate outside of the scope of what we were doing, and that could apply. So if they ask for anything, you just bill them for those few hours. Now, one reason why I don't find this appealing is because if there's a 15-minute change that you need to make, there's a lot of time for ramp up and wind down for these smaller projects to be able to go in and get the context of what they're saying, talk to them about the issue, and then going in there and fixing that. So the start and stop of these smaller projects can take a bit of time. And if you're working on other bigger projects, this can really put a kink in your workflow. So another thing that I like to do is have a retainer. So if there are anticipated changes that they want, other pages that they want you to build, you can estimate the monthly time that that's going to take based on what they're talking about, and you could have a retainer if it's $300 a month or $600 a month based on those hours. And then I would divide that into $120 an hour to make sure that that rate is still there. But it's nice to know that you can charge that retainer model and have that blocked off. Another thing that you can offer for maintaining this is more strategy. So offering suggestions of what they can do. If they need an e-commerce store, you can use one of the Wix apps and install this plugin for that e-commerce store. So there's a lot of options that you can use when you learn about their business and their business tactics, their products and their services. Then you can say, have you considered doing e-commerce, or have you considered a paywall for your content? Some things like this that they may not even be aware of. That's going to give you more of a value add as well. It'll help amplify their success and also yours as you get paid for these additional services. Another thing you can offer for site maintenance, and especially because you are a website admin on the site, is you can always look in here in the analytics and reporting, and by looking at things like the traffic overview or the behavior overview, you may be able to unlock some insights that'll help you discover new ways to help them as well. So for example, if you see a page that's getting a ton of traffic that you didn't anticipate, you can look and see if you can make this more engaging and track that in the analytics to see if there's a bounce rate that's higher than it should be, and if you can create a better call to action to follow through on a certain funnel. Those are a few ideas you can use to maintain your client's website. I wish you the best success with your clients. Congratulations on making it all the way through this course. I wish you the best success in your journey working with clients. Let's talk about some next steps that we can take now that you're done with this course. And the first one is, feel free to share any of the progress that you've made. If you've been following along with me through this course and you have something created, share that in the Facebook group. It's really nice for the other community members to see this and to see what progress you've made through the course. And then the next step is either to find a client or to use the same clients that you have been designing things for to offer a website and creating this in Editor X. So that'll be a nice value add to them. And as you do this in any part of your journey, please share the results on Facebook. It's really nice to hear success stories, things that you've learned along your journey, especially for other students and community members to come in. Every member in the community is going through different parts of the journey, so to learn the challenges that you've had and to share those will help them maybe have a smoother time selling through those parts. And even your success stories, the things that you found really helpful, will be motivating for them as they continue on through that path in the journey. So this community is all about helping each other. I wish you the best of luck and happy designing.